What's up, guys? Can you hear me? Tell me, okay, good. YouTube didn't screw up, I don't think. Can you guys hear me? How we doing today? Nice. Hey, Matt Beetle, how you doing? Hey, Laxar. Hey, JKK. What's up, Tyler? How you doing, Tariq? Hey, Aiden. What's going on, man? I'm doing very well, Matt. Mr. Ruam, how you doing, sir? Okay, here's our bot. Let's get the bot up and running. Morgan, how's it going today? Hey Jim, what's going on, man? How you doing? Well, I think to answer that, Mr. Ruam, I would have to do this and show you this. So I am building it. I need, really all I need right now is just the rest of these skill ups, which is why I'm farming Feynman right now. I need 5 more, and then I'll have enough dimensional hole to 2A the third one tonight, but they're all ruined up already. This one's stats are lower just because he's not 2Age yet. But this one's ruined up, he's good to go. This one, the accuracy... So the accuracy on this one concerns me, I'm not gonna lie, but I want to see how it goes. And then, obviously I was trying to do a damage build here so that I could, you know, do the runs faster, but if the accuracy is a problem, then I'll just change up the build. But if you guys want to see something really cool, check this out. So, you see the stats right here, right? 68 crit rate and 159 crit damage, right? He's in rage. Slot 4 defense. So we're at 169, it's 159 crit damage all through subs, not even a slot 4 crit damage, it's just all subs, guys. So, and then here's the Vertihile. He's not nearly as strong as the Japanese guy's Verti was, but I will say that I did all of this mostly out of inventory. I only stole a couple of runes from other monsters, so I know that I can beef the team up if I need to. But I was trying not to be too disruptive to my other team, so I'm hoping that this is going to be good enough as it is. And then if I need to beef the team up, I will. Yeah, Merrick, I've got one. It's this one right here. He's at 194 speed, and then this one is at 158, and then this one is the 172. Mr. Ruam, so that actually is the plan. I was going to do that video tonight, but wound up streaming instead. So I am planning, and I know I say this on every stream, but legitimately this time, guys, I'm planning on making this not a crazy long stream because I do want to build the triple, or I do want to record the triple Ikaru video tonight, and I've got 5 or 6 videos already recorded that I haven't found time to edit, and I haven't posted a video in quite a while. So the plan is that we'll probably wrap tonight's stream up somewhere around 10:30 and give me enough time to do the recording and maybe get one of those videos edited and posted for tomorrow. Because I do have quite a bit of content that's already set up, I just need to get it edited and out. So if you mean the one that's got like, if you mean this one, when you say Ikaru 3 Merrick, so I don't think there's a lot of room for improvement on this rune set. The artifacts aren't too bad. Hey Garv, how you doing? Hey JKK. So we've got most of the artifacts. There's a couple of artifacts that aren't great fits. But this one's got the skill 1 and 2 crit damage. The skill 1 crit damage was more important to me because that's what comes with the team ups. This is one of the ones that really doesn't make much sense. There's no value in this particular artifact at all. It was just, I just needed the 100 defense. But I am going to test these guys out in Necro B12 as well. So when it landed on the damage received from Dark, I thought that was interesting. This one, again, we've got skill 2 crit damage. I've been trying to get the skill 1 crit damage on this, but you can see... actually, I think I got a little bit more. Let's see if we can get skill 1 crit damage on a conversion. Come on, baby. But this is actually still better because the Icarus don't have damage on their skill 3, so we'll take that. And let's see. So right here, damage received from fire. So again, this isn't the greatest one. You'll see the water artifacts aren't that good, but the attack type artifacts are. You can guess which dungeon I farmed more. So again, more crit damage, more bonus damage, some damage dealt together, and so forth. And then this one actually is the one that's really nice, though. 14% boost damage on fire. Whoa, this is on the wrong one, isn't it? 14% damage on fire. Here's my... This is my beefy one, though, right? Yeah. Ooh, I just caught that. I put them on the wrong ones. So we got to remove that. We got to remove that. That's right. Yeah, we got to remove that. My bad. I'm glad I did that run through. I wouldn't have caught that otherwise. So this goes on here. What's up, Perk, my man? How you doing today, bro? And then we come here, and there we go. Now we've got our stuff in the right order. Aiden, so I swear, bro, I read that as I pulled the monkey today. What is he used for? And I was like, how do I answer that question on a family-friendly stream? Fire Monkey is, he's in RTA. He's a great Hathor counter. Outside of RTA, he's a decent damage dealer. Since his buff, he's pretty good. And then he works against anything that does inability control because he can't be disabled, right? He can't be frozen, stunned, or anything like that. So Pedro, honestly, I mean, you can use Wind Ryu in mid-game, but his multipliers are really bad. They really leave a lot to be desired. I did build him so that we could test him on stream, but you guys will see, I'll run him on this stream, but you guys will see the damage isn't really that good. What's up, Altair? What's up, Dakota? How you guys doing? I miss anybody else? Dakota, finally able to meet up with a live stream. Yeah. Hey, Dakota. Oh, thank you very much, Dakota. I fell behind on chat, so I just read that. But thank you for the thank you. Appreciate it, and I'm glad you're able to make the stream. Hey, Dinner Roll, what's going on? How you doing today? All right, come on, man. It will not give me any freaking Inugamis. Diana you could use. Diana's just a PvP monster, but once you're doing Guild War, you can use her as long as you can build her up. Sim! Oh, shit. Sim, what's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? Alright, and these are, man, oh wait, no, I can still do this a little bit more. I'm running out of stuff to pump experience into, honestly. Oh, congratulations, Morgan. Congratulations. Merrick, so they don't need skill ups. They'll just, the team will run faster if they are, but mine are not going to be skilled up, at least for now. Tyler, so I wish they had a sell all button, but the OCD doesn't really let me let them pile it up. I am doing that. I will say I'm doing that with the artifacts, but not because it's easier to let them pile up, but because you want to spend more time thinking about if you're going to keep the artifacts. And I find it harder to visualize if I want to keep them or not while I'm in the artifact manager, to be honest. The third is not 2A because of skill ups, Merrick. I guess I misunderstood your question. So the 2A monster does not need to be skilled up in order to be effective. But the before 2A, it has to be fully skilled up in order to get 2A'd, which is why I'm running Feynman right now. Because I need 5 more Inugamis, and there's no Inugami secret dungeon today. Garen Hell, huh, Tyler? All right, let's give that a shot. I honestly, the EXP being lower is a good thing. I'm legitimately running out of monsters to pump EXP into. Okay, yeah, Merrick, I probably missed that. See, last stream I just thought everything everyone said was from you, and this stream I just don't read what you say. That's apparently how it's gonna go. All right, so let's try Garen Hell then. Garen, really? This should be fast. Okay, fire. Let's try this. So 0011, we are going to be doing one random account review probably in about 5 minutes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to open the bot up now. Although, you know what, actually, so we're going to do 2 account reviews today. This first one is going to be members only. Then we're going to be on, we're going to do, how are we going to do this? Because, yeah, we're going to do 2 account reviews right now. So I'm going to open the first one up, and then after that, we're going over to the Tariq account roast, and then I'll do some more account reviews if there's time. So let me open up this first one. This first one will be members only. And then I'll do one that's not members only in honor of Tariq being account review today. And Morgan, it was because I knew you were on. That was actually the reason I was like, okay, we got to do channel members only, because I know Morgan's been waiting for ages. So Morgan, I think you're the only channel member on who actually wants a review. So assuming you're going to win this one, do me a favor, bro. Please put all the non-rune stuff and the stuff that doesn't need to be reviewed in storage so that we're just looking at the monsters you care about. Pedro Ribeiro. So I actually, man, I forgot to put in the command. But yeah, I'm going to be switching to Twitch in, well, not switching to Twitch. I'm going to be doing half and half. Hang on just one moment. Let me do this command right here. So edit. Okay, we do this and then go. Oh, I see. Okay. This needs to be removed. This needs to be removed. And then we do this. There we go. That should work. Perk, you've had a review already, sir. Danny Morrison, so channel member, there should be a button like on the lower right hand side that would say join. I think join is where you would become a channel member, but I can also actually, I can just put this in here, right? Yeah. Bring out the Rainbow Mon. Yeah, thank you, Merrick. Thank you for making my life easy. Much obliged, bro. Much obliged. What's up, OJ, bro? How you doing this evening? Hey, Papa Panda, what's going on, man? All right, let me double check this. Garen, drop info. Yeah, it does have the... Okay, cool. So we'll do that. Man, I might just actually stop leveling stuff. This is... Okay, so let's... Okay, he's leveled. We're getting, like, no EXP in here anyway. Why am I... Let's just do, like, a 2-star or something. I don't care. Okay, Merrick, up to 250 summons. Man, that's gonna be a huge session, bro. That's gonna be a huge session. Tyler Wooster, bro, thank you for becoming a channel member. I'm behind in chat, so I just saw it on screen. But thank you very much, man. Really appreciate you becoming a channel member. And Danny Morrison as well. Thank you guys both for becoming channel members, man. I really appreciate it. So the contest is still open. You'll be able to jump in. We haven't closed out the contest yet. And Mommy, thank you, Mommy. Wow, I'm sure I said that right, but it was just the way I said it. Like, that was kind of weird. But thank you for subscribing and helping the channel grow. JKK, so it takes too long to clear out all of the fodder from unknown scrolls. It takes forever, man. I mean, I've got like 14,000 unknown scrolls. I would probably summon them all and get like 4 Inagami. Am I not in repeat battle, Bryce? Okay, yeah, I'm watching the... Okay, guys, so for those of you who wonder how much I've farmed, I legitimately didn't even realize I wasn't in repeat battle. I've farmed so much, I don't even think about it. Like, my hand operates independently of my mind. It's just muscle memory. I'm just like, replay. Okay, yeah, so we come over here to auto battle. I am enjoying auto battle, by the way, guys. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. But, yeah, like, I'm just so... It's subconscious because I farm so much. But anyway, Tyler and Danny, guys, thank you very much for becoming channel members again. I really, really appreciate it. And also, please please message me in Discord, because you will get a supporter role in Discord, so you get access to some extra chats, and you be in a channel where with other supporters. So really appreciate it, and just make sure you message me so I know who you are in Discord to give you that role. Tyler, yeah, so bro, seriously, I dropped like 10 serpents already against 1 Inugami today, so you're completely right. Like, the serpents, I've been flooded with serpents. Okay, did I fall? And Kratz, yes, I am also Ikaru farming. I need 5 more Inugamis, and then I'll need 5 more dimensional hole 5 more dimensional hole energy, so I won't get to show off the team tonight, but the whole team is actually built already. All I need is 5 more Inugamis and about 10 more hours of dimensional hole energy, and I'm good to go. Danny, let me come over to the giveaway, and let's see here. So I've got Greg Cooper, Ninja, Papa Panda, and Morgan are the ones who have entered the giveaway so far. Oh, Kratz, yeah, I appreciate that, man. I've done, I've basically leveled every monster in my storage to max, and I still have only pulled about 4 Inugamis. Fortunately, I had a bunch in storage from before, but yeah, I've done a lot of leveling and no Inugami so far. Hey, Anthony, shout out to France, man. Thank you for making the stream, and I appreciate that. Swarpants skill ups? Serpents. Oh, you need serpent skill ups. Okay. I was behind on that, Tariq. Discord, for those of you guys who don't know, by the way, I'll throw this out there as well. Make sure to jump into our Discord server. Let's see. So Tyler and Danny, you're both in. Merrick, the only serpent I struggle with is my own. That sounds highly personal, but thank you for sharing. 8 Voices, what's up, bro? And I get that you were tagging me with that, but still, it sounded like you're having some serpent issues, sir. So thank you for sharing that on stream. All right, are we almost caught up? Let's see. So Dinner Roll of Doom. This one right now is just for channel members. I am going to do a non-channel member one as well. I'll probably well, let me not overcommit here. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to do the channel member one now. We're going to do a non-channel member one. Then we're going to do Tariq's account roast, and then if I have time afterwards, I'll do another account review or 2 as well. So we're going to go ahead and close this out and get moving along. So the first account review is... Dramatic delay. Tyler Wooster joins... Dinner Roll of Doom, bro. Thank you for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate that. And I was legitimately like right after I closed it. But thank you very much, man, for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate it. Make sure you message me in Discord so that I can give you the Discord role. And Tyler, let's go ahead and take a look. If you'd like to jump into channel 8895, and just message in message in channel 8895 so that I can take a look at your island. Or if you're on a different server, let me know. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I thought I said I was gonna miss most of your. Why do I always skip over the important chats you send? Where did I miss one? Have you purchased dimensional energy refills? Yeah, I have, bro. Okay. I did miss that one, but I have actually purchased all 60. Yeah, sorry, Morgan. I honestly thought that was like, I did not expect it to not land on you. But it didn't. We will though. I'm gonna start. So I really am. I'm gonna start trying to do it. At least one account review almost every stream. I'll do like right off when we start the stream, so that the people who arrive early will be able to get in first. That's the goal. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we are doing the account review of Xzandro's brand new channel member. So thank you very much, and let us take a look at your record right here. So triple S everything. No sub 1 minute teams yet. It looks like you're still working on your PC 10 team, but Steel Fortress time is solid. Necro time is solid. Guardian 1 Siege. So I'm gonna say you're something like early mid game or mid game right now. Merrick, that's actually a deal. That's a deal. I will review any account in the game if I can unsummon the Hathor. I think that's fair. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the box. Tyler, so just so you know, because these channel reviews, because these member. Gonna be one of those days, guys. Sim must be sitting there with his notebook. He's gonna nail me. I can tell. He's gonna bust me on something. I'm gonna screw up like something really badly today because I don't have words, but that's okay. So, because these account reviews have a tendency of going really long, I am trying to get a little bit more organized. So I'm just gonna be reviewing the monsters that I think you're using and the monsters that Merrick, it's funny because as I said it, I was like, okay, that came out wrong, but Sim is the one who will bust me on that one. I forgot you were here also. All right, Tyler. So anyway, I'm just going to be reviewing the monsters I think that you're using. You only pulled out Rune monsters. Perfect, bro. You set up for me. I appreciate that. So if I jump over anything or you have any questions, well, let's take a look. I mean, there may not be... That's a pretty good chunk of monsters, yeah. So if I move past one too fast and you have any questions, just ask me and I'll jump back to it. Otherwise, I'm going to try and move these along with a little better pace so that I can get to more people. That's what I'm trying to do. We'll see if I succeed or not. All right, so to start off with, we have Megan at plus 105. I just have to check. The Orion's 144. Are you like Shield Will here? Swift Focus, okay. So my guess is you're not using Megan very much. If you are using Megan, basically you just need to make her faster because I am quite sure that you have faster runes since we just looked at your Orion. But as an attack bar booster, unless she's maybe a secondary attack bar booster behind a Bernard. But I don't think she's actually speed tuned to your Bernard. So yeah, if your Bernard is 273, your Megan probably needs to be somewhere around 240 to speed tune. So she is too slow to serve a role. So I'm a little confused on what you're using her for, but that would be the main thing, is just make sure she's speed tuned. The Orion, very good accuracy. You hit the 85 threshold. Generally with Orion, you're just going to make him as fast as you can. So I think the Orion build is good. I mean, we haven't seen all your runes yet, so I don't know your general account speed. But I'm assuming that this is, for your stage of game, this seems like you're pretty properly built here. And I really like the fact that you're in will runes. Good job on that, honestly. Especially if you're not going to be able to make a monster that's going to outspeed, then will runes are really nice there. All right, let's see. By the way, as 8 Voices said, yeah, nice work on cleaning up the island and really nice design as well. Sim, I don't think you were on Ace's stream, Sim, but I let Ace log on to my account and do some test RTA. So I set up my password for him, and the password was 69ing Hawk, and he like was dying because he couldn't tell people my password on stream, and he was just cracking up. Let's see here. Merrick, whatever I'm going to accuse you of eating, it won't be the apple. Hey, Craig Hooper, really appreciate that, bro. That's awesome, man. Mock Blaze, we'll have a drawing for the next account review after this, and you'll just enter with points. Points that you accrue while you're streaming. RG Deflates, how you doing, bro? Okay, so, Malacca, this should just be a siege unit. We're in Fatal Broken, which is probably fine. Let me see here. If I remember correctly... Yeah, Malacca does not get accuracy boost, but he does get an accuracy leader skill. Even with the leader skill, his accuracy is too low. So, a couple of things with your Malacca here. He's obviously slow. Now, I don't know if you're running him with an attack bar booster. He's most commonly used to counter teams like KVS, the Commune, Vigor, Skogul in Higher Guardian Siege. I'm not sure exactly where you're using him in lower G1 Siege, or if you're in lower mid G1. But you're going to definitely need to get more accuracy on him because he has one roll and one roll only, and that is to land bombs. So if he doesn't have enough accuracy, you're going to miss the bombs, and then you're going to lose, and it's pretty much as straightforward as that. Now, you did a really good job of getting lots of attack on him, but because he is slower, I would like to see him in either a shield or a will set. And then one other thing... I always like to tell people, try not to use broken sets when you can avoid it, because the more broken sets you use, the more broken sets you have to use later. Generally speaking, when you break a set, it's because you're taking 2 great runes, one from each set, and it makes it then harder to make runes from those sets as well. Now in this case, Swift Slot 4 attack percent rune, honestly, that's the perfect type of rune to use as a broken set because you don't really use that kind of rune very often. But even so, if you needed a 20 speed slot 4, this is breaking an entire 4-set Swift set to put it on a monster that honestly isn't benefiting from that 20 speed all that much anyway, because he's still only at 183. So yeah, those are my basically on Malacca. I like the attack levels, but get a lot more accuracy on there, and then try not to use the broken Swift set. And if you can get him on will runes or at least shield, that will help. Merrick, I made my password the activity he was begging me to partake in that I said absolutely not to. Just to be straight about that. Well, just to clarify. just to clarify that. Okay. Yeah. Let's move along. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Hey, Noah, what's going on? Sim, you're actually right. That Swift Attack 4 could also be on Megan, because we just said the Megan wasn't speed tuned. And Tyler, so just to respond to the PvE versus PvP, completely understand, but also figure a lot of these monsters aren't going to have a lot of value in PvE. So what I'm telling you right now, how would I say this? There is not a single person in this game that has their monsters built exactly how they'd like them, because we're always trying to improve. We always want better runes, we always want better builds, and that's the whole reason we farm, is to continually try to grow. So what I'm telling you now, there might be some things I point out that's just a glaring flaw. Like in the case of Malacca, if you use him, he must have accuracy. That's a glaring flaw. But the rest of the stuff is mostly just kind of the goals that you want to work towards as you're farming more and getting better in the game. So if I tell you a monster needs more stats, I completely get you probably don't have the runes for it yet. Just like when I look at my monsters and think I wish I had more stats, I don't have the runes for it yet. But the point is, that's what we're working towards. So, like, I wish my Tyrannus had all the same stats he does, but 20% more accuracy so he could stun on skill 1, for example. So my goal is to find just those extra runes that give me 20% more accuracy. Stuff like that. So just bear that in mind. None of this is meant to criticize. It's really just to give you some guidelines on how to build the monsters as you move forward. Okay, now, with that said, Sigmarus, right here. First thing, when we talk about the glaring things that are missing, Sigmarus on this skill 3, I don't know if you ever caught right here, freezes them for 1 turn if you get a critical hit. So Sigmarus right now, he's made a comeback in Giants B12, and the reason he's made that comeback is because he controls the waves, and in order to control the waves, he must get a critical hit. So this is one of those glaring things I mentioned. He must have 100 crit rate, even if it means less crit damage or less attack or whatever else the case may be. And then you also want to get him a little bit more accuracy if you can. I think, can't remember. I think you need 40 accuracy to freeze the waves in GB12, but I'd have to look that one up. I don't remember it for sure, but a little bit more accuracy would help. The biggest thing though is that 100 crit rate. Honestly, even if you have to use a crit rate slot 4 and give up some crit damage, it'll be worthwhile. Ah, nice, Sim. Okay, Sabrina. So, 155. Now, one thing you may be doing, judging by these crit rates, something tells me you're running with a Talia lead. So Merrick, I said I honestly don't remember the waves. I remember all the bosses, but I never paid that much attention to the waves. And I don't know if he's using Sigmarus for DB12 or GB12 or both as well. So it's more about the mechanic. If you're using it for DB12, you would actually still need that 100 crit rate though, because the crystals are attribute neutral. So either way, you're going to need the 100 crit rate. And then you can actually just Google, if you need to check a stat, if you Google this, just Google it right like that, and you can find all of the stats for all of the dungeons. Okay, so the Praha, we're in Despair Nemesis, which is the correct build. Solid HP, solid defense, solid accuracy. This is not a glaring thing, just something to work towards. Keep in mind that Praha's leader skill is going to give you 41% resistance. So if you can get Praha to 59 resistance, then she's actually max resistance right there. Armani, the dragon cap is 65%, but the waves are what we're talking about, because we're talking about freezing the waves. They are lower than the dragon. Okay, so it's 70 res for the wave, so you'd need 55 accuracy, but you're honestly not going to get 55 accuracy on Sig, so you just want to get him as much as you can while still allowing him to make damage. Still do damage. So Sim, I think, let's see, actually, I mean, I'll agree with you, Sim, but I think for stage of game, I'm happy with the fact that we've got plus 300 on there, but I will say, yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys know that I'm a huge advocate for defense, so with Praha's high base defense, if you can get more defense, I definitely would, but I understand adjusting for stage of game. I think the overall effective HP of her is probably about where it should be. I would focus on that resistance first, getting the max resistance. It's pretty rare you'll hear me say that, but I would actually focus on the resistance first and then boost up the defense. By the way, guys, just to throw it out there, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to smash that like button. The more people who hit like, the more YouTube's going to promote the stream, and the bigger stream we get, and the more interaction in chat. Armani, so when I do the account reviews, you're free to ask for an account review or a roast if you win the drawing. I'll do my best either way. Okay, so for the Talia, if you are using Talia in dungeons, and I'm not sure which dungeon you're using her in, unless you're just using her in Rifts, but if you're going to be using her in the B12 dungeon, she needs 153 speed with a max speed tower. If you don't have a max speed tower, she actually has to be a little bit faster. Now the overall attack level is good, the HP is good, the defense is really low, so having all that HP doesn't benefit you as much if there's no defense. She does not need any accuracy, just so you know. What's up, Big D, man? How you doing? And let's see, anything else in here? Anthony Loisel, if you're on the stream, thank you for subscribing, bro, and helping the channel grow. Now the last thing is, I think you're using Talia Lead, which would give her 85 effective crit rate, so that's fine if you're using her in Dragon's Beat 12. But if you're using her in any other dungeons, then you really want to try and get her up to 76 crit rate. And I know you said you've had a tough time getting rolls for crit rate, so just keep in mind these are the goals that you should be having. Thank you for the algorithm comment, Papa Panda. Bryce, so they recently just boosted the amount of glory points that you get. So it is much faster now to max the towers. Okay, so for the chilling, good accuracy. This is probably a Dragon's B12 chilling, and as a Dragon's B12 chilling, I take it back, it's not, well... So you technically want 65 accuracy for Dragon's B12. He is triple hitting, so it's not a huge deal that the accuracy is lower. If your team is stable, then I think it's fine. The one thing I would say is that chilling actually does really respectable damage. So if you can get him, you know, a little bit more crit rate, and I know that's challenging for you, but if you can get him a little bit more crit rate, that will definitely help speed up your teams. Okay, so Belial, let's see, Belial awakens into resistance if I remember correctly, so that would be why he has 55 resistance. It's actually a pretty solid overall Belial build, at least for right now. I would like to see him in Vampire. I'm not sure, is he skilled up? He's not skilled up. So yeah, I would like to see him in Vampire, and I'd like to see him maybe with a little bit more HP, and you could probably get that extra HP just from artifacts. Just give him 2 HP artifacts when they're maxed out. It's an extra 3k HP, and that should probably do the trick. Nice, bro. Got you. Got you. That makes sense. Anthony, well, I appreciate you stopping in that late, man. So 4 a.m. you're okay, yeah. So you're in Europe. Okay, so Vigor, let's see here. So the Vigor is in Shield Will Guard. I actually won't hate on that at all. So 230 is solid speed. You got good HP. You didn't ignore the defense. The one thing I will say is keep in mind the Shred is such a huge part of what Vigor does. And if you can get a little extra accuracy, even just another 15-20% accuracy on there so he lands the defense break more reliably. So the trick here is, especially if the skill's not maxed, it's only a 45% activation rate. So sometimes you may only get one chance for that defense break. Big D, thanks for stopping by, bro. But yeah, so you really need to make sure you hit the defense break when it activates. What's up, Killa, bro? How you doing, man? Let's see, anything else with Vigor? And then obviously he's a big damage dealer, so if you can... You're looking good and pretty, huh? I just pictured you now on stream like singing I Feel Pretty, oh so pretty. I'm going to make you do that on your next stream. I really want to see you sing that on your next stream. Okay, Tyler, so for your Vigor... yeah, and it's kind of like a common theme, so I get that you're having a hard time getting crit rate runes, and also since your DB12 team is stable, by the way, really nice. But as you can get more crit rate on the Vigor, definitely shoot for that because he does hit really, really hard. Papa Panda, good call, by the way. So guys, XXGilla, who just popped into chat, he is got a really nice Twitch channel, and he also is on YouTube. Just hit partner status on YouTube, and he was the sponsor of this weekend's Street Fighter Pack giveaways. So guys, if you didn't check out his channel over the weekend, make sure you do. He does top 10 EU Siege content. I think he actually won one of the fights this week, so that was a first. We were all really excited for him. He got his first ever win. And But Kill, a big shout out, man. Thank you for very much for sponsoring. He notice he goes, I won almost all. And he's happy about that. Like, he won almost all of them, and that was good. So, guys, if you want to see, no, seriously though, guys, he plays in some toxic Siege, Siege content. So he's got some really fun videos. Check out his channel, and then check him out on Twitch as well. Killa, if you want to drop the link in chat, please feel free. Okay, so the Vertihile, this is probably DB12 Vertihile. Overall stats look good. The only thing I'll mention is just that he doesn't need accuracy. That's right, I am playing your Siege on Monday. Yeah, well, so I've got to talk crap now while I can, because if I do as bad as Ace did on Monday, I think I lose my ability to talk crap. No, Merrick, I read that as my parachute opened almost every time. I went skydiving a bunch last month and my parachute opened almost every time. That's how I read that. When you say I won almost all, that's what it is to me. Alright, so the Vertihile, the only thing I'll mention, he doesn't need accuracy, so if you could find a way to gem off the accuracy and put it into defense and beef him up a little bit, you'd appreciate it. Ace Bro, thank you for the super chat. Ace says, roast it real good. Thank you very much, bro, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. We do have the Tariq account roast coming up after this, by the way, guys, so don't miss that, because we're gonna do the like PG-16 version. I think I'm not quite as hardcore as Ace, or at least not in public, but I can't quite stay PG-13 on an account roast either. But thank you very much for the super chat, Ace. Really appreciate it, bro. Kevin Soul. Killa, I'm not even old enough to attend an Ace roast right now. Ace roasts are like, rated 75 or something. So let's see. Kevin Soul. I have a dilemma. I have the water crit damage Talia and the dark. I'm not sure which one you meant by BW. Wanted to know if they're worth building for DB12. Okay, so right now, Kevin, I don't think anybody's come out with a Twins team for DB12 that's reliable, so I would, I know you can use, I think you were saying you have Martina. BW, Boomerang Warrior, got it, yeah, so, I think you can run Martina on DB12, but the rune quality that's required is really high, and I don't know that the times are all that much faster than the other teams that have come out, and then you're taking one of the greatest PvP monsters in the game and turning it into a PvE monster. So, me personally, I wouldn't waste Martina on DB12. I just think she's too good of a monster, and there's other alternatives. Merrick, you got banned from skydiving for not opening your parachute. I'm thinking they probably didn't have to ban you. All right. So Beretta's for TOA. I don't think we need to review her. Rauk is going to be for dragons. So, assuming Rauk is for dragons, big thing here. He needs a lot more accuracy. He's not landing the defense breaks. But you did say, so actually I'm going to skip over the dragons monsters because you said your dragons team is 100%. You don't need it to be any faster. So we can skip over Spectra as well. But we'll do a little pause here so people can see Spectra and get an idea of how you'd build it. So let's see So Bikram, how you doing? We're going to be doing one more account review after this and then an account roast. Okay, so the Tessarian, good accuracy. I'm not positive where you're running this Tessarian, to be honest. It is really squishy, so I'm thinking it's an accuracy slot 6. Whoa. Wow, where's the big rune? So 14, 18, 4... What am I missing here? You got 59 in subs, 10, 24. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I'd say you could get away with a little bit less accuracy on Tessarian and make him either less squishy or give him more damage. One or the other. Mr. Ruam, congratulations. Welcome to the BJR5 Club, bro. Very happy for you and very glad the video helped, man. Seriously. Kevin Soul, I'm actually building it. I'm almost done with the team. I'll have it ready by tomorrow. I'm just farming Inugami skill ups right now. I need 5 more. Tyler, even if he awakens into accuracy, that's still 59 in subs. Oh, wait, was there no focus runes. Okay. Using him for killing Pernas and Beast Riders. Okay. Hey, Xylene. Okay, so Colleen, this is probably a dungeon monster. We can skip over the Colleen. Raccoony, so the only thing on Raccoony is, I mean, all broken, so you would, well, he does have Nemesis, but ultimately you want to get about these stats on Raccoony, but in Violent Nemesis. That would be the goal. The overall build here is pretty solid. He does not need any accuracy, but that could very well be coming from innates. So you just want this build, but in Bio Nemesis. Your Leica, so we've got 5 Vamp runes. You don't need 5. You want to shoot for Vampire, and then Leica can go with a lot of different offsets. I like Vampire Nemesis or Vampire Will, but Vampire Revenge is fine. Vampire Blade if you need to make the stats. Any of those are fine. The big thing with Leica is remember that obviously he is he's going to be healing himself back. You've got him on Vampire, and then he's got the ability to heal himself back on his skill 1. And so for that reason, you want to make sure he does a lot of damage. Now, yours is pretty tanky, and that's not bad. But I would drop a bunch of that HP and exchange it for crit rate when you can, because you want that consistent damage. The crits are what are going to give you the ability to heal back long enough to survive. Armani, so we've been having trouble figuring that out. The best thing I could suggest is if you'd like to test it, maybe watch for half an hour and then check your points, because you should be getting points every 6 minutes. So if you check your points now and then watch for half an hour and then check again and see if it's giving you the points, that would let you know. Okay, so the Garo, once again, you don't need the 5 Vampire runes on Garo, so the big thing here is keep in mind the broken sets beget broken sets, and you're basically breaking another Vampire set. For Garo, I really prefer Vampire Nemesis or Vampire Revenge. I feel like those are pretty much the only 2 ways to go with him if you can do it. If you can't, then Vamp Blade is fine as well. Okay, so the overall stats on the Garo, he does need to be a little bit tankier just because you want to make sure he can't die in 2 hits. It should take at least 3 hits to kill him from an enemy. I'm okay with Garo having lower crit rate, but he really does not need this much accuracy. I think 20-25 accuracy is probably fine if you could exchange that for some additional crit rate and maybe a little bit of additional defense. And then you could, again, you could fix the HP just by giving him 2 HP artifacts. That would give you... You know, you want your Garo to be probably around like plus 7,000 or 8,000 HP on the low side and about plus 400 defense. That avoids him getting killed in 2 hits and requires the enemy to do at least a 3rd hit. Okay, so Shayna, this is probably a dungeon monster, so we are going to jump past Shayna. The one thing that I'll mention, again, is crit rate, but I've been hitting that a lot. So, I mean, obviously you get the idea on crit rate. If you're running her with a Talia lead in Dragon's B12, then she actually has enough crit rate right now. She's at 100%, but anywhere else, she's going to be low. So you're going to want to get her to 76 crit rate with Talia. Krenzalin, it shouldn't be due to chat, but unfortunately, like, we have kind of limited control on what the bot allows us to do. Dakota, I wish I could give you, I mean, I wish I had a way to track what the, like, I wish I had a way to program the bot to do better. But we're kind of stuck with what's available out there. Okay, so let's see. Kamoon right here. We are in Double Nemesis Destroy. So the common build for Kamoon, you want him in Vampire and then either Will or Shield. He is a really nice bruiser. He does a lot of damage, so I would suggest even going to a crit rate slot 4. if you can get him enough HP through subs. Usually you want to shoot for like 28 to 32,000 HP with about the same defense that you have, and then like plus 500 attack, and then do that with the crit rate slot 4. Again, that's a pretty highly efficient build, so you may not be able to get anywhere near that for a while, which is okay. This is just kind of the goal down the road. And then again, Violent Shield would be the best build, but if you can't do Violent, some people do Despair Communes as well, and they're pretty annoying. Or you could also do Swift as well. Your Leica's in your GB12 team? Nice. Alright, let's see. So this is going to be another dungeon route. The only thing I'll mention here again is that accuracy to land the defense break. The Bernard build right here. So one thing I will say on Bernard, keep in mind that Bernard is actually a really good damage dealer once you 2A him. You may not care or be... I mean, I'm assuming this is your arena Bernard, so I don't know if you need him to do extra damage. But if you do, you can put him in more of a damage dealing build, and he hits really, really hard. But all of the stats are actually really good. Good accuracy, good speed. Since you've got him in a tanky build, you've got good HP. You could take advantage of the high defense if you're trying to make him super tanky and just add a little defense. But the overall build here is solid. Merrick, why does it have to be one or the other, honestly? Perk, you're only at 39k, bro. I thought you'd be over 50k by now, honestly. What's up, Frozar, man? How you doing? Perk, I'm just playing. I think my bail's like 36k, so you've got my bail blown out of the water. But then again, I'm not... I haven't done BJR5 in a little bit. Okay, so Raise Value, this is probably a dungeon monster. Really good attack, good speed, but now here's the thing. I'm not sure actually what you're using him for, because he's got a ton of attack, but he doesn't really have much crit rate. Now, you can get away with no crit damage if you, like in a high attack, you can get away with less crit damage if you've got a lot of attack, but with no crit rate, you'd be better off spending some of that attack. Like, this slot 4 right here would be better off as a crit rate rune. I'd rather see him with 53% less attack and have an extra 50 crit rate and just always crit. I think he'd do a lot more damage for you that way. Yeah, there you go, Merrick. Pretty spot on right there. Hey, Alfred, how you doing? Kevin, I got to admit, I think Fire and Wind and Bison are the two that I'm really not very familiar with yet. But I have to agree with you. I think most of the Street Fighter units are underwhelming, and I haven't actually heard anybody speak highly of the Fire Bison yet. Yeah, Curtis. Won'tsa is actually... I think you should rename in the game, Curtis. Your name should be Won'tsa now. Dimensional XP Farmer. Okay. And same thing, Tyler. I get that you're not super concerned with speed, so just mentioning that, like, if you do care about speed, changing that attack rune for a crit rate rune would just speed things up a little bit. That's all. 8 Voices, I kind of expect that most of them will get buffed. Mr. Astroglider, how you doing, bro? So it's just like me. I like the Water M Bison. I think he's going to be kind of fun to play around with, but let's be fair, he's not strong. He's actually pretty tough to build a comp with. He's just fun to mess around with. He has a cool animation. He has a cool concept. He just has bad multipliers. And that's the problem with all the Street Fighter monsters is the multipliers. Bryce, so I was actually playing around with Light Chun-Li on somebody's account yesterday. She's good, but I don't think she's nearly as good as people say that, as people think she is. I think there's probably better AoE damage dealers out there, to be honest. She just looks really cool. Like, it's cool to see her delete a team, but you have to go in there kind of with your fingers crossed and hope that she has enough of a speed advantage to delete that team as well. Max Solo, how you doing? Kevin Soul, 50k Fire Bison, nice. I said most, Morgan. I didn't say all. But honestly, Dark Ryu, his multipliers are probably really low. It's just his utility that makes him look fun, OP. Yeah, exactly, Astro. Exactly. Sim, I think Water Ryu, I think he's going to be a decent monster, but I'm not sure yet. I don't think he's going to make it into my like rotation or anything. I'm not going to devil him, but he is kind of an interesting monster. So skip your Fen Yang. Okay, so let's see. Brienne, this is just TOA, so we could... I mean, Brienne can be in basically any runes. Good job with the 69 crit rate on the Lucian. Don't ever change him. No, I'm just playing. So yeah, the thing with the Lucian is you've got too much crit damage and not enough attack. And so remember that crit damage just multiplies the base damage that you do. So I would definitely try and get a lot more attack on this Lucian, especially because he has such a high base attack, it's easy to stack. Never mind, you say he's missing a slot 6. There you go. In that case, take back what I just said and find him a slot 6 attack with at least 16 crit rate, and you're going to have a really nice looking fat Lucian. Your Triana, I'm going to say, wow, crit damage Triana, that's pretty rare. Crit damage Triana, nicely built, okay. I would probably say the Triana is a little bit too fast, but for a support Triana, she's too fast. For a crit damage Triana, I don't know if I would say she's too fast, but I will say that crit damage or not, you do always want Triana to act last on your team, and she's just about the fastest fastest monster we've seen on your account. And then having Triana on Violent is really important. The turn cycling for the passive just makes a huge difference. Huge difference. So also keep in mind that you can fusion Harmonia and skill up your Triana. So if you're using Triana at all, this is a monster that's totally worth fusioning those Harmonias so that you could skill up at least the skill 3 Salvation Song. Air Server, welcome to the stream. We missed you. So much fun watching that black Air Server pop out right there. Yeah, Curtis, I haven't had much luck with Water Ryu either, but that's just because we haven't played around with him yet. Yeah, Merrick, that's a pretty accurate assessment of Dark Ryu. So Pedro, I've seen Water Ryu against Odin, and it can wipe out really fast because Odin stacks faster than Water Ryu's passive. I don't think he's a good counter to Odin, to be honest. I think he's a good counter to AoE cleaves because he cuts the team. But I don't feel comfortable bringing him in against an Odin. Plus, Odin can proc, and usually Odin's with a Bastet who's got an AoE defense break and a multi-hit. So I feel like Water Ryu's best use is going to be against AoE attacks. Like he's good against a Savannah, for example, because he can cut that team. So Savannah does her AoE, and then Water Ryu will actually be able to cut and strip all the speed buffs off and absorb some attack bar. So he's a nice counter to that type of thing. Adam McDonald, how you doing, bro? What's going on? There you go, Tyler. Very nice. You know, we do a drawing, which we'll be doing the next drawing in just a few minutes. Okay, so actually, I think we're gonna move to Tariq's account next, and then we'll do the drawing after that, because last time I waited too long, and Tariq's on the East Coast, so I don't want to go too long before we jump over to his account. So we're gonna do Tariq's account roast next, and then we'll do a couple of account reviews after that. Okay, so the Bella, this is a Giants Bella, so overall, just a solid Bella build. The one thing I would mention is that really high base defense would allow you to build up defense a lot more. You're probably on an accuracy slot 6 you are. So if you can just find some defense in the subs, I would definitely try to do that. Darien, this looks like an R5 Darien to me, and he's solid overall for R5. Nothing you need to change for that. The Fran is in Vile Revenge, and... the runes not maxed? Yeah, the runes are not maxed, that's why. So if you're using Fran in PvP, I would just make sure you get those runes maxed. A little bit more attack would allow her to heal for more. And then I think everything else is probably fine. You always want Fran to act first on your team. So we have seen some monsters that are faster than this. So you're going to want to speed your Fran in front of your team or slow the rest of your team down behind your Fran if you're not able to do that. Either way is fine, but just make sure that Fran is acting first so she can give that attack buff. Tyler, so yeah, I always post, I post almost all the live streams. This stream will definitely be posted, so you'll be able to see it tomorrow. This is not a roast ad. Oh yeah, the Tariq one is a roast Adam. Yes, sir. Reaper. So the bot will put. I'll announce it when we do the next drawing. After Tariq's count roast, I'll announce how to enter. Kevin, so if you saw, I streamed, I bought all the packs, like all of them, even the monthly packs, and I got nothing. It was brutal, bro. I am there with you. Now, I've done really well after that, though. I've had some lucky mysticals, and I've gotten 3 of the actual Street Fighter Nat 5s, all from mysticals, but I got nothing from any of those packs. Ninja, what is up, bro? How you doing, man? What's going on? Sim. Oh, bro. I'm not blaming all East Coasters, but yeah, it's just not fair, man. Not to do that to Tariq 2 streams in a row. Honestly, that wouldn't be fair. So Bikram, you can see I'm not capable of doing a 5 to 10 minute review. I keep saying I'm going to try and I never manage to. It's too hard to keep up with chat and also keep up with the review at the same time. And it does tend to go slower. So, yeah. Maybe message me on Discord. I know you're a regular on stream. So if you have specific questions, just message me on Discord, Bikram. Like an overall, full account review I can't really do, but if you just have a couple of specific questions on your comps, I'm happy to help you there. Hey Sky, how you doing today? Never mind, Sky. Sky just busts out with Ty is old, so hey Sky, screw you today. Guys, so just so you know, Mr. Astroglider has been asking me and Ace to tag team him since we first met him. Delaney, what's going on, man? How you doing today? Alright, so for the Fran I mentioned, you just want to make her, make sure she acts first on your team, and then you just give her a little bit of extra attack so she can heal more, max those runes out, make her tanky is the general idea. Mr. Astroglider, I am not interested in tag teaming you. Alright, there you go. Now I've said no. Okay, so for Jean, you've actually got more resistance on her than you need. Oh, bro, I've got some stories that involve a few drinks in me, but that's, you know what? This is going to go down a bad track. We're not going to go down that road. Sim, actually, that is a very, very good choice of words. It is definitely a soft no. Okay, no. There we go. Just no. Kevin, so I actually... it's TOA 99, that's the Draco stage, right? I think you just use continuous damage on that one. Understood, Tyler. Nice, Perk. I don't know my calendar yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm free almost every weekend except for one in October. So, let's do it, bro. Let's do it. Okay, so for John, get that you stole her runes. So when you can give her runes back, the basic build you want on her is Violent Will, very tanky, shoot for plus 20k HP, plus 500 defense, 225-ish speed, at least 50 accuracy, and then you want to shoot for 59 resistance. Okay, so Lauren, we're in Violent Broken. I'm okay with the Broken. I'd rather see her in Revenge or Will, obviously. Lauren, like Fran, you need to act in front of most of your other monsters. So we've seen some that are faster, some that are slower. And then we've seen nothing at all because of Air Server. Oh, man. I am ordering a new computer. Just haven't been able to pull the trigger on it yet. But okay, so here we go. So Lauren is somehow I don't believe that would be the key to fixing air server. Yeah, I shouldn't be plugging air server because air server plugs me nonstop. Okay, so Tyler says DB12 Lauren. In that case, you are going to need to get to 65 accuracy. Yeah, Sam, I was actually going to order it today, but I just ran out of time. But I know which one I'm getting. So I'll order it tonight. Alex, there will be a drawing after Tariq's roast. Gotcha, Tyler. Yeah, if you're using Lauren and chilling together, I mean, again, you said your Dragon's team is stable, so that's fine. So I don't think you're using Light Homunculus and Dragon's B12 as well, so I'm not sure where you're using the Light Homie. But again, we see the broken Vampire rune, so you really want to try and avoid using broken 4 sets. You are using her with that's an interesting team. Nice, Papa Panda. So yeah, in that case, the accuracy is fine. You just need 65. So I think the build is fine for DB12. Again, just try to avoid using 4 set runes as a broken set. Okay, Veramos is D-runed. Zinc is probably for Steel Fortress. So you do not need to be this fast in Steel Fortress. A Steel Fortress, the boss is actually only 150 speed, 150 combat speed. Bikram, I've already built the team. I just need 5 more Inagami skill ups, so I'll hopefully have it ready tomorrow. But everything's already built. Monsters are ruined. 2 of the Ikarus are done, and the third one just needs about 40. It'll be done tonight. It'll be ready to be 2-8 tonight, but I need 5 more skill ups for it. Okay, so Crow, if this is a Dungeon Crow, it needs 169 combat speed, unless you're only using it for Steel Fortress, in which case it's fast enough, but it just needs a 100 crit rate. Qual, what's up, man? How you doing today? Guys, say hello to the puppy cam. She has decided to grace us with her presence. Sort of. Let me adjust that camera a little bit. A little bit more. Overall, solid crit damage, solid attack. You've got some accuracy, so I think the Crow overall is really good here. The only thing I said, I would say, like I said, is if he's a Dungeon Crow, just try and get to 100 crit rate. And Tariq is Team Shaquilla. Nice. And then let's see. So you just finished building this Miho you mentioned. So you're going to want to get her to Nemesis when you can. Vampire Nemesis is the Nemesis is really important for Miho's turn cycling. I mean, it's not a deal breaker, but it is important. You can drop her crit rate a little bit. The first monster that I've said that on, right? Because she is going to get 100% crit on her passive, but I wouldn't drop it below like 75 because she does need to hit on her skill 1 as well just to keep herself healed up. Overall, the crit rate is good. The accuracy is good. Everything else actually looks pretty good. I do try and get my Mihos to 20k HP just so they can survive a bomb. But overall, she looks very solid. And, oh, she does have artifacts. Very nice. Skill 2 crit damage. Whoops. So for your Miho, if you can get like a life drain artifact, that's going to help you a lot as well. And then this is 5-star. So we're on, this is going to be TOA, Despair Broken. And since it's a TOA build, I would just say it probably needs a little bit more accuracy. And there you go, Tyler. That is your account review, sir. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate it. And now it is time for the Tariq account roast. Of course, Shacky comes in right as I'm getting ready to do a roast, and you know she's going to run away as soon as I get loud. Oh, poor Shackers. Poor Shackers. Wait. I can't even see her. I'm just going to throw this blind. You are very welcome, sir. Nope, Shacky, wait. Shaquila, go to bed. Go to bed. Sit. No, go to bed. I can't even see her. I'm actually just watching her on camera. Okay, catch. I literally can't even see her. I'm just throwing this blind now. Oh, yeah, nice catch, baby. Nice catch, puppy. Good girl. All right, one more. One more. Jackie, can you wave? Wave? You don't understand this one, do you? I'm too far away. She's confused because I'm on the other side of the desk. Ready? Sure, just kick it back to me, why don't you? So Tyler, actually, I am always behind on reviews, so I don't do an account review more than once every 6 months for anybody, actually. Just because there are so many people who are waiting, unfortunately. Alrighty here, let's see. Same, okay, perfect. Tariq, are you ready for me to log in, sir? He says, yep. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So let's end this. Just for those who jumped in late, what's up, Jay? No, Ian, I'm running it for Inugami skill ups. I'm almost done with the team, so I've got the Inugamis built. I just need I need 5 more skill ups, and I can't get them to drop. And then I've got the Verd built here as well. Alright, so let's turn this off. Here we go. The first one, Merrick. Just the first one. Jay, I would say the Ikaru team is only worth building if you're a later game player. Probably, actually, it's only worth building if you're an end game player. And also if you're not free to play, because it's only saving you 15-20 seconds per run. I'm not free to play, so I farm a lot, and if you're farming on skill, that 15 to 20 seconds adds up. So the nice thing for me, actually, the reason I'm building it is because I wanted to free up the Light Homunculus, which was my team right now. And basically all these Inugamis are using runes that I didn't care about. I built them almost completely out of inventory because those runes just, you know, they're slower runes with lots of defense that you put on something like maybe Coppers and Dozers, but I already have Copper and Dozer runes. So for me, I was able to build this mostly out of inventory with very little disruption. And it's going to speed me up and make me a little bit more stable. But if you're a free-to-play player, or if you're not like super late endgame, I don't really think it's worth building. It's a lot of investment for somebody who can't build it out of inventory. See, I don't actually have that many guard runes in the team, honestly. I used one determination set, which allowed me to get the third Ikaru up to 159 crit damage. The other thing is I already had one Ikaru that I built ages ago and never used, and I really enjoyed the idea of being able to use that Ikaru. That was, I think, honestly, that was the reason I built it, is because I hated having the one wasted, so I built two more so I could get use out of all three. Okay, you guys probably don't want to just keep staring at Shacky's ass, so we'll turn the puppy cam off for a little bit. Alright guys, so we are on the account of Tariq. Let the roast begin with, bro, what the hell, man? We have auto farm. We have auto farm. You should never have max energy again. I mean, seriously, what? 10 out of 10 flags, 190 out of 190 energy. I understand that you're packing, man, but it's one button to press every 15 minutes now. So where is this? We're going to get your farming going. Man, I can't find it. Where are we at? Where are we at? Right over here? Nope. Sim, easily a 9.5. Easily a 9.5. There it is. Nope, that's the profile one. Oh, it's right next to it. There we go. Okay, repeat battle. So which dungeon team do we run for you, Tariq? Water Rift, okay. Alright, let's see here. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Astro, yeah, I thought it was next level logic. So remember, guys, you can use some determination runes. You need a total of 2916 defense. So they have 700 something base, so it's like plus 2240 is what you need. You get 200 more from your artifacts, and then you can actually make it like plus 21 something with a determination set in there. Technically, the Vertihile does not have to hit anywhere near as hard as that Japanese guys, the Japanese player who built the first team. So you could actually do like a triple determination Vertihile, and you could do one of the Tarks on triple determination. Now, obviously, that's further investment in farming if you don't have good determination runes. But I'm just saying, like, the more determination sets you load in there, the lower the defense requirements go, and then that ultimately would allow you to do something like a defense crit damage defense build on one or more of the Ikarus. So my biggest Ikaru, he's actually triple defense. He has 60-something crit rate and 160 crit damage on triple defense just through subs. But I only put one determination set in there because I had that big slot 4 defense rune that balanced out the set. So if I had gone with... and the other thing is, like I said, I did this with... I was trying not to be very disruptive to my teams. So most of my most of my good determination runes were already in my Copper Dozer team, and I didn't want to take those away. Let's see. So Astro, it's an account roast, so we're not looking to be fair. To be fair, we're not trying to be fair, sir. But Bikram, I believe it's. I don't actually remember, but I am gonna do a build. I am gonna do a video on building it, and so I don't really know exactly how much you need on each slot 3 and 5, but I'm just gonna show how to build the team in the optimizer in the video. That's what I did, because you can also have flat defense on your slot 2, 4, 6, and that lowers the requirement as well. Merrick says 2416, but you're forgetting, Merrick, that 200 of that comes from artifacts, so it's 2216 from runes. Ace, bro! Ace is gonna play poker because that's more important than watching Tariq get roasted, but thank you very much for the super chat, sir. Ace says, Tariq, enjoy your roast. He's gonna go play poker. Ace, make sure you win some tonight. Those Street Fighter packs are coming back in a week, so you need a big night. Good luck, bro. I think it's 2380. I don't know, Morgan. I did all the math when I built the team. All I know, I remember from when I built the team, it's 2916, unless I based it off of their math, so maybe it's a little bit lower, but it's 2916 total after base. Okay, so Tariq says check your rune storage for roast number 2. Malik, how you doing today? Malik, almost 4 a.m. Okay, so you got in just in time, though. We're getting ready to do the roast. Oh, Tariq, thank you, bro. Tariq says, Vigor, save me from the roast. Vigor cannot save you. As strong as Vigor is, he cannot save you today. Sim, I have to agree with you. I will not be buying any more Street Fighter packs. I regret the ones I did buy. This month in particular, especially because we need that streaming PC, so... but I will not be buying any Street Fighter packs whatsoever next month. The Street Fighter monsters just aren't good enough. The only one that I really, really want, Dark Ryu, which will never happen, and Light Chun-Li, which will probably never happen. It's just not worth it. So before 9 a.m. I do... Before 9 a.m., there you go, nice name. That's a time I am never awake. But basic PC 10 team, I do have a couple of videos for PC 10 on my channel. Since I'm not... in my island right now, I can't really show you the monsters. There's a lot that's involved with the speed tuning and stuff, so I would suggest you check them out. I've done actually 3 different videos on PC 10, but the first one, the one with chilling, I would not watch. The other 2 will show you 5 different teams to choose from. Alright. Can the optimizer make fake Icarus to check rune requirements? It can indeed, Jay. If you go to the monster section, you can hit create monster. Okay, guys, so I am, I believe, caught up in chat now, so we are going to start the Tariq roast. It's hard for me to keep up with chat and keep up with the roast at the exact same time. Mr. Astroglider, I'd be more than happy to give you one of my Joltans for any of Hathor or Light Chun-Li. But we are going to jump into the account roast now, guys. So... we are going to start off with Lapis, a monster that Come To Us gives to you to farm with better runes than you actually have on her now. So Tariq has legitimately demoted his Lapis. Now, you know what, first things first, let me just see. Okay, so Lapis is not your rep, so we are going to let you off the hook on that. Because if Lapis was your rep and you downgraded her, I was going to be like, man, are you trolling your friend list? But... alright, she's not your rep, so that's alright. That's alright. Now, the only question I have, I know a lot of people don't use Lapis. I've actually didn't use her for ages. I just started using her again recently. She is a really underrated monster. But the only question I have is, why did you try so hard to make her bad? Like, honestly, it's like you really put some effort in to just destroy these runes. It seems like it would probably have been better if you just didn't rune her whatsoever. Specifically made a point of not giving her any artifacts. You put her on Despair so that she would just be pure RNG. And then you gave her like more speed than crit rate. You gave her virtually no attack. So here's the other thing. Like, we've got 128 crit damage, which means we didn't max the rune here. So again, we're going into that sabotage mode where we're just trying as hard as we can to wreck our monster. Which I get. I mean, a lot of people don't like Lapis, so that's cool. But You know, I mean, like, seriously, plus 499 attack. So why give her any crit damage at all if you're not going to give her attack? Because the crit damage is just really multiplying the base damage that you do. Guys, I might also want to point out, Tariq wanted an account roast, but yet he hid all of the monsters. So we are going to have to go into storage. But okay, so there we go. Merrick says, this is the first rune set I've ever seen that has worse stats than she would have with no runes at all. Merrick should be doing the roast, not me. Alright, next up we've got Sigmarus. Now Sigmarus, as we all know, is making another comeback. Lapis and Sigmarus, two monsters that were like OP back in the day. They fell out of the meta for a couple of years. B12s came out and they became legit again. Now, clearly, you did not have this build on Sigmarus before he fell out of the meta because these runes are pretty legit. And that means that you chose to re-rune him, intentionally ignoring the fact that the whole reason he's back in the meta is because when he crits the enemies, he freezes them. But you just figured it's really not that important. I'd rather he just does some fluff damage. Instead of actually controlling the enemies, we're just going to have him do a little bit of extra damage so that when the enemies kill us, their health is lower. So very important here. Make sure that as those enemies are all wrecking you, you just drop his crit rate another 10 because it really doesn't matter. Now, once again, we have no artifacts here. So let me go check though. Let me see if you're actually if you're farming yet artifact dungeons. Okay, so you are actually okay, so you are not actually farming artifact dungeons, and I get it. Steel Fortress is kind of tough. You know, forget the fact that you could actually just go in and farm Steel Fortress 1 and get like a white rune and just like for free, basically. It's like 200k mana. You go in, you do Steel Fortress 1, you get any random white attack rune. For about 200k mana, you add 100 attack to your monster. And then for another 200k mana, you add another 100 attack to your monster, because we're seeing a trend here. There's no artifacts on any of these monsters. Legit, you could take any monster in your box, except for this Lapis, because you've sabotaged her, but you could take any other monster in your box and probably just go in and solo stage 1 of those levels. Even to Sigmarus, because although he can't actually control or freeze anything, he probably does enough damage to just solo the boss straight out. But we don't really need those extra free stats. Instead, we're just going to like rock out a bunch of crit damage and just hope for the best. Alright, so next up we've got this Rauk. And we are starting to see a trend here right now. Tariq is a disciple of Ace, and I feel like this will turn into an Ace roast. Not necessarily the intent here, but Tariq is clearly a disciple of Ace because he values crit damage above virtually all other stats. This is a monster that has basically 0 defense. I mean, so guys, we're getting 160 defense from the slot 3 Swift. You know what that means, right? That means that when I check these other runes, one of them is going to have 19 flat defense on them. 19 flat defense, right? Let's see. Where is it? Well, it can't be on the slot 1. Here it is. 19 flat defense on the slot 2. Didn't even bother to gem this out. I mean, we could have gemmed it out into like defense percentage or something, but no. We don't want defense on our monsters whatsoever, so we're just going to leave 19 flat defense here. And we go plus 179 total. Now, really solid attack, really solid crit damage. So on the rare occasion that this Rauk crits, he actually hits really hard. Unfortunately, he doesn't crit nearly as often as we'd like. A full quarter of the time he doesn't crit because we've overvalued the crit damage just a little bit too much here. That was Swift's. Sim. Good catch. I had already moved on from him, so Sim, you caught that one. I missed that one, but yeah, that would have been pretty relevant there as well. Okay, next up we've got Spectra. So Spectra, highest base speed in the game in a Swift set, and it's a speed slot too. It's an unmaxed speed slot too. So, you know, first thing I just gotta wonder right here is we're in a Swift set, right? So you're taking this monster, 126 base speed. The Swift set is giving you an extra 32 set on your bonus. So we've got 30. You've got basically a free speed rune from Swift bonus because he's got the highest base speed in the game. And then we just don't bother to max our Swift speed too. Like you're giving up a third of your Swift bonus because you chose not to max the slot 2 right here. But I get it because all of that mana that you saved right here, this is pretty cool, guys. This is pretty cool. I figured it out now. All of this mana that he saved right here, that's what he used to set up the troll runes on the Lapis. Because I mean, it was probably pretty expensive to enchant all of these runes to plus 12 and 13. This one's even, dude, bro. Okay, seriously, hang on. Slot 6, not maxed. Slot 4, not maxed. Slot 2, not maxed. Slot 5, that's maxed. It's also plus 24 speed, so it's a 24 base speed rune. So 100% get why you maxed it, 0% get why this is on Lapis. This rune is amazing. Like, you gem the accuracy percent into attack percent, you triple grind it, it's like 105% efficiency, 29 speed. This rune would work on every other monster in your account, but instead it's the monster you sabotage that you leave the rune resting on. I am a little confused behind that one. In the meantime, Spectra, who could probably use this as maybe a broken set. Spectra, who's got 0 speed, by the way. Let me just throw this out right here. Spectra is in Swift on a speed slot 2, but we've got 0 speed on the slot 5, while Lapis has 24 speed on the slot 5. So just throwing that out there, just throwing out a little bit of basic math, right? Ryan F., thank you for subbing and helping the channel grow, bro. Alligator, so it's not, I don't know if it's resetting your points or if you've actually just entered some of the giveaways and spent your points. All right, now the other thing I want to point out about Spectra. Now, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Spectra for later game teams. This comes up in streams all the time. People are like, are you going to use Spectra for DB12? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to use it. And they're like, but Spectra's OP. Okay, so Spectra does a couple of things that are really, really good for DB12 teams at various stages of the game. One of those is that he's got this AoE attack bar reduction with slow, which controls the towers. Now, what is the single biggest complaint that everybody has about DB12? It's that they raise the resistance levels too high. So we're using Spectra basically for 2 things. The first thing we're using him for is to attack bar reduce the towers and to add slow. In order to do that, we need accuracy. Unfortunately, we forgot to put accuracy on our Spectra, so in that case, you're probably just using him for the skill 2 nuke, right? Because that does damage that scales off the boss max HP. Unfortunately, you do have to crit to take advantage of the crit damage. Now, you don't have attribute advantage with Spectra. So I would think, you know, maybe just kind of throwing this out here, maybe if we wanted the Spectra to be a little bit more effective, what we could do is take this slot 4 crit damage rune that's not max, and replace it with a crit rate rune. And then maybe if, well, we're not even giving up any speed here. I was going to say maybe we're giving up some speed so you could kind of replace the speed with this amazing Despair rune over on Lapis, but I stand corrected because we're not actually giving up any speed or honestly any other substats. There's no attack here. You are giving up the accuracy though. You are giving up the accuracy, so maybe we can find a crit rate rune with some accuracy subs, and all of a sudden, instead of doing neither of the things Spectra is built for, he could do both of the things Spectra is built for. Probably be much more effective in your DB12 team. All right, next up, we've got Shayna. Now, Shayna is one of the preeminent PvE monsters in the game. She's also amazing in PvP. Now, to be amazing in PvP, she needs Martina. And if you have Martina, I'm going to start roasting my own account instead of yours. Okay, you do not have Martina. Therefore, No Martina means no Shayna in PvP. Thus, this Shayna is built for PvE. And if that's the case, my thought is, guys, just so you know, by the way, Tariq is packing. He got an amazing new house. He's moving into a bigger, nicer place. I'm actually genuinely, outside of the roast, I'm excited for you, bro, because I know how much time you've spent preparing for this move. Like, you're packing pretty much every stream. I know it's a lot of work and it's exciting and it's hard to do during COVID. And so my thought here is that because you're pretty preoccupied with packing, maybe your goal was to try to slow your teams down as fast as possible so that if you set it up with an auto farm, you could walk away for like 4 hours. And then when you come back, it's still auto farming for you because you're doing 25 minutes per run. And that's probably the grand design behind this Shayna. So we took away all of her crit rate. We took away all of her crit damage. We gave her more accuracy than she actually needs almost anywhere else. And then we just made sure that this run would take as long as possible so that you could go pack the house, make some dinner, take a dump, come back, and only be halfway through your auto farm. All right, so next up, we've got Naomi. Now, guys, Naomi's world boss Shayna. Ben, I'm not sure if you were trolling him or yourself right there. If you were roasting him or yourself. Jay, for mid game, it's got to be Ralcon. Mid game can't build a triple Ikaru team. Okay, so next up, we've got Naomi. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Naomi, once again, Naomi has one claim to fame, and that's this passive that her crit rate is at 100% if the enemy has harmful effects. So we look at this Naomi, and what's the first thing that stands out? Well, Spectra, no crit rate. Shayna, no crit rate. Lapis, no stats, period. But Naomi, let's give her an extra 22 crit rate because she doesn't need crit rate. But this way, we can say, look, we're averaging it out with all the monsters. You know, Spectra is missing 43, and Shayna is missing 69, and Lapis is missing 39. But Naomi, she's got more than she needs. So if you average them out, then they're all pretty cool. So the only problem here, just so you know, just one small problem, Naomi cannot crit 122% of the time. It just doesn't work that way. So maybe if we take that 22 crit rate, we drop it on one of the monsters that so desperately needs it, like Spectra's over here popping a Woody just staring at Naomi's runes going like, man, what I could do to the dragon with that crit rate. What I could do to the dragon if you just gave me some runes, right? So Spectra's over here drooling, and in the meantime, Naomi right here, look at the slots. Bro. Oh, man. This is like... So guys, you know, I'm sure everybody by now, you should all be familiar with the runes, right? So when you farm scenario, there's white, and green. So the white is unknown and the green is magic. And then when you farm the dungeons, you get the rare, which is blue, and hero and legend, right? So the white runes, those come from scenario. Tariq, if you could all do us a favor and just tell me, where do you get the rune below white? Because I don't actually know. This has got to be a level below unknown, and I don't know where this comes from. Is it like world boss drop maybe, or did you like hack the game and design your own rune, but then you forgot to add some zeros to the stats or something? I'm not quite sure how it's possible to get a rune that's this bad. But all props to you for finding arguably the worst rune I have ever seen and then investing into maxing it. And check this out, guys. Check this out. He invests into maxing it as opposed to like slot 6, slot 4, slot 2, or let's not forget the Spectra. The Spectra that we put on Swift because it has such an amazing base speed and then didn't bother to give it any speed on... Like it's slot 5, we didn't max out the slot 2, none of that, because we spent all of our mana on this Naomi slot 6. So back to the general Naomi build. So this slot 6, by the way, notice it doesn't even have crit rate. So where is this 22 crit rate coming from? Okay, we've got 5 here. Kind of reasonable. You got 17 crit damage. We'll give you that one. You've got 6 here. This rune would just be better on anybody but Naomi, because that's actually a pretty nice rune that doesn't need to be there. We've got 5 here, so it's just little bits and pieces throughout. And at least you didn't gem on the crit rate. I was going to nail you if you gem the crit rate on right there. Sim, I would think it's more like a Q rate to get that rune. Like, that's... I think you have to be like negative score in World Boss, and then it just penalizes you by dropping these terrible runes, but they come out already maxed. That's probably what it is. Excuse me. Alright, so next up we have Bella, one of the preeminent tanks, amazing 2A monster. Bella can prolong almost any fight, and in order to do that, all you have to do is give her some damn HP. But you've chosen not to do that. So we've maxed out the accuracy. Now, I'm thinking you're probably using Bella in GB12, so that's cool. The accuracy is pretty important in GB12, so I'm going to give you that. You're only 3 away. We're not even going to worry about that. Honestly, I don't, there we go. Okay, so here was the deal. Here was the deal, right? I was getting stuck, honestly, because it was a GB12 monster. It was built properly. I was like, I can't roast this. All I had to do was look at the runes to know, oh yeah, I can roast it. Like, you're using this monster to farm in dungeons, and +9. I mean, seriously, like, +9 to +12, 150k mana. +9 to +12, 150k mana. What the hell? This was like a dozen +9 to +12s that you invested into this rune that doesn't have any percentage in a double digit anywhere. Like, oh, priorities, sir. Priorities all out of whack. And once again, we haven't touched on the artifact thing again because you haven't farmed any of the artifacts, but I just want to point out that even with no HP, with no defense, with no crit rate, with no crit damage, with no attack, this Bella could still pretty easily go in and solo Steel Fortress level 1 or Punisher's Crypt level 1 by its freaking self. Get in any artifact. I don't care what the sub-properties are. Get in any artifact that's got HP base. It's better if it's white. If it's a white artifact, if it's the lowest level artifact, costs you like 100k mana to +15 it. That's 1500 free HP. You do it twice, that's 3k HP. That's a massive boost on a Bella that's just like forgotten where its HP went. It's like you go to the airport and you forget your keys. This Bella went to the airport and it forgot all its HP. Alright, next up we have got this Lauren. Lauren with the big rack. Nobody ever points that out, but when she jumps up and down, they kind of bounce a little bit. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Alright, so Lauren is in Swift Energy. Once again, another +9 mana, because we know where all your mana went. I bet you there must be like another hidden gem somewhere. I need to start checking all the slot 6s. Okay. Actually, no, wait. This one has 15 speed. That's all right. This one has 15 speed. But I need to start checking all the slot 6s now and see if there's like another... all right, that one's fair. That one's fair. We'll give you that one. Okay. So here we go. Another monster that would significantly benefit from some artifacts. We're in Swift Energy. I got to give you credit, though. I'm not seeing a lot of broken sets. I actually have to give you credit for that. Curtis, I guarantee you I'm not the only one who noticed that. I guarantee 153 people on stream, probably 140 of them have already noticed that, just nobody mentions it. But, okay, so, if this is a DB12, Lauren, you've actually, you know what? I got nothing to hit you on with this, Lauren. This Lauren's legit. Honestly, I can't roast this Lauren. I think she's pretty solid. I'd like to see her in Revenge or Will runes, but I don't think you're farming much outside of Giants. So this Lauren is gets the roast seal of approval. Solid Lauren. All right, next up we've got the Fran. Bro, you're not going to let me... Okay, that's 2 in a row I can't roast. So we know where... actually, Ben, the 67 accuracy is appropriate for Lauren. Unless it's being used in GB12. If it's being used in GB12, then your 18 accuracy low. But, I mean, honestly, it's a solid build. I can't really roast the Lauren or the Fran. The Fran build is actually kind of solid as well. Wow, Xylene was all over that one. But yeah, no, I got to give you a free pass on the Fran. Yeah, I got nothing, man. Even the Fran's even in violent. Okay, you know what? I mean, yeah, you get a free pass on the Fran. I seriously, we're gonna jump off of. We're jumping out of roast mode and into review mode for a moment for everybody who's watching there. The reason I can't roast this Fran. Here's the reason I can't roast this Fran. And he says, look at the slot 2. Actually, that's a freaking beautiful rune, man. That is a gorgeous rune. And Fran deserves it. So that's rock solid. Here's why I can't roast the Fran. Are you on attack slot 6? You are. You're on attack slot 6. So I would prefer to see the Fran not on attack slot 6. I'd like to see it a little bit beefier, but for your stage of game, she's got an incredible amount of balance and stats. And the big thing is, you gave her attack, which, guys, a lot of people forget that Fran's heal scales off of attack. So I don't necessarily recommend an attack slot 6. I'd rather see this be HP and get the attack through subs, but we work with the runes we've got. Overall, this Fran is probably enough to live. And then once she gets some, as Xylene just said what I was about to say, once she gets some flat defense artifacts, that's going to balance out. And Fran is really hard to scale defense, by the way. I like Fran with flat defense artifacts a lot because she's got such a low base defense. She's hard to make tanky. You know, that's debatable, old man Mushnik, but that's why I said I'd rather see her on a slot 6 with attack and subs. I like to see her around plus 800 total, Fran, you know, like around 1400 total attack, so like plus 730. But yeah, it's a solidly built Fran. So okay, jumping out of review mode, down the road, obviously get her off the broken set, get her into will runes, definitely get some flat defense artifacts. Especially, like I said, you can legitimately just take like any 5 random monsters and go into PC1 and just farm it just for the flat stat, right? And get some white artifacts to drop, and it costs next to nothing to enchant them. Also, it's just free stats, and then worry about artifact farming later. You know what? As a matter of fact, we're gonna go back to the roast in a minute, but let's do this. Well, and you've already cleared most of them, but seriously, let's just jump in here. Sim, the cap for effective attack on Fran is basically at whatever point she's always max healing the enemies. Mr. just make sure that you can, did I say max healing the enemies? Yeah, okay, Merrick. I did say max healing the enemies. Yeah, well, I knew I was going to. So look, right here, like I said, you can take any 5 random monsters and throw them in. 21 seconds for the run, right? Now let's see what drops here. Unknown Scrolls. Of course it was Unknown Scrolls. It had to be Unknown Scrolls. It just had to be. Jamie, what's going on, man? How you doing? Awesome that I appreciate that, and awesome that you made it for the stream. And you could do this on like level 2 or 3, but honestly, I would rather see you do it on level 1. And I'm serious, because you want those white artifacts. You don't care about the sub properties right now. It's just the free stats. That's all you want. I've got 5 or 6 total. All right, Aiden. Yeah, I'll go ahead and auto farm it. I just wanted 1 to make my point, but obviously we're not going to get that, so we'll go ahead and sell all this. VixTix, right now I feel like it's going to be around 1840. I'm like in stasis. I'm at 1850, so I believe I'm safe above the line. I'm also ranked 1060. I was G2 a couple of days ago, and I've been standing pat. And, like, I want to push for G2 so bad. Stop what, Merrick? What's the stop? The only 6-star was this one. I saw like 15 stops, and I was like, "That's all right. We'll go ahead. We're gonna do B2. We're gonna do B2." I thought you were like telling me I sold something wrong or something. All right, we're gonna go in here to B2. So there's 50 energy. We're on global server Humbert right now. Xylene, they are cheaper to power up. Com2us actually lowered the price. That's why I was saying just go to level 1. It said PC, obviously, because I went to PC outside of, you know, because I was just doing the last battle. That's all. You know, I did the last battle in PC. That's all. Hey, new best time. There we go. White artifact, attack, defense. So you'd actually no, Fran's a support type. Humbert, so we're actually doing an account roast. I just took I took a little break because I just felt like I should put some yeah, but I think Fran is a support, not attack type, Tariq. She does need defense, it just doesn't fit on Fran. What's up, Sam Harper? How you doing, bro? But, I mean, you guys see, like, this is, you know, 5 minutes. We'll farm out a bunch of... Altair, bro! Altair with the super chat. Thank you very much. Altair says, just a friendly reminder, 105 people on the stream have not smashed that like button yet. So, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, please remember to smash the like button. It helps the creators out a lot. And Altair, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really, really appreciate it. And Sim continues with the roast, saying the artifact is already more usable than some of these runes. He's not wrong. We all saw that slot 6. But yeah, just like I said, man, I mean, it's there you go. Look at that HP artifact, no sub property, but I mean, it's 50 energy to pull 10 of these white ones, and then you just max them for like 100k mana and throw them on your monsters, and it's just free stats, guys. Just free stats. I mean, for most of you, it means your monsters get 10% stronger. For Tariq, it means his monsters get 10,000% stronger. Like, legitimately, we're going to get more stats from this one artifact than we get from 10 of his runes in some places. And we're going to spend way less in order to max this than he spent to max that Rage Slot 6. Hey, Tommy, what's going on, man? Hey, Papa Panda, how you doing? Hey, new best time. There we go. Mr. Ruam says, out of Summoner's War, can I tell you more about myself and how I'm adapting to the pandemic? Sure. Excuse me. So I run a nonprofit organization in the public health sector. We help people who have addictions. I've been doing that for about 10 years. Before that, I worked in the casino industry for 15 years. I played poker for a living for about a year and a half as well. It was the best money I've ever made and the most stressful and worst job I have ever had. I would never recommend it for somebody with my personality type. And I do believe a lot of us on Summoner's War have that kind of personality type where we're a little too competitive or a little too obsessive over the details. And man, you cannot be competitive when you're playing poker because it's math and RNG. It's not something like you play the hands that you're dealt. You can't get how would I mean you gotta play it right, man. That's it's tough. It took me, so I was in the casino business for 5 years. I started off dealing, and it took me 5 years to learn the self-control it took to play poker profitably. The math was easy to me from day one, but the self-control was not. So anyway, yeah. But that would be my background. As far as the pandemic goes, my job normally involves about 50% travel. So I was used to being on the road about half of every month. And I haven't traveled for the last 7 months, which has actually been a nice break for me because I've been traveling, 70 nights a year in a hotel for the last, I don't know, 10 years. So it's been kind of nice to be home. Some differences at work. The biggest thing for me though is obviously well, not obviously. I live in a small city. I moved to a city that was kind of far away from friends and family and everybody I knew because I was always traveling and it didn't matter. I was always passing by them. And it just wasn't a big deal. And in California is a very expensive state. So I was able to buy a house that was twice the size for half the price. And that math is actually legit. It was twice the size for half the price by moving to a city that was a little bit more remote. But it is not a pandemic-friendly city because I'm now 2 hours away from everybody else that I know for the most part. And with not doing any travel anymore, I've been in pretty full isolation for about 6 months. Which is part of what's made like our Discord server and YouTube and streaming so amazing because it's really given me a community to come back and rely on and talk to people and interact with. And it's just been, it's been awesome for me, like to have all of this happening at the same time and get to know everybody, know you guys on stream, know you guys in Discord. It's been a huge plus for me. So what do I like and what do I dislike? Now I feel like I'm on a dating show, to be honest. But you know what? My dislikes mostly go into like a lot of political topics and current events that I'm not going to get into on this stream. But I have a strong interest in like macroeconomics. I almost did a PhD in economics and ultimately accepted the job I have instead. I very much like giving CPR to dolphins, though, Astro. That is one of my favorite topics right there, or one of my favorite things to do. Now, I'm into basketball. I used to be really heavy into like all sports. I was a huge Braves fan. But baseball just kind of after the Cardinals won the World Series, like the 80-win Cardinals won the World Series, it kind of disillusioned everything for me. Baseball was just too much luck-based. Whoever's hot wins. And I kind of lost interest in baseball around that time. And then I stopped doing my fantasy leagues and kind of backed out. So these days it's mostly just basketball. If I wasn't streaming tonight, I'd been watching the Lakers play. I think LeBron is... I think LeBron, the whole LeBron-Jordan debate, I think LeBron's the greatest player of all time, and I'd like to see him get one more championship just so that people can stop counting championships as part of the debate. Stuff like that. All right, guys, so we got an attack-based defense artifact. We've got an attack-based HP artifact with some recovery on it. This one actually could be useful. Tomes, I'm 5'6". Tall is not the word I use to describe myself. HP with attack, defense with HP, attack with defense. So these are all kind of mixed. It was 50 energy and it took us 5 minutes, right? So you go through and you do this for an hour and you will get a bunch of artifacts that are going to boost up some of your monsters. Now we're going to come in here and let's see with the Fran, this is support type, right? I don't think we got any supports. Let's just drop that. We go all... Here we go. Here's one that's usable for Fran. There you go. HP on a support type. Now we don't care about the crit damage at all. It doesn't matter. But let's just check our Fran right here. So, bam, Fran, 14,741 plus 14,741. Now we're going to take this right here and we're just going to go straight to plus 15. We have 1.8 million mana. Let's see how much it costs us. Should I be roasting the amount of mana on the account as well? I don't know. You got it, Mr. Ruam. Look at all that skill 3 crit damage. That is so potent for Fran. And she's got damage dealt by reflect, and she's got crit racing. Wow, man, this is like the best artifact enchant. I don't think it missed until it got to plus 11. This is really... there you go. Additional damage by 3% of defense. We're knocking this one out of the park. But even if I stop right there, right? So check it out. Like, just stopping right there, That was like 60k mana, guys. That was 60k mana, and I just added 1000 HP to his Fran. Now, check this out too. 50k mana to remove it, right? So we just threw any random crap on there, and when he gets a chance to start doing real artifact farming, it's 50k to remove this, or you do it on FRR and it doesn't matter either way. But I mean, right there, so you throw one more white artifact on the other side, you make it plus 12, or if you've got a little extra mana, you make it plus 15, bam, instant stats. Literally 20%, well, 20% of the added HP, but she'll go from 24k to 27k, so it's a, 15% increase for 5 minutes and 50 energy of farming. And then obviously what you would want on Fran right here is to have a defense flat with recovery, but this was just actually Qua's right. I forgot about that. You can overwrite the artifact and not pay to remove it, so you don't even have to spend the 50k. We invested 70k mana into this artifact, and then when you get something better, you just overwrite it, and it's nothing. You spent 70k for 800 HP for free. All right, so moving on. Actually, let's just see. Did we get anything that he can use? We won't bother with that. You guys got the point. So moving on. Here we go. Fatal Revenge Crow. Revenge of the Crow. I have no idea why you put your Crow on Revenge. Skill... Okay, yeah, so check it out, guys. 169 crit damage, 1538 attack. Solid build. 160 defense. I'm just wondering, yes, there it is. Okay, so again, Tariq is a disciple of Ace, so he has very studiously ensured that there is absolutely no defense, not even like a flat defense on any rune anywhere. You cannot get away from the fact that slot 3 is going to have flat defense. It just, that's all slot 3s are flat defense. So the meme for me, right? The meme for XG is that all of my monsters have exactly 130 crit damage. If that's the case, then the meme for Tariq is that all of his monsters have exactly plus 160 defense. It is the minimum defense you can get to. Just like I go with the minimum crit damage, Tariq goes with the minimum defense. So we got plus 160 defense, but now here's the thing, guys. 169 crit damage on a fatal set, by the way. So there's crit damage in subs and all that. 169 crit damage, and we've also got 1538 attack. This is a hard-hitting Crow. Now, what would make this Crow hit harder? A blade set! There's that extra 12 crit rate we need to make sure that we have a guaranteed crit against light monsters, but no. We don't want a blade set. We want to take advantage of that skill 1 that scales to... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't scale to negative enemy debuffs. Okay, well, what about that skill 1 that teams up... No, wait, no, it doesn't team up either. What does it do? Oh yeah, it just does a little bit of damage, and I mean, it does do a defense break, I'll give you that. Defense break's very important. Of course, you should have already broken the enemy's defense by the time it attacks you when you're revenging. So yeah, let's go with that blade set again. And there we go. Now it does a dot. It does a dot. Okay, that is the deal. So here's the thing. Right now, Sim is correct. Because we're not critting the enemy, we need a way to kill it. And since we can't kill it with our crit damage, Crow, by the way, guys, just so you know, this is the second hardest hitting skill in the game right here. It actually could be the hardest hitting skill in the game, but overall it's the second hardest hitting. Brandia's skill 3 scales by 30%, where Crow scales by 50%. But Brandia gets a 50% damage boost to enemies that are immune to sleep. And the only way Crow can hit harder is if you get 10 debuffs, which is crazy setup. So basically, Brandia has the hardest hitting skill 3 in the game. Crow has the second hardest hitting skill 3 in the game. Now, Crow's skill 2 also has crazy multipliers, and it turn cycles his teammates. But rather than taking advantage of the second hardest hitting skill in the game, we're just going to try and dot the enemy. It's a 3-turn dot, though, guys. It's a 3-turn dot. So maybe what we're doing is we're running Crow with Melia and Pang so that we can multiply the dot and extend the duration, and then we don't have to worry about doing damage at all. All right, next up, we've got Veramos. So Veramos right here, Violent Focus, because Veramos, the reason we all use Veramos, right? It's because of that AoE stun. Oh, Tariq, what is Melia and who is Pang? Okay, so obviously you're not using, so maybe you're just like, I don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're using like Lisa to team up with Crow so you could turn cycle the skill one dot at a time even more. Maybe that's the deal. And Sim is right, you've even got accuracy for the dot. Old Man Mushnick says he needs revenge to get a second chance to quit. Crit, I missed that. Yeah, so Pang is the light Rixasha. She extends enemy debuffs, and Melia is Melia is the Wind Dryad, and she multiplies dots, kind of like the Water Homunculus. Really glad I was able to make your day, Jamie. Okay, have a good day at work. All right. So next up, we've got Veramos. Now, with Veramos serves one essential role for every team that you use him in, and that role is not AoE stun. Just so we're clear, these focus runes. What is this? What is this? Okay, we've got 6 speed. So we're using the focus rune because that 6 speed is essential. How fast is this Veramos, guys? This is going to be a blazing fast Vero. I know it right now. Plus 81, baby. 80 accuracy. Hell yeah. Okay, so you know what? I take it back. We're actually, you know what? We're not going for this AoE stun, although it is a fully skilled Vero. But it's not the AoE stun after all. It is the skill 1 dot. This Veramos is running with Crow because Tariq doesn't have Pang and doesn't know who Melia is. So what we're actually doing here is we're taking the Vero and the Crow and we're dotting the enemy team down just 1 dot at a time. Far more effective than using, well, it's actually almost less effective than using any other strategy, but that's okay. It's the strategy that's working, and that's why we've gotten all the way up through PC7. So, oh wait, we've only gotten to PC7, but I thought there was 3 more levels after that. So maybe this wasn't the best strategy, but hey, to each their own. We all have different game styles. I think for the rest of us, though, we're probably using Veramos because he gives you the ability to absorb harmful effects off of the entire team. And when you're trying to absorb those harmful effects, what's the most important thing? It's that Veramos be the fastest mobster on your team. Oh, wait, I got it. No. See, I just realized I was thinking that plus 81 speed was slow, but then I remembered, now I know why you didn't max the slot 2 on your Spectra. Now I know why there's no speed on the slot 5 on your Spectra. Now I know why your Lapis doesn't have runes. I mean, I know the game shows she has runes, but the stats say she doesn't have runes. It's because you're trying to get them all slow enough that Veramos can act first. So just a little piece of advice right here. If we drop off like, you know, half of that 40 accuracy and just add like 25 more speed in its place, then you don't have to slow every other monster in your account down. You could just speed the Veramos up, and that would kind of equalize things a little bit. By the way, one last thing to note, 85 crit damage. So you've got 35 crit damage here in subs, which, oh, by the way, is twice as much. You have twice as much crit damage in subs as the 19 crit rate that you have in subs. But the crit rate is going to really good use because on that 34% chance that you do land a crit, you're going to hit... Oh, you're not going to hit hard because you've got plus 201 attack. Like, how do you get down to plus 201 attack? You know, once again, so on most of your monsters, we go for that, like, flat plus 160. You've got 51 attack somewhere. 51 attack, I don't even know if that's enough to be a percentage-based attack. That's like, what, 8%? You've got 7 or 8% attack on a sub on one of these runes somewhere. Nope. It is flat. It is flat. So we've got 30 flat here, which means another rune also has flat attack. Oh, no. 2 more runes. So I got it now. Okay, so the Tariq strategy to building monsters is to get as many flat stats as possible on every single rune and then just pile those stats up with the concept that eventually you can get up over plus 200 attack. Because apparently that's all you need when you're running a bunch of monsters that all do 1 continuous damage on their skill 1, and you're cool with just, once again guys, don't forget, Don't forget, Tariq has been packing, he's moving. He is cool with letting auto farm run for 5 hours at a time. So the basic idea here is just make your monsters as slow as possible so that you can run that auto farm for an entire day before you have to come back. Okay, so Tariq has said many, many times, Vigor save me. Can Vigor save him? Well, Vigor can tank for you, but he sure as hell can't kill the people that are actually harassing you because he doesn't do any damage. Alright, we're going to ignore the fact that Vigor's not level 40. We're going to assume that you probably just 6-starred him like a month ago, and since you're doing 4 hours at a time auto runs, that's probably how long it takes you to get a monster to level 40. But, ignoring the fact that he's not actually level 40 yet, Vigor is the single most meta monster in the game right now. I mean, like, legitimately, everybody can access him, free-to-play monster. He's crazy powerful, 3-turn defense break, can do 25k damage on his skill 3 with good runes, while also having 115 base speed, provides heal, sustain, provides crit resistance. Like, he does it all, man. Vigor is super, super OP. One little thing about Vigor, he's one of the only 2As that has a cooltime turn in his skills. So, clearly, you want the fights to last as long as possible. Therefore, of course, you don't want to reduce the cooltime, so you've chosen not to skill him. That's cool. I actually get that. We're trying to make sure that these fights go longer, so we're not going to speed him up, right? Now, along those lines, since the skill 3 is not skilled up, we may as well just make sure he does as little damage as possible. So we're going to throw 8 crit damage into subs. Now, the thing with Vigor is he scales to HP, so he legit doesn't even need crit damage. I'll show you guys my Vigor. My Vigor, he's got like, I don't know, like 70 crit damage or something. He still hits for 24k, and the reason for that is because I gave him a lot of crit rate. He's a crit rate slot 4, and then he's got a ton of HP because he scales to HP, so that way he's tanky and he hits hard. Now, Tariq has been unable to avoid giving his Vigor a lot of HP. He was successful at dodging that defense, though he's only got 35 defense and subs. He did his best. He couldn't get to the plus 160 flat, but it's like, you know, guys, sometimes I have to put a monster to 137 crit damage because I've got like an innate or something. So it's cool. He did the 160 slot 3, and he's just got like 35 defense and an innate somewhere. He did his best, though. So we avoided defense, but we somehow couldn't dodge the HP. So by not being able to dodge the HP, what we did to make sure the Vigor didn't hit hard was to give him no crit rate. And that way we're sure of those fights lasting for a really long time. Now, the one thing I got to tell you, bro, the one thing I got to tell you is if you really want these fights to last longer, get rid of the last bit of that accuracy and make sure he doesn't defense break anybody either. All right, bro, I think that... Oh, wait. We've got 2 more. Wait, or we got, well, you know what? I can't even roast the air guard because he's not 40. I can't even tell what the stats will be, but I know they'll be weird. Okay, maybe we can hit the air guard. So we've got 3 more. Okay, so first off is the Chubby Lucian. The Chubby Lucian has lots of crit. No, wait, he doesn't have lots of crit damage, but he does have 100. Wait, no, not 100 crit rate, but he's at least got the 85 to crit. Oh, no, not a guaranteed crit on water monsters either. Okay, check it out, guys. The Chubby Lucian, he's got 11% resistance in subs, so that sometimes he can resist. And he's got lots of accuracy because he's not going to crit and he's not going to kill the enemies. So sometimes when the enemies survive, he can use his skill 2 and stun them. He just can't do it that fast because with 121 speed, he's going to get lapped 2 or 3 times. But we've got an extra 24 defense in subs. So we can't really live for those 3 turns, can we? Okay, so Chubby Lucian needs a little bit of work. I think that's where we're going to leave this one at. But Chubby Lucian's going to go on a journey. He's going to find the missing 20 crit rate. He's going to find the missing 75 crit damage. And once he does that, we're going to give him a pass for the 200 missing attack. And we're going to give him a pass for the defense and the speed, because once Chubby Lucian becomes full-blown Fat Lucian, he won't need all of those other stats. Okay, we won't look at the Mantora. You got it. Mr. Ruam, I do drawings. This will be the only roast for today. These are hard to do, but I am gonna, I do drawings, and I'll, if you win an account review drawing, you can choose a roast instead. Okay, second to last up, we've got the Zhang, and you guys can roast me on my pronunciation, because I know that's terrible. Zhang, or however you go, but last up, we've got, now this guy right here, if you just take a look at him, this is what your fat Lucian should look like. And basically, your Lucian, he's got like kind of a narrow waist and hips right here, and right here, this is what your Lucian should look like, but this is what your Lucian does look like. Okay, but yeah, so here we go. This is Zhang, and guys, here's what happened. I just realized somebody hacked Tariq's account and accidentally put defense onto the Zhang. I was legit expecting to see plus 160 defense here. I really was. Like, defense scaling unit, and I was so convinced we were going to just have plus 160 defense, but somebody hacked the account and threw a couple of defense runes on, but just to be safe, Tariq ensured that they were not... Oh, wait, don't tell me there's 3. There's 3, they're just not maxed. Okay, yeah, so... There's 3. They're just not maxed. Okay, do we have a defense flat right here? We don't. Okay, yeah, there you go. We even managed to avoid the flat defense artifacts when we farmed for him. But, okay, yeah, so here we go, guys. Nuggets are winning. Don't tell me that, Team Mario. Hopefully they're not winning by much, though. All right, guys, yeah, so here's the thing. You actually went triple defense and still managed to get less defense on your monster than most of my monsters with 1 defensive rune. So here's everything I can tell you about this Zhang. After looking at your Zhang, my entire review of this monster is, bro, do not ever build an Ikaru. Do not ever think of going triple Ikaru. Your account is so allergic to defense. That is not the way to go. That's really all I've got to say on this. Other than the fact that if Zhang were trying to rob me with that giant spear and the fact that it's like a freaking panda bear, like if this was panda bear, if this was like, if he just animated himself into real life in some magical universe and I met this like gigantic fat panda bear with a big ass spear and he pointed that spear at me in real life, I would just slowly walk away from him because he wouldn't catch up to me because he's got plus 24 speed. Like, I could seriously like just hop on 1 foot at a slow pace and he would still never be able to catch up to me with that spear. So he's never gonna threaten me. Just never gonna threaten me. Okay, last up, we've got your Steel Fortress Airgar. Now, the first and biggest question I have is, if you haven't done Steel Fortress yet, why the hell did you build Airgar? Because he's clearly built for Steel Fortress. He's got no attack, despite being an attack-type monster. He's got no crit rate, but why would he need crit rate when he's got no attack? He's got lots of crit damage, just because that's what the cool kids do. They put on crit damage when you don't have crit rate. He's got 28 accuracy, so that is the threshold for Steel Fortress right there. Tariq says, wait, Airgar is for Steel Fortress. Alright, but yeah, so the thing is, guys, remember, this is a level 23 Airgar. Let me move my head. Wait, this way. Let me move my head so you can see. There's a level 23 Airgar. That means that this guy's stats, they're not finished yet. I mean, the defense, it's finished. Obviously, there's no defense to grow here because you know that defense is all just coming from... Oh, wait, no, we got a 21 flat somewhere where there's a 21 flat defense on one of these runes. And you know what, guys? Tariq, I think you did screw one thing up here, though. Just to be honest, like... See, all these runes right here, these are all plus 12, plus 15, right? But this Fatal Slot 5, this one's only plus 9. So if you take this to plus 12... you run the risk of it landing defense percent, and that would screw up your entire build, bro. You really should not have put this rune on him yet, because I know you don't like to spend mana, and I mean, it's clear you don't like to spend mana because, you know, plus 12, plus 14. I mean, plus 14. Why stop at plus 14? It's like running the Boston Marathon and 25.5 miles in, you stop for donuts and just never finish. Like... I mean, you're right there. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's see if we can wreck your entire account. If I put defense on here, I think... So, I don't know. Some of you guys may have known I was supposed to do this account roast on a different stream, and Tariq fell asleep. It was my fault. I scheduled way too much content into a stream, and he fell asleep. And so we thought he might have, like, died or something. Now I'm kind of worried, though, because if I land defense this time, legit, he may actually have a heart attack. Like, I don't know if he can handle it. Tome, that actually sucks, man. I was rooting for the Lakers. Was it a close game or was it a blowout? That's true, Astra. That's actually what happened. He was doing his 4-hour auto farm and he just didn't hear me calling around to him. Tariq is like, HP, HP, please be HP. Okay, guys, I'm starting to understand. There we... Oh, it is defense! Oh, we're going to leave... Can we grind that? Can we grind that? No, we can't grind it. Okay. I wouldn't actually waste your grinds anyway. I wouldn't do it, but... All right, sir. I have ruined your Airgar. You are now going to have to spend 50k mana to pull that rune off. Quad, don't say anything right now. So you are going to have to spend 50k to pull that rune off. All right, sir. So, the reason I was saying there's a level 23 Airgar, by the way, guys, is keep in mind that he's actually got a lot of HP on him. He's got a fair amount of attack on him. He's got a ton of crit damage on him. He's studiously avoided defense. And he's got all, I mean, it's a pure Steel Fortress build, basically here to tank. But then why put 52 crit damage in subs if all you've got him there for is to tank? All right, guys, so that is it, I think. Oh, no, we've got a couple more. I think Tariq wants us to look at the Megan. I don't know why he wants us to look at the Megan, unless somebody could loan me a microscope so I could find the speed. Because it's really just like, it's so small. I'm an old guy, you know. I'm an old guy. I can't see anything that small. And like where is the speed? I just don't know. Where is the speed? Like Megan, she serves one role, right? She's oh no, guys, I forgot. My bad. Here we go. Okay, so Megan is his continuous damage monster that works with Crow and Veramos. She doesn't actually need to attack boost. She's just there for the skill 1 continuous damage. So I think he is actually planning to do a triple Ikaru team. What he wants to do, it's a double Ikaru team actually. He's going to do 2 Ikarus plus Megan, Veramos, and Crow, and that way he can just dump loads of continuous damage on there. Mr. Ruam, that was like, I was waiting for somebody to say that. Hey, Rahul, this is Tariq's account. Yeah, Rahul, I noticed you weren't at a few streams. You might have the bell notifications turned off, maybe? All right, let's see. It's harder to roast level 35 monsters because you can't necessarily tell exactly what their stats are. But wait, you know what? Check it out, guys. He's got the same defense on Tessarian as he does on every other monster, so pretty much the same speed, too. Actually, yeah, Tessarian doesn't even need to be level 40. He's basically got the same stats as all his other monsters. So, you know what? No, that's not true. That's not true. Hold up. My bad. The Tessarian right here, he's got better stats than the Lapis, to be fair. So nicely done with the Tessarian. Definitely an upgrade over Lapis, and he is a little faster than your Spectra, too. Once again, Spectra, Swift, highest base speed in the game, slot 2, not maxed. I get it. All right, guys, that is it, sir. That is it, Tariq. That is your account roaster. Wait, he said he wanted us to take a look at some of the runes he has in storage as well. So we have a little bit more ammo here as well. We got storage, but we got storage monsters. Was it storage monsters or storage runes? I only see one monster in storage. Just the Verd. So The big thing I'll say with the Verd here is I'm kind of impressed because you got exactly the same crit rate and crit damage as defense that you put on every other monster. So that actually takes a little bit of skill. I will mention, you know, Fusionable Monster, one of the easiest ones in the game to skill up. But I get not skilling him up because, you know, he's probably only used in every one of your dungeon teams. And if you were to skill him up, you run the risk of making those teams faster. So once again, we got to keep in mind, guys, we're probably doing this, we're probably looking at his account a little bit too soon. After Tariq moves, I think maybe the emphasis will be on getting that auto farm stretch down to like 2 or 3 hours at a time. But yeah, bro, plus 162 defense, by the way. So guys, here's what happened. I can actually tell you before we even look at the runes. He's got, it could be percentage or it could be flat, but knowing Tariq, I'm sure it's flat. He's got 44 flat defense somewhere on one or more of these runes, probably spread over 3 runes. It's probably like 14 on each on 3 different runes. And so because of that, he was not willing to max the slot 3 because he's already over that 160 hard cap, but at least he's close. That's where he's at 162. So actually 126. So you know what? It's even worse. So he's like, so Tariq is convinced right now that 160 is the magic number. If every monster is over 160, now I actually understand, guys. Now I understand. I was wondering why all these slot 3s were maxed, but the 2 4s and 6s weren't. So Tariq thinks that the magic line right here is that if you cross over 160, your monster won't die. So in this case, he does have a little bit of flat defense, or maybe a small percentage on one of these runes over here. Let's see. There we go. We have 7% defense. And so when he got to plus 12 on this rune, he was like, oh man, I'm like 8 defense short. Well, I'm like 6 defense short. So here we go. I'm going to get him one more hit. We're going to stop at plus 13, but we just got to get over that 160 mark. All right. Next up, we've got Colleen. So I didn't even notice Colleen, guys, because Colleen is a 6-star, but he stopped at level 35. So Tariq, just a quick heads up, bro. Important for you to know. 5-star monsters, they max level at 35, but the 6-star monsters, you can take them all the way up to level 40. So just so you know, Colleen does have a little bit of room for growth. And wait, what's her defense? Oh, that's why. That's why. So the defense got over 1,000 and Tariq got nervous. So he's like, I better not level her anymore because I don't know what happens if the defense goes higher than that. Like, it's already such high defense. So we better just stop leveling her right there. All right. So let's see the Colleen. Now, you're 25. You gave her 25 HP too much. I wonder if we could gem that out off of what that would be so cool, actually. If you had 25 flat HP somewhere in here, that would be badass. We could make her plus 69, 69 and just not roast her. But of course, you couldn't even get the 25 HP there. So the slot 2 here, this is actually a pretty sick rune. I don't know if you were telling me to like roast the slot 2, but this is actually a badass rune, man. This is like legit. You gem the flat defense away because I mean that's important to you anyway. Getting rid of defense has got to be top on your priority list. But you gem the flat defense away into HP and it's triple grindable speed with crit rate. This is a sick rune. It really is. Especially with the 23% defense. Oh, but that's why you told me to look at it, because you don't like this rune because it has defense. So if you don't want it, I'll take it. It's all good. We could even auction it out in the bot. I guarantee you everybody else here would want that rune. Nah, not everybody else, actually. Skylover would not want that rune. She's in the same boat as you with defense. All right, let's see here. All right, next up we've got Lynn, guys. So, just a quick reminder again, you can take Lynn all the way to 40. She doesn't have to stop at 35. Now, Lynn, I'm going to be honest, Lynn has fallen almost completely out of the meta. The only place I use Lynn right now is in Dark Essence farming, which I don't really do because I got my one LD5 and that's all I'm ever getting, right? But with that said, something tells me that because Lynn has fallen out of the meta, she's probably going to have his best rune set. I'm just wondering. Okay, no. All right. Actually, it's close, guys. I think this is his best rune set. It's definitely better than what the Lucian had. It's right up there with the Vero. I mean, she's got more crit damage than Lucian. She's got more crit rate than Lucian. The attack is a little bit comparable. As Mr. Ruam said, somehow, with a purple slot 3, he still managed to get to exactly 160 defense. So guys, I have figured it out. I thought that Tariq wanted his teams to be really slow so that he'd have time to pack. Here's what's happening though. So he starts up his 4-hour auto farm for the 10 runs. And the first 2 hours are spent packing, but then, you know, after a while, your neck hurts, your back hurts. I mean, packing is a lot of work, guys, and he needs something to distract him, right? So he busts out the Swap Pro, because I guarantee you he's using Swap Pro for this, right? He busts out the Swap Pro, and he calculates how exactly he can make his monster exactly plus 160 defense. So he probably has, like, all these crazy OP monsters, and he's like, nah, they got too much defense. They got too much defense. How can I get rid of that defense? Okay, yeah. Oh, that build is shit, but I don't care because it's 160 defense. Give me that one right there. Sim, it is indeed less than the Unruined Fran. All right, so next up we've got Ken. Hawk Frost. Hawk Frost says my PP is a lot of work and needs Swap Pro. Bro, I don't know if we can optimize your PP on stream, at least not on YouTube. That's probably for a different site. And I think you already have a subscription service to that site. But no, bro, seriously, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And, yeah, Astra, that would be the one. All right, guys, so next up, we've got Ken, a monster that comes with Rage Runes, and Ken's Rage Runes are actually pretty good. They have a lot of defense on there. So I am thinking that these runes have been changed out. Yeah, he's working on it. He's slowly getting the defense down. He probably couldn't change all of the runes at once because, you know, mana and a lack thereof. Plus, it's clear Tariq doesn't like to spend his mana. That's why he stops his runes at plus 14. But eventually he will manage to work Ken down. Now, guys, Tariq is really lucky. Check this out. He got, you know, the free skill ups. They gave us 5 free skill ups. All of mine went into skill 1. I'm sure most of yours went into skill 1 as well. Tariq actually got his into skill 3. It's maxed out. Lowered the cooldown. Now, this skill right here, this turn cycles you. So attacks the enemy target 3 times, leaves a branding effect. We care about that, but we don't. What we care about is gains another turn if all attacks land as a critical hit. Now, also, just in case you didn't know, he's got a 33% crit rate lead in dungeons. So you can actually run this guy with just 67 crit rate. Now, come to us, they trolled us, they gave him a little less crit rate. So anybody who wants to use Ken, they know that we give him a little bit of extra crit rate. Except Tariq. Tariq, instead, he was like, nah, the crit rate's cool, but I just got to ditch that defense. How do I change this up and get rid of the defense? Let me just, I just want to help you out here for just a moment, bro. Let's see here. Here you go. So if you just, all you got to do is just change the slot 2, and then you'll be right back to your 160 flat defense. All right, next up we've got Leo. Now, I am gonna, you know what? We're gonna do a quick bet right here, guys. We're gonna do a quick bet. Hang on, we're gonna do a quick bet. Or no, I mean, we're gonna do a quick poll. Wait, here, this is how we do it. Okay, guys, just a quick 1-minute poll. Just tell me what you think right here. Tariq votes 0, and he even it's his own monster. I can't wait to see this Leo. I can't actually wait to see this Leo now. Yeah, Rahul, obviously. It's a roast, bro. It's a roast. All right, so while we wait for the poll so that we can take a look at Leo, let's take a quick look at the Amelia. Okay, the Amelia is better rune than Lapis, but she kind of falls in the middle of the pack. Her set's a little bit better than the Lucian as well. What about the Annabelle? Okay, yeah, so the Annabelle and the Amelia, right about equal right there, I would say. And let's see. So I think Leo might actually... Oh, wait. We got a Bernard here. What do we think? How fast is the Bernard? I'm gonna vote plus 160. I actually think... You know what? Wouldn't it be freaking awesome if Bernard was plus 160 on speed and defense both? Let's see. Oh, so close. You need 23 more speed. Can you get it here? No, not quite. Okay. Ooh, you slipped up though, bro. You've got too much defense on your Bernard. That's why he's in storage, guys. That's why he's in storage. Tariq does not like his Bernard because he's got too much defense. He banished him to storage until he could get that defense down to 160. I think that's the deal. Okay, so the winning option was probably not. The Swift set had too much defense. Let's take a look. Oh, the Leo is not in Swift. Okay, the Leo... The Leo is unruined because that is what you should do with a premium Nat 5. You should awaken him. You should 5-star him. And you should fully skill him up. You should fully skill him up and then not put him on any runes at all. Just leave him in storage unskilled. Because that's what you do with top tier Nat 5s. Put all your Devilmons in them and then just forget about them. All right, so I think. Oh wait, do we have anything else? I'm seeing unruined. Okay, we got. Oh, guys, check it out. Fastest Lauren in the game, not right here. Slowest Lauren in the game, definitely right here. Legitimately, somehow he managed to get negative speed in the subs. I don't know how you did it. All due props to you though, bro. I didn't even know it was possible to make a monster slower than its base speed, but somehow you accomplished the impossible. And then just for good measure, he got pissed off because she had too much defense. But, I mean, you can't do everything, right? You can't do everything. You can't give a monster negative speed and also get it to exactly 160 defense. But just in a fit of pique, a fit of anger, he's like, well, screw you, Lauren. I'm just going to give you a broken set. I'll put you on Violent because, you know, the only way you're ever going to take 2 turns is if you take them both at the same time. So I'm going to put you on Violent because it's the only way you're ever going to get 2 turns in a fight. But because I don't like you, I'm just going to break your set. All right. All right, Tariq. I think that wraps up our... Unless there's any other monsters you want me to look at. Are there any other monsters that I've missed? Cleanser. Oh, by the way, guys, you all know how I feel about Barbara. So, Tariq, this is not a roast, man. This is just straight up props. Good job for not building her, man. He says cleanser, but I'm not sure which cleanser you mean. Like the Lulu, maybe? Is it unlocked? Okay, we better lock. No, it's locked. It's locked. The Gemini's unlocked, though. We should lock your Gemini. Anybody else in it? We should lock the Mav. Guys, he's got Barbara and Savannah unbuilt. Man, I feel like I should just give you 100 points as a thank you, Tariq. I should not be roasting your account. I am so impressed, man. We've got a Wind Ryu, or excuse me, a Fire Ryu as well. So you've got Barbara, Savannah, and Fire Ryu all not built. Do props, man. Do props. Review his Rimuru. Okay, you gotta remind me who Rimuru is again, right? It's the dark slime, right? But I don't see a dark slime down here. Yeah, the review of the Rimuru is that it doesn't exist. So, okay, so Merrick, here is your review of the Rimuru. The Rimuru was so embarrassed by the lack of defense on the other monsters that it ran away and went and hid in your storage. He was like, Rimuru is like, I am way too OP to be hanging out with these monsters that got no defense, so I'm just going to walk off and go hide in Merrick's storage where somebody will give me the love and defense that I deserve. Okay. Oh, that's right, the Dark Ninja. Yes, guys. Yes, guys. So this was the Dark Ninja, the monster that just got one of the biggest buffs in the past 2 years of Summoner's War. Han is crazy OP. This is your ticket into Guardian. Guardian RTA. Han just wrecks, man. He will one-shot any monster in the game. He's like, Molly? I don't care about no Molly. I'll just dump out a Molly. 70k Ritesh? Man, that's nothing. I'll kill them all. And then I'll take another turn after I kill him and start on your next monster as well. Well, let's see what love Tariq has given to the best, most buffed meta Dark 5 Han. Okay, guys, check it out. Check it out. Tariq recognized the value of Han. He really did. I can't roast you on this because, guys, he gave Han an extra 42 defense. He gave Han an extra 42 defense. And you know what? When he 6-stars him, it might even be more. Like, is that defense percentage-based? I think this one's going to be percentage-based, guys. I really do think this is going to be percentage-based. There it is. Ooh, double defense. He gave him 6% and 17 flat. So it's going to be more. It's going to be like 55, 60 defense that he gave to Han. So Tariq, seriously, all due respect, man, you showed this monster the love he deserved. You made sure he had more defense than any other monster on your account. He's clearly the fastest monster on your account. I'm pretty sure he has the highest crit rate. You even gave him some accuracy. And down the road, I'm pretty sure you're going to give him some attack as well. I know you didn't give him the attack yet. That's cool. That's cool. But I know you'll give him some attack down the road. And just one little quick last thing. Just so you know, the Devilmons, because those are the rarest things in the game. It's like, you know, we get like 3 or 4 a month. Excuse me, like 6 or 7 a month. So super rare to get Devilmons. I would recommend feeding those Devilmons to like OP LD5s that actually have runes, as opposed to non-LD5s that don't have runes. Just a thought. Like, as you're prioritizing your skill ups, you know, think about like which monsters you actually use and give them the Devilmon instead. Just saying. Actually, yeah, Ben, okay, yeah, you know what? Ben is right. Feed him ninjas. Feed him ninjas. Feed him ninjas. That's completely right, guys. Yeah. But come on, it was such a good roast otherwise. I was tying the Leo back into it. Do you have ninjas? If you have ninjas, then the roast gets 100 times worse. Because you got lots of LD4s in here. If you've got any freaking ninjas and you haven't fed them to Han, I'm actually going to be angry. Okay, no ninjas. No ninjas. All right. Yeah, but it's not a dupe, guys. You don't feed your one and only copy for a skill up. No. It's right to not feed the Orochi. Hey, Top Barber, how you doing? Unless you don't have an Orochi built though. Don't feed the Orochi, bro. Orochi is a really powerful monster in his own right. One skill up's not going to do anything. All right. Ooh, there goes air server. All right, guys. So, for those of you who want to hang out for the next 4 hours in stream, let's go ahead and start a repeat battle. Let's see. Merrick, air server just left the stream, apparently. Okay, we're going to do... not scenario. Whoops, my bad. We are going to do Steel Fortress. Oh, you can't do Steel Fortress till you clear PC 10. Okay, I didn't actually realize that. Or remember that. We're going to do some more of the level 2s here. So Old Man Mushnik says Discord is completely down. Let's see here. Nope, Discord is up for me, sir. Yeah, but it wouldn't let me do stage 1, Merrick. I think you have to beat PC 10. Morgan, so I don't know if Tariq wanted me to do anything else on his account. Okay, so we are going to take a look at Richard. I do plan to make a guide for the optimizer. Yeah, I'm probably going to record that tomorrow, and also the triple ick routine. So Reyes, you just have to hang out in stream, and I run giveaways on streams where you can either get an account review or an account roast. Just you hang out in stream and earn points. Oh, you've got good runes in storage. Okay. Hawkfrost, bro! Hawkfrost, thank you for becoming a Guardian Angel member. Really, really appreciate that, man. Seriously appreciate that very much. And guys, check it out. We actually, whoops, yeah, we do that. Guys, we've actually got Hawkfrost on the member image already. I couldn't remind you, man. I'm not going to say that, but I do have you up on the image. Thank you very much for becoming a Guardian Angel, man. I really appreciate it. Morgan, if you hit the See Perks button, I think it says See Perks below. That's where you can upgrade the level. Hey, Alan, how you doing, man? But yeah, seriously, Hawkman, really appreciate you becoming upgrading the membership, and also appreciate the super chat. Tariq, you're there, man. You're there. You are bottom row, because all of these are listed in order of... everybody comes on in order of membership, so you're bottom row and third from the left. Richard, this is the paid channel members. Merrick, did I miss something? Merrick says, if you want to do SF, you have to go through the old method first because he hasn't done it yet. Hence, it's locked for repeat battle. Oh, thank you, Merrick. Mr. Astroglider, thank you for updating, man. Thank you for becoming a fantastic supporter. Seriously appreciate it, man. That's awesome of you. Thank you very much. Honestly, thank you very much. Rahul, on later Android phones, you can probably overlap them, but... whoops, wrong one. On older later model Android phones, like the S10, I think would allow you to play and watch at the same time, but I don't know about older phones. You do like a picture over picture. I lost my window here, guys. I'm not trying to flash this the whole time. I really lost my... Oh! No, I didn't lose the window. That's what happened. Air server went down on us again. I was like... Air server crashed again. That's what happened. I wasn't trying to flash the screen the whole time, really. There we go. Should I have Aussie on the screen, Merrick? S10 should do it, Rahul. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've done it, so I would double check before you spend that kind of money on my say-so, but I'm pretty sure the S10 can do it. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so Reinhardt says it's only available if you have the premium subscription, so that's why I remember doing it, because I did the trial. And Hawkfrost says the S9 can do it as well. You're at the top of every upside down leaderboard. Nice, sir. Sim, no, you're talking about something else. We're talking about streaming and watching the stream and playing the game at the same time. What you're talking about should be on a stream. All right, so Tariq says he's got some really good runes in storage. So we are going to take a look at... Fred, I got 2 up with me right now. So this one is Square Wheel, and this one is Vanilla Nut. And Astro, before you ask, the Vanilla Nut is actually a custard flavor. It's not what it sounds like. So I appreciate the offer very much, but the answer does remain no. We're gonna stick with the custard and not the tag team. Hawk, did you hear what the password was that I gave to Ace? I had Ace log on to my stream for RTA. Did you hear what the password was? Patrick Wanchan, if you're on the stream, thank you for subscribing and helping to help the channel grow. Okay, so I'm gonna let Sim. You know what? We're gonna let Sim have the honor of telling you this one. I think Sim will enjoy that. Sim, would you like to tell Hawkfrost what the password I gave to Ace was? And it was so messed up because I gave Ace the password, but obviously he couldn't tell people my password on stream, and you know how badly he wanted to. Hey, Sus, bro, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Sus, says the password was Jesus123. You are very close, man. It had a name and it had numbers in it. You are spot on. It was just a slightly different name and a slightly different number, but thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Sim, you're close. You're close. You didn't have it quite right. It was 69ing Hawk. It was 69ing Hawk. That was the password to my account. So Ace had to go in and type 69, and Ace couldn't keep a straight face. He was cracking up, and he's like, "Oh, I want to tell them the password so bad, but I can't tell them the password to your account right now." So Merrick, the super chat thing, we tested it a lot. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability to program. So the way the bot seems to work is the bot is developed by Streamlabs. So we're using Streamlabs OBS, Open Broadcasting Software, and then they developed the chatbot that overlays Streamlabs. So the function to give you points based on the amount you super chat is only if you actually donate through the Streamlabs portal, so they take their cut. That's what it looks like. When you super chat on YouTube, it's a fixed point amount. So what I have done is raise the point amount for super chats because I can't do it based on the size of the super chat. But Merrick, if you want some extra points, definitely... for those, there are several of you who have been like tremendously generous on stream, and for those of you who have, I will definitely just message me if you need extra points. Hawk, I can't make it static. And 69, I can give you a static 69 points. Yeah, I mean, what we can do, because originally what I was trying to do is originally what I was trying to do, I think I had it set for 50 points. It was meant to be, yeah, it was meant to be 25 per dollar. So I've raised it up to 100 per super chat now. Tariq, bro! Tariq says, Merrick needs points. Thank you very much for the super chat. I will actually add those points to Merrick now. And then we are going to run some builds for Tariq in the... I almost said for Merrick. We're going to run some builds for Tariq in the optimizer. Merrick, you actually did the math last time, so I can do it right now. Times 25... 1625, and then it was probably like minus... yeah, so we'll give you 1625 and then another 75. So we're going to give you 1700 because you actually did the math last time, Merrick. So I'm going to give you 1700 points right now. Armani, I will check his Xzandro, yeah. And somebody asked a question about the Ikaru team. So I will show you the Ikaru team when I'm back on my account. I'm not on my account right now, obviously, but I will show it to you guys. And Tariq, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I don't know if I actually said that, but I really do appreciate it. Sim, if you wanna check, I can also give you the points that you would have been due, or if not, let's see, 2628. 2628, yeah. If it's 25 times 65 plus the 75 from Tariq. Yeah, I didn't think you did, Sim. I mean, you have enough points to enter any giveaways I do. If you ever came up, I mean, basically what it came down to is if you guys ever came up short on a giveaway when you should have had the points, we would just make sure you got into it. So it does count the super chats. It's just not counting the super chat amount. What it's actually doing is 50,000 Hawk. Well, now you know it's just a foot pick. 10,000 is good. 10,000 is good. We actually have one, Mr. Ruam. It's called Ripper's Rating Corner. It's under general chat. It is there already. So Hawk, Sim, Tariq, I think the three of you, in addition to Merrick, are the ones who would have been really short on points. So rather than doing it on stream, I will figure that out and see if I can give you guys some extra based on the previous super chats. Richard, bro, thank you for becoming a channel member, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Seriously, that is awesome of you. And I will make sure, so Richard, make sure you DM me in Discord as well, please, so I can give you your channel member. Oh, man, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And make sure you DM me in Discord so I can give you your supporter role. Tariq, the reason Sim has more than you is because you've transferred a lot of your points. You gave Adam like 1,000 points, I think. But Tariq, you are definitely well short on points as well. So I will, I'll figure it out off stream and get you guys caught up. Old Man Mushnik, man, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, I really appreciate these streams. Thank you for what you do, man. You're very welcome, and thank you very much for the super chat. Honestly appreciate it. And Merrick has just started an FFA. And I have lost my train of thought. What was I doing? Okay, we were importing Merrick's. Free for all is just like basically your gambling points. You type FFA and then there will be one winner, and that winner gets all the points that everybody entered. Okay, so we are gonna pick the file of Oh Yeah, Bro. By the way, guys, just for those of you who didn't notice the account name, it's actually a pretty cool account name that Tariq has. So let me just drop this down. So we are on Oh Yeah, Bro. I did not get you too confused that time, I don't think. I said I'm on. Did I? Oh man. Did I? You can't hold me to it, man. I don't get any names right. I don't know. Now you got me. Now you got me messed up. Yeah, just DM me on Discord and I'll give you the role. Okay, did I say I was taking Merrick? Okay. I said, oh yeah, bro. So Richard just DM'd me on Discord. Merrick, obviously I am on Tariq's account. And there was one other thing. Now you guys got me all confused. I was doing something else. Wow. Okay, I'm gone, man. I lost it. I forgot what I know. I imported this. Now, somebody asked me a question or something. Bikram, I don't know. They might. No, it was something else. It's definitely not Hawkfrost. The 69ing Hawkfrost was on Ace's stream. I lost it. I lost it. There was somebody asked me a question or something. It's that thing, you know, you get that thing in the back of your head where you're like, all right, I'm forgetting something now. But I don't know what it was. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at some of these monsters. Okay, so Tariq says he would like to see some monster improvements for game progression. And you have an FRR ticket. So, bro, before I pop the FRR ticket, we're gonna take a look at what we can do that makes sense. Because like let's say we're only changing 1,000,000 mana worth of builds. I wouldn't want to pop your FRR ticket if it was only 1,000,000 mana. I'd leave it up to you, of course, if you told me to do it. But usually, like, you want to use that FRR ticket when you're saving many millions of mana. So I want to take a look at your teams right now and see where we can upgrade, and we're going to run some builds and then decide if we should be popping that ticket or not. Okay, so let's start here. So Papa Panda, you might be a little bit behind on stream because you said air server after it was already fixed. And then you said I'm late, yeah. Okay. Man, this is driving me nuts, guys. It's in the back of my head. I was going to check something or do something, and oh, man, it's killing me. I can't focus now. I'm like, what did I forget? Oh, well. No, it's not the runes though. It was something else before that. I was in the middle. I was like starting to do something. I got distracted. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at your dungeon teams. That's where I want to start. So we're up here. Let's clear these out. Okay, so Merrick, bro, thank you. Merrick, thank you for the super chat. Merrick says, Tariq is nearly broke, so I'll repay the favor. Also, actually, I don't think I have anything else I want to say, so I will end thus. I want nat 5s. Bro, I can't wait to do your summoning session, man. Well, I hope I can't wait. I hope we have, like, the best session ever. But thank you very much for the super chat, and congratulations, Mr. Astroglider and Finn the Humar, who just won 187 points each in the FFA. Pretty big FFA there, guys, so congrats. But Merrick, thank you very much, man. And so let's take a look here. Okay, guys, support artifact, flat HP. This is what we were looking for. Ah! I remembered! Okay. It was just driving me nuts. I mean, I know it doesn't matter to anybody but me, but it was freaking driving me nuts. We wanted to unlock his Steel Fortress. That's what I wanted to do. I don't think anybody else cared, but that's what I couldn't remember. That's what I was starting to do before. And we may have to switch to Nox if air server continues to act up, which is really a giant pain in the butt, but we shall see. Okay, Steel Fortress. Let's see what kind of team we can build for you in Steel Fortress. We've got a Rauk, that's perfect. We've got an Airgar, that's perfect. An unleveled Airgar, but so be it. We'll make do with what we got. We got a Fran and we got a Lauren and we got a Crow. This looks like a team that could actually pass. So Merrick, I think, to get kind of technical, I think the reason that it looks like it crashed again because I hit play. Yeah. I don't actually, honestly, I don't know why it, I don't know why it crashes, but I think it's because the PC is running out of memory because it's an old PC. And, I'm not sure, but I actually was looking through. I wasn't. Somebody helped me PC shop today. So we're going to be ordering a new stream PC, which I'll hopefully have next week. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just like running too much crap at once. And I can't close that. Sounds good, Astro. Actually, I could definitely help you out with truck shopping, Hawk. I got my SUV for 12,000 under sticker. Okay, yeah, it looks like air server's done. I'm gonna have to load up Nox. Okay, we did 19 seconds Steel Fortress anyway. Alright, so let me log out of your account here, Tariq. Guys, while we open up Nox, I am going to take a quick restroom break. So I've got Nox loading. You know, it's kind of slow. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I will be back pretty quickly, and we're going to switch over to Nox. So I'll be right back, guys. And we'll get him a Rimuru first. You got it. All right, let's see here. So Nox didn't want to load. While I'm loading this, Astra, I'll tell you there's two things that I think it could be. One is memory issues because it's an old PC. The other is the fact that I use Orbi. If you're familiar with Orbeez, like my network is run off of Orbeez, and so even though the tablet and the PC are like 6 inches from each other, I wonder if they're like losing each other on the network. No, my gut is run off of Arby's. My network is run off of Orbeez. So, yeah, I'll tell you a little bit more about it. I've made several changes to the network, but I haven't been able to get it stable even when I make changes. So yeah, if you've got some ideas, that'll help a lot, because this drives me crazy, and probably you guys too, I would guess. All right, so this is hidden good. Let me just log in. Joltan, we can do Joltan. Hell yes, we can do Joltan. You got it, sir. You got it. 8. Okay, so we're gonna go. Dark Undyne is not good, unfortunately, green tea. On the plus side, being on Nox means that I can go farm for my Inugamis. I can multitask here a little bit. So we're gonna go scenario, Garen Forest, and just repeat. All right, we are up on Nox. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Lee, so Papa Panda Light Ninja is actually pretty good. You can use them in Special League RTA. You can use them in guild content as well. Why didn't I do a secret dungeon before? You know, normally not. It's hard for me to find the time, but yeah, normally not, unfortunately. I am planning to work on some stuff, which I'm setting up a website which will give you information on that stuff, but it's still probably a week or two out. I'm like always behind. All right. All of them, so Mr. To make all of which ones 100% EXP? You mean like all of my 6 stars, or? Whoops, what did we do there? Okay. Oh, the blue dogs. So I got lucky because it would have taken me a while. I had one Ikaru built already. You can basically 2A, if you buy the dimensional hole energy, it takes 7.5 days to make a 2A. But they have that bug out right now that doubled up the dimensional hole energy we could buy, so I wound up being able to do it in like 11 days. So Finn Humar, I'm running Garen Forest right now for Inagami because Tyler recommended it. And then Merrick says, is Cicero a viable unit for Necro B12? Considering that I don't know who Cicero is, I'm thinking that might be a different one of the slimes. And I'm going to say probably not, unless it has a multi-hit skill 1. The bug costs crystals. So if you have crystals, it would not cost you money. If you don't have crystals, it would. Okay, so we are going to look at the Jolton. Where is the Jolton? Here he is. This is the brand new Jolton that we got. How do you do it? Okay, so let me show you guys real quick. Basically, right now you can buy dimensional hole energy. So you go up to auto battle. In the repeat battle area, you can buy your energy right here. And you go to shop. And you buy the dimensional hole energy right here in the shop, right? Then you come down, that was through auto battle. Then you come down to shop and you go to normal. Wait, and then you go to cash shop. And then you can buy 3 more right here. Buy the dimensional hole energy. So you have enough just for 2, Tariq. You want me to buy 2? It's not, Reinhard. I don't think it is. One so that you can 2A Jolton. Okay, so we buy 1. Okay, guys, so let's check right here. It shows 1 out of 3, right? And then we come up here. Let's see. This should show 1 out of 3 if it's fixed. And it does not. Congratulations, Curtis and Morgan. 162 apiece. Very nice. Yeah, you can buy 6 times instead of 3, basically. I don't know if it's intentional or not, guys, because it was discovered on the very first day. It's been over a week and they haven't taken it out. So it's very well possible that they plan on leaving it there. I don't know. All right, so we are going to 2A Jolton. And then while he's running in the background, you said you're running on level 4, right? Oh, they said it was a bug, but told us to enjoy it. Okay. Not Jolton. Oh, yeah. Whoops. You mean I'm not in the... Yeah, obviously. Lumo, right? Yeah, Lumo. No, not that one. This one. So... He'll still need 2 more werewolves also. You know, you'll still need 2 more skill ups to 2 a.m. Hey, you know, thanks for stopping by the stream, man. I appreciate that. Have a great night. There might have been some in your storage. Do you have scrolls? Oh, you actually do have scrolls, so you'd have a chance. Are there werewolves in rotation? There's not. It doesn't matter which. Did you want me to summon then, Tariq? So it all depends on what your goals are, guys. Oh, you're saving fire for fusion. Got it. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do some summons then. So it all depends on your goals, guys. I mean, for me, because I farm runes and everything else, it's worth it for me to buy it. But again, I'm also not free to play. And so it's, you know, it's definitely going to vary based on your goals, really. All right, guys. So we are doing a quick summoning session. We are going to try and get the Nat 5 Rimuru. But first, we're going to try and get a couple of werewolf skill ups. So here we go. Do you want special summons or normal summons, sir? Honestly, since you want the werewolves, I would probably go normal summons. Although it won't affect your 3-star rates either way. Normal it is. Okay. So here we go, guys. We got almost 20 scrolls, so we got a shot. I mean, we should get at least 1 spark. See if we can get 2. Tariq actually wants mostly fusion material anyway, so the 3 stars are good. So let's start off with that water werewolf. Oh, it's an Inugami, which is what I desperately need. Can I have your Inugami, sir? I would really, really appreciate that. All right. Summon number 2 is... Martial Cat. So this is actually pretty good. You're getting skill up. Both of those are 2A skill ups, so that's actually not too bad if we're looking at the 3-star pulls. This is a Lin skill up. I'm not sure if your Lin is skilled up or not. Do you want a review or a roast, sir? All right. That is almost a werewolf, but not quite. So we're going to continue on looking for a couple of werewolves. So a review it is then. Lin has fallen out of meta. Oh, we got lightning. We got Clara. Actually, you know what? Clara is not bad. I mean, you're not gonna. Whoops. You're not gonna have much use for Clara for a while, but Clara is a good pull. Close that. All right, the serpent is not what we were looking for here. I don't think. I know you need the fire werewolves. I'm not sure which other ones you need. Oh, Awakened Azalea. Another 2A monster. You need 1 more Mantora skill up. Perfect. So the serpent was what we needed then. All right. Once again, not a werewolf. We've got 6 chances left for the werewolf. We need 2, though. We got 6 chances for 2 werewolves, to be fair. Grim Reaper, definitely nobody. Actually, you know what? The Grim Reapers could wind up being the next 2As, though. In all fairness, the Grim Reapers could wind up being good. The Elven Art Rangers are not likely to be that good. Come on. So, of course, we get another Elven Ranger. All right. Come to us. You've wasted enough time. No, Tariq, the Wind Mummy has an AoE, and the AoE will cause you to lose in PC. Unfortunately, he doesn't work there. Alright, come to us. We've got 2 more Mystical Scrolls. That's enough for 2 werewolves right here. Alright, Merrick. He doesn't... I don't want to burn his Unknown Scrolls, though. He doesn't have a lot. He doesn't... He has 50... He has 51, so I don't want to burn the Unknown Scrolls, bro. Yeah, Finn, I think he just wants the Joltan 2-aid right now. Although, actually, you need slime? Okay, slime it is. So here we go. Let's see, we got 21. Let me just check the 1, 3, 4. Okay, we're good. Doesn't it have an AoE on its skill too? Alright guys, we want the slime. We got the mushrooms. Does not have an AoE. There was some reason why he didn't work then. I don't remember what. Oh, wait, we got slime? No, that's low elemental. Never mind. It has something else that caused it not to work. Alright, one more chance. Here we go. One time for the slime. This is the weirdest summoning session I have ever imagined. There we go. We got ghosts. No slime, just ghosts. Wait. What does the slime look like? Is this it? No, that's a ghost. That's a Sandman, and it's a frog. I don't know what the slime looks like. We got slime? Which one's the slime? Oh, there it is. Okay, that one's the slime. All right. We got Rimuru. There we go. You got your Rimjaw. I mean, we got the Rimuru. All right. Will the Rimuru yield the werewolf? Let's see. Oh, it yielded lightning. One time. That is not what we wanted. All right, here we go with the fire werewolf coming out right now. Imagine, Nicholas says, imagine summoning Legend Scrolls 10 by 10. Imagine being able to save up 10 Legend Scrolls, man. I could never even save 10 Legend Scrolls. Man, all right, that one's fusion, though. I think the Fire Mummy's fusion, at least. We got that. Okay, so maybe we could get a dupe Joltan. I don't know. Do you want me to save summon the LD, or do you want to save it, Tariq? Summon it is. Okay, guys. Here we go. We've seen his account. We've done the roast. So the question is, which light dark monster needs defense the least? I am thinking Wunsa, because Wunsa would just go first. So let's do a Wunsa one time. And do you want normal or special, by the way? Do you want to go for the Dark Ryu or not? Well, Dark Ryu right now looks like the most powerful, one of the most powerful monsters in the game. All of the other Street Fighter LDs pretty much suck. I think I'm just going to go regular. We are just going to go with the regular. One time, one spark. All right, one useful LD3. All right, one more scroll. Can we get one more scroll, please? All right, well, it was only one scroll, so it wasn't the most disappointing session ever, I think. We did at least get 2 sparks. I should have... okay, I just want to check, guys. There was a reason that Wind Mummy didn't work in PC. I remember looking at him. Oh, you know what? I do remember what it is. Even before I look at him, I remember what it is. It's not 100% activation rate. That's why he won't work. It won't be stable because it's not 100% activation. But let's go ahead and look for him. Where is he? He's got to be in here, around here somewhere. Left side, left side. There he is. There he is. Yeah, here you go. Attacks the enemy 2 times, with each attack having a 20% chance to inflict 1 turn continuous damage. So even fully skilled up, it's only a 55% chance. The Wind Mummy's passive is 100% when he's attacked, but the problem is that by the time you get enough dots on the boss after being attacked, you'll be long since dead. Nice guy. 25. You're right. 50. I read the top damage one. Yeah, you're right. 50. So it's just not reliable enough. There's no way he would work, because if you're letting him get hit that much, you're gonna die, and the turn 1 is just not gonna be enough continuous damage applied. I mean, it would work on lower levels of PC, like probably 4 or 5, 6, I don't know, maybe even 7. But honestly, it's just not worth 6-starring a unit. So here's what I would say. If you're at a stage of game where you can't beat PC 10, then it's not worth allocating your resources into building the Wind Mummy. If you're at a stage of game where you're already beating PC 10, then you don't need the Wind Mummy. Hey, Etienne, how you doing? Hey, Qua, have a good night, bro. Thanks for hanging out on stream. All right, so speaking of PC, let us go in here. Actually, we're going to do one more. I think we're going to build you a low-level Steel Fortress team. That is probably, you've got all the units right here. So you said don't mess with Fran. The Lauren actually was really well built, so there was nothing to change on the Lauren. I would like to look at boosting your Crow's crit rate if it's possible. And the Rauk, I wouldn't mind slowing your Rauk down and boosting the crit rate a little bit either. So we could run some builds on those. You tell me if you want them. And then probably I'd like to rerun the Ergar build. He doesn't need the HP runes. He's a good damage dealer. So yeah, we could, I think this team, I mean, this team should be able to run up to PC8 SF8 pretty stable. Ling Ling is better than Ergar, so maybe not SF8, maybe SF7, but yeah, well, Ergar obviously needs to be leveled up, but that's beside the point. Crows on Fatal Runes. Oh, rare, mostly rare in some hero. Honestly, I use lots of rare and hero runes. That doesn't matter at all. All that matters is the stats on the runes. A legend rune can roll terribly, and a rare rune can roll great. Finn, I mean, that's actually very possible. I do think the Mummies are one of the leading contenders. The Grim Reapers are among the leading contenders. So yeah, I think it's definitely possible that they will just make it 100% activation and maybe add more continuous damage as well. Exactly, Chromex, exactly. New best time. There you go, sir. Set a new record on your Steel Fortress. It doesn't need to be speed tuned down at these low levels, and we're going to run some builds on them. All right. right, so let us get the... All right, so it looks like we're stable at 2. Are we stable at 3? Pretty much just nuke him right there. So we'll run 10 on the 3. So I don't know. Well, yeah, let's see if we can do 4. Water artifact attack. That's actually a really good one. Okay, so let's just see here. What water monster do you have that needs attack? Obviously not Lapis. Let's do the Sigmarus. Here you go. That is bad, Merrick. I mean, it's good to have them, but it's bad because it means you've never gotten the nat 5s that you should have gotten. Okay, so we're at 1.4 million mana. Give you a good idea of how much this actually costs, and where's my optimizer? Here we go. Is there any reason to build 2 Lorens? Yeah, most people will eventually have at least 2 Lorens. You're going to want one for PvP and one for PvP and one for BJR5. Well, right now I'm not on my account, so I wasn't in 8895, but I did just switch up. So Alan, Nephthys is honestly pretty easy because you can just rock her with Juno or Tetra. So if you do want to do some sort of Nephthys defense for Siege, you're gonna need to be like just crazy fast. Like you're gonna have to outspeed them, because if you can't nuke them out before they take a turn, you're not gonna get enough defense wins. There you go, guys. So we are 24,000 mana in, and we've already added 54 attack to the Sigmarus. This is why the white ones are really pretty good. I mean, so the thing is, Alan, because you said G3 Siege, if you have a base full of Nefties, then you guys can wreck, because you can keep stacking that base. But if it's just 1 or 2 random Nefties defenses, or your defense run by itself out a couple of times, then it's going to be a very easy counter. There we go. It finally landed right as I gave up. But I mean, even so, this is 64. So, Tariq, with artifacts, I mean, these sub-properties are all total garbage. This artifact is garbage. I'm not going to lie. This is like one of the worst artifacts you'll ever see. But it doesn't matter, because we spent 60k. We only spent 60k mana. I mean, that's 2 runs in a B12. You know, like selling 2 runes or 3 runs. It was 60k mana. And you just added 58 attack to your monster. So you just boosted his attack power by 2.5%, basically. Because he's around 2,000 attack, right? So for 60k mana, I just made him 2.5% stronger. Now, long term, this is not what you want to keep. This is total garbage. Like, legitimately, this is one of the worst artifacts I've ever seen. But as just like a short-term boost to make your dungeon teams better, I mean, literally, we went into Steel Fortress, we ran 3 runs for 15 energy. It took us a minute and a half, and we just made your Sigmarus 2.5% better. It's just free stats. It's a free upgrade. So this right now, don't even look at this as an artifact. This is not an artifact. Like, I wish I could put my hand up over the screen and cover it for you. The sub-properties here are just junk. All you care about is this plus 58 attack, because it's better to have something than nothing. And when it's this cheap, why not do it? And then later on, you get better ones and you just sell this one and overwrite it. I mean, you don't keep it, you don't need to do anything with it, you just replace it with a better one. And then, like Morgan said, Artifacts, even like a, hey, Walladu, by the way, even a total garbage artifact, like a white artifact like this one, it started with no sub-properties, it was utter trash, but by putting this on your Sigmarus, we probably just bumped your world boss score like 5,000 or more, just from this one artifact. Merrick, weren't you at 250 at the start of this stream? How did you just pick up 80 scrolls? Hey, Sec91, long time no see, how you doing? So let's see, do you have, we want attack plus here, and do you have attribute? Okay, we did that, and type no, so we'll just go, we'll go run a little PC10 now. I think I kind of demonstrated the point, so we're going to do a quick repeat battle. We're going to go here to Kairos. Let's actually do Steel Fortress, and let's do level 2 because it's cheaper. So we're just going to spend 5 per, and honestly, all we really, you actually want the whites more. You'd rather the artifact be white if you're just going for stats. If all you're doing is just trying to boost your stats up a little bit, it's better to get the white ones because they're cheaper to inscribe. The rare one or the green ones, the magic ones, they're going to cost you a little bit more to enchant. So if you're doing a green one, it should only be because it has a good sub property. If you're doing, like, if you get a green one that has speed under an ability, just sell it. But if you get a white one that has nothing, then it's cheaper, then it's fine. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so while that's running, let us go ahead and take a quick look here at the optimizer, and we're going to build your Ergar to start. Man, that's a pretty nice session. I'm actually looking forward to that, Merrick. I so hope we just go like Nat 5 crazy. So it is good you have all those devils because you're going to need them when we're done. Sim, he needs artifacts on every monster. So I just ran one at random. We're going to run a few sessions on each. Finish your summon session was crazy. We pulled the Savannah. The Savannah was OP, and then finishing up with the Jolten was the craziest of all of it. All right, so let's see. We've got your JSON loaded already. Let's take a look here. This is you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Sigmarus, 100 crit rate. That is actually good. Is this you? I thought your Sig was below 100 crit rate. And Ajir, this is not you. I think we didn't pull in the I didn't finish importing it. Okay. So we go here and import. That's why I had to keep build checked. Okay, import it. We can always turn the monsters into Rainbow Mon if you need, or just make sure you're saving your Rainbow Mon. Hey Dakota, great grandson. Wow, congratulations Dakota, and have a great night. Oh, you said burb, not be right back. Okay, never mind. Do I have to download Summoner's War and Amazon to use Amazon coins? KP, yes you do. You have to download it through the... You do have to download Summoner's War through the Amazon App Store. And Templar, yeah, this month's Dimensional Predator was very tough. So Merrick, that means you're not farming. Okay, so here's how we've got to start with this. Tariq, you told me don't touch Fran. Are there any other monsters that you want locked and left off limits? Yeah, KP, so if you're reinstalling, this is really important. As soon as you install the game while it's downloading, in the top right-hand corner, it's going to say Hive. It's going to have the Hive logo. And you're going to want to make sure that you tap that and log in so you don't have to do that stupid tutorial. Okay, so if we sort your monsters by effective HP, Sigmarus is actually the highest here. But I really do want him at 100 crit rate because of that skill 3. So let's start off by running the Sig. I've had to do the tutorial a bunch of times because of logging into people's accounts, and I had to do it for myself on all 3 servers. We're gonna go speed or attack, crit damage, attack. No broken. 100, 153. Yeah, bro, I'm down. That's a big session, man. You've been 26 LD and 8 legend. That'll be fun. Yeah, definitely. Message me in Discord and we'll set up a day for it. We can probably do it later this week if you want. Oh, Morgan. Oh man, that's actually terrible. That's actually terrible. I shouldn't even be laughing. I can feel the pain. How do you know they have Gani Hathor? You can't see them. Okay, we're gonna do this. Let's call it 200k. Defense break, crit. Yeah, but you can't see what they hit you with. Oh, you're just looking at their defenses, maybe? 28. Okay, so this is 13 accuracy, so let's bring this up a little bit. The Hathor is strong with this one. Okay, so here we go. This is actually straight from inventory. This does look solid, man. You lose a little bit of damage because you lose 25 crit rate, but you trade that out for consistency. You'll have more overall attack. You actually have more effective HP as well. So and the nice thing is this is straight from inventory. We're not touching any monsters. So I like this build quite a bit. Now if we were to pull from monsters, we could obviously get a much better build, but well, Merrick, to put it into perspective, you've got a slime on defense. You have to expect to get hit 80 times. I'm sorry, you have a Rimuru. You have a Rimuru on defense. I don't know. I don't get how you run a Gani Hathor defense in Arena, though. Okay, and then if you wanted a stronger overall build, but this pulls from Han, which would be okay, but probably the Vertihile you want to leave alone. The slot 4 that's hurting your Sig. Oh, so one thing I have to do is check this, yeah, because of the mana situation. So let's do this. We're gonna lock the Vertihile. To be fair, Armani, all you really want is 80,000 effective HP. It doesn't have to be speed, crit damage HP. It just has to be 80,000 effective HP. But in the build that he's got right now, Sig's only 57, so this does actually make him tankier. Now we'll show you some alternatives in HP as well. And then let's just cap. You don't want to drop the damage too low, so you do that. And then, so if you take, just to give you an example, it's actually going to be around 68,000. So if you go around 68,000 effective HP, and then you take 2 of those white artifacts that we were talking about, but you do them as HP instead of attack, that will bring you up to the 80,000 effective HP because it adds 3,000 more HP. So you want to be somewhere between, I think it's actually 66,000. I forget the exact number. But if you're around 66,000 effective HP and then you max 2 white artifacts that are both HP based, then you can get up to the 80,000 effective HP that you need. The alternative is to run an HP slot 4 and use attack based artifacts. Either way. Triple level 1 Sam, how much HP does that Kumar have? Adwait pulled Odin. Congratulations, bro. Oh, Odin is awesome. Unfortunately, I mean, he can be used in PvE, but he's not like good in PvE because he's all single target. He can be used there, absolutely. As Sim said, you can use him in some of the Rift front lines. You can use him in a few places, but he's not usually going to be the best option. Okay, so Tariq, we'll leave this build here. Now this is actually only 150k to change, 150k mana. So at this point, you clearly wouldn't use an FRR ticket, but let's take a look at a couple of other monsters and see if we can boost them up and then figure out what it would be overall. Okay, so the Spectra, this was another one. I'd like the Spectra to be a lot higher accuracy, a little bit higher crit rate. I do kind of need to see how your team runs so I can get a feel for the speed tuning. So I think we've probably gotten, yeah, we're probably done with this. Hey, congratulations on the win, BK, also. Lauren and Spectre, same speed, but do you need one to act before the other? I'm not familiar with that team. Okay, so you go Verd, Lauren, Spectra, Vero, Bella. Okay, so let's move this over here. So we're going to come in here. You go Verd, whoops. Verd, Lauren, Fran. No, not Fran. Vero. Vero, Spectra, and Bella. Speed leader affects base speed, Merrick. Mr. Ruam, so if you have 1.5k crystals, where do I think you should farm? So without seeing your account, like my answer might change if I was looking at your JSON file, but most people I think haven't farmed enough BJR5. So what I would say is if you have ungrinded runes on monsters right now, then you should probably be farming BJR5 because it's one of the most important things in the game. So if you have ungrinded runes on monsters right now, farm BJR5. Now, with that said, because you have a lot of runes that you need to plus 12, normally, I would recommend keeping all rares and above, but only because the Great Mana Depression is real. And I want to be very, very straight about this. Only because we're all desperate for mana. I would probably sell the rare grinds to save mana to use the hero grinds. I would sell all rare accuracy and resistance and flat stats, but I would keep the rare HP and attack gems. See, I actually don't do that. I kept the rares forever. I farm dungeons for mana because, I mean, +6, +7, it's close because you're going to regrind a lot anyway. So I used to keep the rares, but right now I sell the rares so that I can get the mana to use the heroes and then +12 stuff. So my recommendation to you is to do all BJR5 and just and then get your mana that way. Hey Varmo, how you doing? Yeah, anytime, man. Seriously, I kept rare of everything for ages, but now I keep rare Vio and Will. My Swift are grinded enough that I don't. Well, I keep. Yeah, no, that's it. I keep rare Vio and Will now. Jinger, yeah, the account roast is finished. We're now looking at a couple of teams. So let's see here. So we've got the Lauren at 241, Spectra at 234. So the Spectra speed range. Let's see here. Yeah, you got it, Alan, man. You got it. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I 6-star a lot of crap and I farm a lot of runes, so that's why I kept everything. But yeah, I have some sets like Guard. I can't even regrind anything anymore. Standings for points or for hours? Okay, so let's see. Let me just get this running so I can check real quick. So 234. So he can go to 222, right? Yeah, he can go to 222, and then on the floor, if the bell is 207, he can be at 209. No, way lower. 189. That's what I meant. 189, sir. 189. Yeah, so he could actually go 188. So 188 to 209. We're going to come over here. We're going to go 188 to 209. And that is going to be Spectra. So we don't really care actually which sets he's in at all, honestly. We just care about stats, no broken sets. I also really don't care what his slot 2 and 4 are. We can take advantage of anything. All we care is that he makes stat thresholds. So anytime you're doing a build, guys, this is something I probably haven't talked about much, and I plan to when I do a certain video that I have planned, but a lot of people say, like, how does a monster need to be runed? And generally speaking, you can say, like, for example, Lauren. We usually put her in speed HP. That's the best rune set. But honestly, if you have an HP slot 2 with 31 speed and you have crazy speed subs, like, it doesn't actually matter how you rune a monster. It matters that you hit stat targets on that monster. So our stat targets for Spectra are going to be, we're going to start right here. So the Spectra that he's running is 94k effective HP, and we know that's stable. So our first stat target with the Spectra is actually 80,000 effective HP. And the reason for that is because I know we can put artifacts on 80,000 to get it back to 94, because it has no artifacts now. So we're going to look for 80,000 effective HP at the minimum. Now we're going to come in here and we're going to check out how much damage he does on Special Assault. I don't know the B12 Dragon HP, so in general, he's about 200k. Mr. Ruam, I do not need to put in focus points. That actually reduces your search. So the focus points were something that you need with... the focus points you needed before Swap Pro, basically, because it refined your search and made it faster. But Swap Pro is so fast that we don't need the focus points anymore. Okay, so we're going to use defense, break, and attack buff. We're just going to estimate it about 200k HP and 1800 defense. We are looking at the special assault. And then our attack lead is actually speed. 8 voices! Bro! 8 voices! Thank you for the super chat, man. That is really, really awesome of you. Wow. Thank you very much, man. 8 voices said... Heading to bed, good content as always. Oh man, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Shaki, I scared poor Shaki. But Shaki appreciates it also, man. Seriously, thank you very much, man. Really awesome of you. Give him his points and he can count them instead of sheep. Okay, we will definitely give you the points for that one as well. Shakila, it's okay, puppy. It's okay. Wow, you caught me completely off guard there, man, but I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we're going to come here with the 28 speed. All right, checkers. Okay, so we hit apply right here. We should be good. Now, if you see, with no focus points, I essentially just ran every single possible build with a crit rate or crit damage slot 4 at 100 crit rate. And we are going to check now for what is the highest damage, which is 46,000. So again, we're looking for damage ranges, so we're going to bring this down to 40,000. We are going to bring the accuracy up to 45. We're going to rerun this one more time at, let's just say 70 crit rate, so I get a wider range of builds. And then let me go ahead and give 8 Voices his points. Currency counter. Where are we? Here we go. I'm pretty sure they would have had to have agreed, sir. I do think they would have had to have agreed. And then while I'm in this menu, Morgan, I think you asked point leaders. So it's Merrick, 8 Voices, and Sim, and ours leaders are Merrick. No, excuse me, it's Sim, and then Merrick, and then Garv, and then Tariq, and then Papa Panda. Okay, so here we go. Now let me see, am I still on inventory? I am not on inventory, so this is going to pull from other monsters. We've got Lucian and Hua and Han. So I don't think you use the Han much, but here we go. This one's actually, this is only pulling 1 from Lucian and 1 from Han. So right here, this is another part of my process, is I go through here and I look at who I'm pulling runes from, and I also try to pull runes from the fewest monsters possible. So we're going to go ahead and change this now up to 74 crit rate, because I see a viable build at 74, so we hit apply. I also want to go restart your auto farm with some more artifacts, because we may use some of those to boost up this team. So let's go ahead. We just did Steel Fortress, so we're going to do a 10 run on PC. And it looks like that's actually it. Then you'll be out of energy. Unless you have, I think you might have had some energy in the gift box. Points are used for all giveaways, contests, free for all, and yeah. Indeed, we do not speak her name. We do not speak her name. Sacrifices to Hathor. Sim spoke her name. Maybe we need to take all of Sim's points away. How dare you speak that name? Unless you're speaking that name as she appears on my summoning stone. Actually, let me show you guys something real quick if I can. Let me see if I can do this. Nope. Wait. Nah, air servers crashed. Okay. Yeah, we can't do that. Okay, I've got so many windows open. I am seriously getting lost. Okay, this one needs to be open. That's closed. That's closed. Those are open. That needs to lock. Okay, we are now farming. We are now farming on Tariq's account, and then we're going to run this build. Or until she gets nerfed, to be fair. Once she gets nerfed, I'll say her name all day long also. Alright, so Here we go. I see an 84 crit rate, 46 accuracy. The higher crit rate we can get, the better. For consistency. So now we're at crazy high, 54k damage over here. So we're going to boost this up now to 50,000. And now we've shrunk down to 4 builds. So we're going to take a look at where we're pulling runes from. And this is perfect, man. I don't even think you're using Ken, right? So this right here, this is going to take 1 from Ken and 4 from inventory. It is going to take some mana, unfortunately, to enchant everything, though. Juno is a sort of viable counter to the Unspoken. Actually, she is. I just, I don't have Juno. Exactly, Sim. Win Desert Queen. Lewis, the Swap Pro is a one-time fee. He actually made it really cheap. I thought it was really impressive how cheap he made it. Okay, so 61 here. Look at this one right here. 50k, 61. This is really well balanced. This does take a Rauk and Illusion rune, though. So if we don't want to break too much up. So these are probably your 2 best options, Tariq. You can go right here. Now this is probably what I would take because the less stuff we mess up, the better it is. But I mean, we can always run new builds for Rauk and Lucian, and they probably need new builds anyway. So if you want to make your Spectre hit as hard as possible, then you take this build. If you want the accuracy from the backlash, then you take this build, basically. Yeah, guys, and I was in there testing. I know how much work I was shocked Swap was free. So I've been a Patreon since day 1 for Swap. I couldn't believe it was free. And so we actually got the beta testers actually got Swap Pro, but I still do a higher level Patreon because it's just, I mean, I can't imagine playing the game with Swap. Without Swap, I honestly can't. Tariq, are you around, sir? I'd like to know if you have any preference on these 2 builds. I pretty much recommend going with the first one because it's less disruptive. The only problem with this first one here is that I can't put it on right away because you don't have enough mana. Like, I probably would just send you the build until you had enough mana, because if you put it on, then your Spectre wouldn't function. Exactly, Merrick. I pay him so he doesn't push the Swap Pro on me. Nice, Dakota. Seriously, like the best Summoner's War investment you can ever make. Honestly, honestly, the best Summoner's War investment you can make. I mean, it's half the cost of a pack. I still think he way underpriced it. But I hope that results in him getting a lot of sales. I really do. He does so much for the community. Okay, so since Tariq, I think, went back to packing, we're going to go ahead and just save this build for him. I'm probably not going to put these builds on because I know Tariq has the... Bro, Matt D, thank you for the super chat, man. Really or super sticker, man. Really appreciate it. Oh, that is very awesome, Matt. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. Richard, I am going to be doing a video. You know what? I think I'm going to make that tomorrow's... I'm going to make that tomorrow's project to get the Swap Pro tutorial out first ahead of the other videos, because that is way behind. So Merrick's... Okay, Merrick. Stop lying to everybody. What is... Buying a Rimuru, is that the best investment? I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Dakota, I think you're still free to play if you bought if I gave you a car and then you bought a car seat, you would still say you got the car for free, right? So I think that still qualifies as free to play. Although I don't know why I would give you a car seat. You probably don't need to be in a car seat. I was thinking more of a seat cushion, and I said a car seat. They're kind of different things, yeah. All right. So Morgan, actually, so Mr. Ruam offered to help you get the JSON, and that's very nice, actually. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We did the Spectra, we did the Sigmarus. So the Spectra speed then will go to 196. The Sigmarus speed will go to 161. So we're going to come back over to our speed tuning menu here. We're going to go 196. Sigmarus is not actually even in this team, so we just found him a better build for no reason. But that's okay. So the Spectre remains speed tuned with Lauren. Now the next thing we would like to do... You know what? This Bella needs to act before Spectra, doesn't it? No, because the Lauren's already giving us defense breaks. So the Spectra's fine where it is. There's no attack buff, so that speed tuning is fine. Morgan, just message me on a... well, you said you don't have a GPU either, though. Yeah, that's kind of rough. Okay, so next up we have got the Bella. Honestly, the Bella doesn't really make much difference. She doesn't do damage, so I think the last one we want to do is Verd, and he told me to lock the Verd, but I want to see if there's a better build for Verd. So we're going to go Vile Revenge. And then once again, we don't care what the slots 2 and 4 are. All we really care is that we go crit rate and attack. Verd obviously must be 100 crit rate. We don't need accuracy. We're going to clear all of this off, and then we're going to check the Verd speed ranges. Once again, we want to be at 65k effective HP, but let's see what the Verd has right now. The Verd's at 58, so we're going to set the floor at 55,000 because we know that's actually, we're going to set it at 50,000 because we know that's stable in this team. And then we're going to come over here to speed tune. We're checking the Verd max speed. So the combat speed on the Vero is 196, so the Verd max speed is going to be 182, I think. No, 181. Okay. No, 180, excuse me. Verd max speed is 180 because he's in the leader slot. So we're going to come back over here, and we're going to say minimum speed is 153. Max speed is 180 unless we wanted to run the Verd first to try to turn cycle, but I don't think we need to. Now we go damage options, Noble Agreement. There's no attack buff, so we'll take that off right there. We're going to max the skill ups. Everything else is good. We run all of the builds. Now the current damage level is 3897, so we're just going to immediately say we don't want anything that does less damage. We're going to hit apply, and we've still got 2800 builds left over here. So from here, now we just want to see what the highest damage dealing build is. We see we can get well up over 5,000. This is pulling monsters from runes from other monsters, so we're going to switch this around to runes from inventory only and rerun this. We're going to bump this up to 1,000 search depth, and we come up with 77 builds. Varmo, I don't think Tariq has a lot of rage runes, but I will run the build. Okay, now right here I see like crit rate 112. I actually see the Verd's got 123 crit rate on him. I like to try not to be, I like to try not to waste stats, like, because that 12 extra crit rate that's on the Verd, that's another monster that's trying to find 12 crit rate that can't find it. So I will also cap it right here. I'm going to say max at 103. And I understand that sometimes that might mean that I take a slightly worse build. For example, maybe 123 crit rate lets me do more damage overall with my Verd, but it takes so many stats away from another monster. So I try to... Mr. Ruam, I'm going to make you moderator just for the moment so that you can link that video in, and then I'm going to take it back off again. I did take away most of the moderators because it got hard to read chat with the bot. But you've got the link right for a moment. Okay, so what I was saying is I understand like sometimes you might find a better build that uses like 110 crit rate, but when you do that, you kind of hurt your other monsters as well. So I cap it up here at 103. We apply that. Now we see our highest damage build right here is 4530. And this is coming straight from inventory. Merrick, you might just need to reload YouTube. That happens to me on Ace's stream sometimes also. You still cannot send it. Did I not add you as a moderator? You didn't show up as a moderator. Sorry, bro. Try it one more time. I might have done it wrong, but you should be good now. If not, then it means I'm having some sort of problem with adding moderators. Yeah, add moderator. It's not I'm listing you as a moderator, but it's not actually adding you as a moderator. So I have it bookmarked. I'm gonna grab the I can just post it. Here we go. All right, so now we've got this build right here that does 45-30 damage, so it's a 20% upgrade. It's also got higher effective HP. So now we're just gonna check in. We're gonna check and see if there's any builds that are like super tanky that are in that same damage ballpark. So we're gonna make it 4,200 damage minimum, 59k effective HP. And there we go. We've only got one build right here. This is the build. Yeah, exactly, Merrick. Hey, Gabriel, how you doing? So this is the build right here. And then I just realized I forgot to... So the Spectre is on, actually the Spectre is on Rage Blade. That's interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and equip runes. And then for the Sig, we're gonna go ahead and equip runes. And then for the Verd, we're gonna make sure, we took, okay, yeah, I forgot to equip those runes, so I double ran it. Bro, congratulations, Mr. Ruam with the jackpot. That's what I say. The three jackpots in Raid are Vio, Will, and Speed Grinds. Congratulations, bro. That's awesome. Call yourself Air Server. I think if you call yourself Air Server, I'm going to have to ban you. Let's see here. Okay, where are we at here? So we got to rerun this, and we're probably, yeah, I thought so. So I accidentally ran that before locking in the Sig runes. So we're going to rerun this one more time now, and we're going to double check here again. So we've got 55. Ooh, there's a 62 and 4160. I like that. But I think we're just going to go, let's see, 56,000 and apply. And then we're going to come up here to 4,200 and apply. And we're just kind of working our way up until we get down to just a few builds. And now these two builds are nearly identical damage. The bottom build is tankier, and it's not wasting crit rate, and it doesn't have all this extra accuracy. So the bottom build is actually much better. So it's pretty straightforward. We're going to take this build. We're going to close that out. And all this is doing is just changing like 3 runes. So we're going to go ahead and just equip runes. My Air Server already crashed. That's why it's banned, sir. That's why it's banned. Okay, so we're going to come back. Whoa, that's... Damn it. That's not Nox. That's OBS. Here's Nox. So we're going to come back and collect these artifacts. Okay, now guys, when I was talking earlier about just getting basic artifacts to put on your monster, so this is the exact example I meant. It will cost you more to enchant a green artifact than to enchant a white one, and the sub-property is garbage. So in this case, we're just going to sell this one because you don't want to spend more mana for a bad sub-property. Hey, Papa Panda, have a great night, bro. Thanks for hanging out on stream, man. Morgan, congratulations! Whoa, first time beating TOA. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Now this one, once again, HP artifact attack, so that one's not very good. But this one would have been good if it was support. Since it's attack, we're going to go ahead and ditch it. And then we've got 5 more that these ones are just fine. They're just free stats, right? So we don't even have to look at them. We just know they're good. We'll go ahead and hit replay. Start battle. And then I think I just replayed. Oh, that was interesting. It showed the DB12 team. That is a nice bug, sir. That is a nice bug. But it is running PC, so we're good. And let's see if we've got a little bit of energy in the gift box here. Here we go. Yes, sir. All right, well, I think Tariq may have fallen asleep on us, or he may be off and packing, but we did find 3 new builds. So I'm going to go ahead and just send these builds to Tariq in Discord. I think I'm going to switch back over to my account. I'm going to show you guys the Triple Ikaru team, and then we'll do one more account review. Probably not another account roast today. Those... Who knows what time he works, Sim, but you're probably right. Oh, wait, he asked me to ruin Joltan. I'm sorry. Yeah, we've got one more. Well, I don't know. Do you guys, Joltan's a pretty straightforward build, so let's just run Joltan, and then we'll save that as the final build. So if we're running Joltan for Steel Fortress, then whoops, he's not in here. So, okay, since he's not in here yet because he's not 2A yet, we're going to go ahead and create a Joltan 2A. And we just hit create, and this will just put a brand new one in for us. So now we come over here. We're going to load in Joltan. Now, if you're going Steel Fortress, the build right here, Dakota! Dakota, thank you for becoming a channel member. And Jackie, I'm sorry, puppy. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Dakota, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate it. Please make sure you message me. If you're in Discord, please make sure you message me so I can give your supporter role as well. And thank you very much. And I really appreciate that. Thank you, Dakota. Okay, so here we go. So if you're doing Joltan for PC10, I said Steel Fortress, I meant PC10, obviously. This is the build for Joltan and PC10 right here, guys. It's triple HP and triple will. And then we're going to go runes from inventory, max plus 12. Now, for our Joltan, one thing I have learned, I did not cover this in the video that I actually did. You really do need to make sure he's tanky enough to make your team last for an extra 3 turns. So we're going to probably put 40k HP. Now, you can get away with your Joltan at 160. It doesn't even have to be that fast, right? Your slowest can be 159, 175 combat. Your Joltan can be 161. That's the minimum speed on Joltan, and you do need 24 accuracy. Now, I will tell you that we do benefit from damage from Joltan as well. So depending on your rune quality, we are going to go ahead and just run this with... we're going to run this to see how much damage that he's going to do as well. Now, we don't have the ability to do this particular build for... so, Mr. Ruam, I mean, it also depends. It depends on, first of all, depends on the team you're running. And, like, I'm mostly kind of showing you what you would run for any of the teams I've built. But there are a lot of other teams out there. Like, if you're running a Kali team, then the shield is probably helping you. So, yeah, you could definitely do double will shield. And we're going to run that now because he actually can't build the triple will anyway. He can't build the double will either, so we're going to check. Can we do a double shield will? We cannot. Okay, so we can't rune for PC10 right now because Tariq is not farming much necro, so instead we can rune for PvP. Now, for PvP, there's 2 ways that you can rune. One is shield will, and the other is triple revenge. It looks like we cannot do a triple revenge build either, so we're going to go ahead and put our Joltan in a speed slot 2. No, we're not. Okay, so we're going to open this up a little bit more. So it's... The HP is probably too much, but right now it's giving me no builds because he doesn't have any HP slot 2s for any of the sets that I've checked. So we honestly, I think the 40k HP is probably still fine. For PvP, I mean, he's going to want to build it for PC10 anyway. So he's honestly, what he's going to need to do is farm out some will runes for the PC10. But just to demo, so now honestly, if I was running this for PvP, you want it 40,000 because of Masha. Depending on what kind of siege defenses you're facing, but if you're anywhere in Mid-Guardian or above, then you see Ciara Lore and Mashas, you need about 40k in order to survive. Raul Lopez, thanks for subbing to the channel, man. I appreciate it. And then for the speed, it really doesn't matter much, but just to narrow it down, we do something like this. And here you go, we got 15 builds on the triple HP at that speed. And now we can actually sort first by HP. So we see 43k in Energy Swift, and then we can sort by damage. And we see the damage is pretty static all the way across. And then we can sort by effective HP. And we see that it's right in line with the damage, but it's got a good amount of HP, and it's reasonably tanky, but the accuracy is low. So then I come down here, and I see 17 accuracy down below, and I also see a few 14, so I just hit 14. I thin this out to 42K. I thin this out to 4100. We've got 12 builds left now. So I'm going to bring the effective HP up to 205,000. That brings me to 4 builds, and then I can pick between them. And obviously these are Swift Energy, so these are not the builds you would want to run. That's just the process you would use to refine the stats for Joltan. But you would want this to be in triple Revenge, double Will Shield, or triple Will. So okay, I don't think we're ready to rune Joltan yet for Tariq, but we do have 3 new builds that should speed up his teams just a little bit. They're a little bit more solid builds. And we'll run a couple more builds later, but I am going to jump off of Tariq's account now. And let's see, did we finish that auto farm? Honestly, that Joltan could work for him in PvP. It would do its job. It doesn't really have to be on Revenge. But I don't know if he's doing much PvP. I think his focus is more. I think his focus is more on PvE right now. So he wants that for farming. I'm sure of it. All right, we're gonna get Air Server up on. Hopefully, we're gonna get Air Server up on the tablet. Potentially, Air Server will work. We're going to go here. We are going to turn Nox off. We are going to log out. Close Nox so that it might be eating memory. And let's bring back the Air Server. Here we go. All right. So guys, I have resorted to this. I ran out of stuff to level. I'm legitimately just running Lapis through and trying to farm out Inigamis. And I know I could probably wait. I could probably wait until, like, there's an Inugami secret dungeon. But, man, I just want to get my triple Ikaru team built. So I did get 1 skill up while I was on the other account, I think. In guild content, you can get away with... so, Sim, in guild content, you can get away without will. In RTA, the will is essential. So, you guys want to hear something disgusting? I had 3 max skilled fire Inigamis that I had saved up a long time ago, but because I needed storage... Well, I had saved up like 30 fire Inigamis, but because I needed storage space, I just max skilled the ones in storage. They were all 3-star. And I fed them all for this Ikaru team, but they were like saved in case I ever wanted to do Rauk skill ups, and I was like, screw it. And I fed 3 max skilled Inigamis just to get the skill ups. So we need 4 more. We need 4 more. All right, guys. So I do have all of the Inigamis runed and built. I did a little demo of this at the start of the stream as well. Where are my windows here? Here we go. Okay, so here is the first Inugami. And we are in... Actually, this is the strongest one. So let's start with the fastest one, because the fastest one will always be the weakest. And then I'm going to do a video on this, but I'll show you guys real quick how you set it up in the optimizer also. So here's the first one. We've got our defense met. I got enough crit rate on there. And then because he's the fastest one, he's got the highest accuracy. And I do want to get him more accuracy on his artifact, but I didn't have an artifact that worked right now for accuracy. So we gave him some crit damage and then just damage wherever else we could. And on this side, he's also going to be able to tank, although in theory I should never be able to hit. I just didn't really have great defense-based water artifacts, honestly. So we made do with what we had, but I needed the plus 100 defense. So we're going to be obviously just in triple defense right here. The second one's about the same accuracy also. Wait, that's not the second one. There you go. The second one is I'm sorry. Yeah, the second one. You're right. So it's the second one that's the highest accuracy, bro. I did it right. I said it wrong. So the first one is the 47. The second one is the 63. This one actually he's just 2 accuracy short of what he needs. And yeah, there you go. So yeah, the first one, he's got the 47 accuracy. The second one, he's got the 63 accuracy. He's also got a little bit more crit damage, and he does have 1 determination set. No, the first one has 1 determination set. So I've got 1 determination set overall. And then the artifacts here, we've got the damage dealt from Dark is just because I want to test this in Necro, and because I couldn't get anything else. And then we've got some skill 1 crit damage and some damage by attacking together. And then this will be the one that goes last, and this one is a really interesting set. So we got 159 crit damage on him, but he's actually in triple defense. It's all through subs, and the you can see the runes are still a little bit grindable, looks like. Just 1. We just have this 1 attack can be grinded, and then the defense can be, but it doesn't have to be grinded. I'm over the threshold. And then this guy's got the damage dealt on fire, 14%. With some additional damage in there, and then he's also got skill 1 and skill 2 crit damage. So this is pretty much what I'm hoping is going to make up for the damage. The fact that my Vertihile is a little bit lower than the Vertihile that was the original creator of the team. I thought about doing Verti and triple determination and then just doing all 3 Inugamis in a damage build, but it just didn't seem like enough. It seemed like this was the better balance. And then the other thing is I was trying to do this mostly out of inventory. I didn't want to go and break up a whole bunch of monsters, so I only wound up snaking 3 runes from other monsters. But just to show you guys how you would set this up if you are building the team, we don't have an Ikaru, so we're going to go ahead and create one. I don't want to reload the JSON because I want to send these builds over to Tariq. So we're going to go Ikaru 2A. We'll just create the Ikaru and 2A him in here. So we go Ikaru 2A. So we come over here, we go Ikaru. And now you're just going to go defense slot 2, defense slot 6, excuse me, defense 2 and 4. Defense 2 and 6. And leave the 4 blank. Hey Garv, I do my best, bro. I do my best, both in the optimizer and on the stream. I see the chats now. So yeah, you're gonna go defense 2, defense 6. I leave slot 4 blank so that if we can snake in a crit rate, a crit damage, or something, whatever the case may be. Now, if you have any determination sets, you hit this little more button right here, and you can pop in. Like I have 1 determination set. Then for this bottom section down here, you go 180. Wait, no. I gotta remember the speeds. Like I said, guys, I'm gonna do a video on it, so don't quote me on this one. I think the fast one had to be 184, and then they all have to be 2916 defense. Then from there, you obviously want accuracy, but right here, you're not going to get a ton of builds. Honestly, you're not going to get a ton of builds, so I just ran it like this. And then once I got my 1,000 builds or whatever, then I started filtering down by accuracy and damage. And the only other thing you want to do is come in here for scratch. You want to use defense break, and then you want to make sure, assuming you don't have skill ups like I don't, you clear out the skill ups. Our speed lead is 28, and then we can hit apply, and it's just going to show us all of our builds. And obviously, I don't think Tariq has the ability to make these yet, so you're not going to be able to see builds here, but let's see, can we? You don't need damage from guild because this is all point of reference. So you're right, I did not put in damage from guild, but it's because I use damage just as a point of reference. Like we're not, okay, so there's, how would I say this? Like Like with a copper, if I'm building a copper, I know my copper needs to do like 61k minimum in order to attack the stuff that I attack in J3 Guild War. So with copper, when I program this out, I have to program everything exactly. I have to use Guild War buildings, and I have to make sure everything is perfect so I know exactly how much damage he's doing. But with a dungeon monster like this, we're not hitting a damaged target. We just want to find the strongest build. So we just want to make sure all the builds are being compared against each other. So the other thing here, that is one thing I forgot though, they have attribute advantage. So we put in a 15 crit rate leader skill, and then we ask it for the average right here. And we hit apply, and then this gives us point of reference. So this build right here, that's 3115, they won't do exactly 3115 because I didn't program it exactly, but it will be the strongest average hitting build no matter what. Plus 84. Thank you, sir. So it's 192. I knew I was remembering that wrong. So 192 is what you need here because the base is 108. I had the 84 stuck in my head. Yeah, so for your first Ikaru, it's 2916, 192. And again, I'm going to do a whole video on building this team. So, but that's the gist of it. You do these minimums, you find your builds, you refine down, and then once you've refined down, you take, like right here, I can see I have a 28 accuracy that's on the first page of damage. So I'm going to take 28 accuracy and I'm going to apply. Oh, and that we had run it at 184 before, so there you go. It's the defense. There we go. Well, anyway, I just changed the numbers, but you guys get the idea. So that's how you would build this team. Now, if we can just figure out how to build air server, we will be good to go. Yikes. Talk to me in Discord. Let me see your JSON and see your monster box, and we'll work it out. If not, I know Ace had talked about doing that as well. Yeah, I've got I've seen that one as well, Chess Burrito. I'll probably link that into the I'll link that into the video because obviously the people who created this deserve a lot of credit. Yeah, we could put Rimuru in the team and just make him slow enough that he never gets a turn. Chess Burrito. Okay, let's see. Did I remember to auto farm? I didn't even remember to auto farm. Okay. So, let's go here. Now, we need the Ikaru. So we'll keep doing this. All right, guys. All right, let's see. It looks like I didn't collect the event. Oh, nice. SWC Week 2 is coming up. All right, guys, so I will show you my dilemma right now, and then, yeah, we're going to be opening one more, Morgan. So I was rank 960, I think, 3 days ago. I've been standing pat because I don't have a G1 finish. I want to push for G2 so badly, but I can't bring myself to risk losing the G1. So I am waiting until the final day, and I'm going to see if I have any breathing room to push or not. So Alfred, I don't have Belinus, but if you're using him for Arena, I would go for at least 50. I mean, 85 is the ideal, but I would go for at least 50 in Arena. Okay, guys, so we are going to do one final account review and then wrap the stream up from there. So let me open up the giveaway. Okay, this one, and so just so you guys know, it will never be required to be a channel member. You will never be required to be a channel member to get account reviews. However, I have always said that channel members get first option for account reviews, and I know there are several channel members in here who have been waiting a very long time for account reviews. So this one is only open to channel members. Hey, Sir Tex, how you doing? Well, we had several new members this stream, Merrick, so that's why I did the Kyle, there's a button underneath there's a button that says join next to the subscribe button. That would be how you become a channel member. Whoop, didn't mean to close the entries out yet. Okay, I think we're giving up on the Inagami dream. It's not going to happen tonight. And you're not wrong, Merrick. That was funny timing. Curtis, yeah, so I'm gonna do two more. I'm gonna do the one channel member one. And then I'm gonna do one more that's open to everyone because I did say I would do that. I did this one channel member only because basically of what Merrick said. Like I know there's a few people who've been waiting a very long time, and it's hard to get all caught up with these. But yeah, so Curtis, I'm gonna do two. I'm going to do the one channel member one, and then I'm going to do one after. No worries, Dakota. No worries. And yeah, that actually helps out. I am going to start, though. Part of the reason I'm behind is with all the new content, I went quite a while without doing them. So I am going to really try to get at least one in on every stream. I'll never catch all the way up. I will obviously never catch all the way up, but... so Mr. Ruam, you get points for hanging out in chat. And then it's a random entry by the bot, so... I said I'm going to try, Merrick. I didn't commit. I said I'm going to try to do at least one every stream. Oh, Curtis. No, I think I'll... At least at some point in the future, like when the world returns to normal and I have to travel for work again, I'll probably have to stream less. But at least until then, I would expect to have at least 2 to 3 streams a week. Some weeks it might be less if I'm trying to get caught up on videos also, but... Yeah, no, I won't vanish for a month with no stream. I would expect there'll always be at least one and probably always be at least 2 per week. But like this week, I probably won't stream again for a few days because I really need to get caught up on getting some videos out. I've actually recorded most of the videos and I just haven't had a chance to edit them yet. And then I've got 2 more that are already prepped and ready to record. Wow, Garv, congratulations on hitting 1,000 points, bro. That's 1,000 points rounded. That's pretty, that's a flex right there. And actually, it looks like you've earned a little bit more than that, so you probably entered a couple of giveaways. Bro, I don't actually think the world's gonna go back to normal, but I have to operate under the assumption that it will, right? So Dakota, keep in mind that rank has more to do with offense than defense. So if you're having trouble getting to C1, ask yourself if you're Gabriel. I didn't. I'm gonna scroll. I saw the add Z. Oh, for some reason, damage doesn't pop for me in the list of builds on swap. Any tips? Send me a screenshot in. I didn't follow exactly what you meant, Gabriel. So send me a screenshot in Discord. I'll take a look at it after the stream, and if I can't help, then I'll invite you to Xzandro's server where somebody can help. If I can help, I will, but if I don't know what's wrong, then I can also send you to Xzandro's server. Either way. And Armani, I agree. I agree. I mean, the world's never going to go back to how it was before, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to have, like, some semblance thereof. Like, you know, at a certain point, we all have to emerge from our homes. A lot of the companies we work with are already talking about wanting to have us come out and do stuff in person. Okay, it looks like we actually need to do Guild War. I forgot about that. So let's go do these. Wow, this is a challenging Guild War, huh? Man, how do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? This one's going to be tough. I don't know what to do. All right, I think we can probably do that. And that. This is, you know what? Screw that. Let's do this. Yeah, here we go. Wait, is she ruined? She doesn't even need runes. He doesn't need runes either. They're both missing a rune. I still think it's good enough. I still think it's good enough. Who needs runes? Wow, I need runes. Crap. All right, goodbye, sir. Take that, ragdoll. Hey, Joaquin, how you doing? Man, this is... How are we fighting a farming guild? We finished... Look at this... We're rank 45 and we're fighting a farming guild. What the hell? We finished rank 10 last week also. Which was pretty nice to finish rank 10. But yeah, rank 45 fighting a farming guild. How's my defense doing? Yeah, not that good. It's actually not that good. A lot of draws. Alright, well, I wanted to try and... Oh, you know what? We can make this interesting, guys. I know how we can make this interesting. We can do a Wind Ryu damage test. So let's go... Morgan, it's not my guild that I think is... No. Alright, let's see here. So we need probably Galleon, Perna. Yeah, we could do Galleon. Perna, where's my Perna? Actually, you know what? Let's do Galleon Sonora just for fun. Because Sonora is going to be slow and not going to cut the Wind Ryu. And then where is the Wind Ryu? Okay, so here are the stats, guys. No artifacts yet. Not the greatest runes either. I mean, this was just really kind of messing around. So we're speed, crit damage, attack. He's slow. He's got low attack. He's just like generally not very well runed, but that's pretty much because he's not generally very good. And then I guess for this top one, we can just do this and one-shot the CR. I wish we could see what they attacked us with on defense, honestly. All right. That sucks. I outsped even without the speed lead. And I procced. And I procced. Skill 1. Oh, come on! I shouldn't have taken the Sonora. Oh, I shouldn't have taken the Sonora. Stupid farming guild. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, you're right. I should have put the attack buff also, but oh my god, look at this. This is, wow, why are they farming? Alright, maybe we can do it against Chow. This top team looks kind of legit. That might troll me. Let's see here. So the light Chun-Li, that's a multi-hit. You know what? It's not going to do anything to me. I will just do that. And that Chow's not going to have will runes. Okay, so the channel members, actually we're going to go ahead and close the channel giveaway. Channel member account review after this. Oh, don't kill my Vela. Don't kill my Vela. Thank you. Nice derp. I might have actually gotten lucky right there. I'm not gonna lie. I think not might have. I think I got lucky right there. I really do. Probably was not the smartest comp I ever took in. Well, for starters, because you have... Oh, wait. The triple... I don't know. Alright. Here we go. Wind Ryu. Let's see. What can you do, Mr. Wind Ryu? 10, 11, 26. Not terrible. I mean, honestly, for not being skilled up and for those shit runes, it's not as bad as I expected. Thought it would be worse. I wonder if I could do that against my own defense. Yeah, and keep in mind, he has no artifacts, he has no skill ups. I mean, it really could have been worse. Bye-bye, Wind Ryu. I guess he needs will runes. I don't know, Alfred. The last artifact guide I posted got very few views. But I did do an artifact cleanup video. That one's already recorded. Honestly, I think I just forgot to put artifacts on him is all. Let's go throw some on him. Wait, that's Ken. Where's Barbie? Here we go. He's underwhelming by far. He really is, but actually, you know what? Skill 3 accuracy, that's a good fit for him. Let's see. Crushing, damage on water. Damage from wind, speed increasing. This one could work. I guess it's something just to put something on him. Hey, Rainin, you think you got the only one that's really worth anything? The fire one does seem kind of interesting, I got to admit. Alright guys, we are going to close the giveaway, and we are going to draw, and then I'm going to open up the next contest so that anybody can enter while we're doing it. Alright, so we have Morgan, and Greg, and Alfred. All three of you guys have been waiting ages, so I'm actually, and Mr. Astroglider, who probably has been waiting ages, but Merrick, did you want in? It's been open for a while. I'll give you one more shot. It's for the account review. So Mr. Astroglider, I don't know if you actually wanted the account review or if you wanted the account roast, but I know you've been a channel member for a very long time. So all 4 of you guys, I'm glad that one of you will finally have gotten, that I'll finally have gotten caught up to you. This first one is only for channel members. Okay, so here we go. We are going to pick the winner. Alfred! It is going to be Alfred! And let's see, so we're going to reset this, and then I'm going to open one up for everybody because I did say I would. Count review. How do we want to do this? What's fair? I think fair is to let everybody in for 25. But to reward the people who spend a lot of time on stream, so make it a max entry of, 10? That's what, 2.5 hours, right? 250, 5 hours? Okay, yeah. So we're going to do 25 cost with a maximum of 10 tickets to get in. There we go. Alfred, if you want, it's up to you if you want a roast or a rune. Yeah, I'm going to give you a rune, sir. Would you like a rune, Alfred? A roast or a review, it's up to you. I'd rather do a review, honestly. The roasts are kind of hard to do, and if you've got no runes, it's not going to be much of a it's not going to be much of a roast, right? It's just like another monster with no runes, you know. All right, there you go. Winryu's got some artifacts, not like fully enchanted or anything, but he's got some artifacts now at least. Can we do anything good here? Bomb damage, attack plus. I just want to like use that, so use it. I mean, this is pretty much a garbage artifact anyway, so who cares? And then, let's see, fire, damage from fire, that one's actually pretty good. Damage from wind, that's good, but I'm not wasting that on this, so let's just do a normal conversion. Mr. Ruam, now you show up as a moderator, finally, what happened there? Alright, so now we've got to remove the moderator. That was weird, that was like a long delay. Yeah, I took it out. It was just weird. It was a long delay. Okay, so we're going to close and open so the bot gives you instructions. Okay, guys, I'm going to take one more restroom break, and we'll go ahead and run a dimensional hole while we do. I will be right back, guys, and then we will begin to work on Alfred's account review. That'll actually work out well, Alfred. So we'll give you a minute to clean up your inventory. I'm going to give myself a minute to clean up my own inventory. Merrick, can you choose a room with Scarlett Johansson? You cannot, because if I had such a room, I would not be giving that away. Dakota Gotlight. Whoa! Dakota Gotlight Chun-Li. Alright, man. So it just so happens, Dakota, I actually built an AO with Light Chun-Li yesterday. It took me a little while to figure out how to make her useful also. Why don't you DM me in Discord and send me a picture of your monster box and we'll see if we can help you out. I actually tested her around a little bit. She's not nearly as OP as most people say. Without G3 runes, she's not like ridiculous, but yeah, I did figure... Whoa, I'm still on speed 1. Whoops. I did figure out a way, though. I don't know, Merrick. Maybe you do take a rest in it. I'm not taking a rest in it now, but for different things, we take a rest, I guess. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Come on, Chambers. Come on. Come on. course it crashed while I was gone. Jackie, raise your head up. Come here. Can we get your nose up? We can't get your nose up high enough. Stand up, puppy. Stand up. I've got a very jealous puppy here. Jackie, stand up. Stand up. Come here. Jackila, come here. Come on. They can't see you. There you go. I play on a tablet, Kyle. That's the problem with Air Server. Come here, Shackers. Come here. Okay, go to bed. Go to bed. Check in. Go to bed. Okay, Shackers. You ready? You ready? Catch. Come on, catch. You guys are making my dog fat. Come on. There you go. Okay. All right, Jackie, lay down. Drop server. You're not wrong, Astro. You're not wrong. Alfred, I do not need to log into your account, as Sim said. Which server are you on? Joaquin, it's so hard, man, because she's older and she's starting to gain weight. She'd always been like a very active dog, so she's gaining weight because she's less mobile with a bad hip. And the thing is, that means she wants to eat more and she wants more treats. Because she can't play catch as much. But then because she can't play catch as much, I can't give her more treats. It's catch-22. Matt, so you're going to type !contest. And then however many entries you want. Okay, so let's check. Which white thing? Okay, you've got enough points, and you're right, I don't see you in there. Oh, crap, guys, I screwed up, hang on. My bad. It's not going to let me take it off, is it? Okay, guys, I screwed up the... Okay, so Morgan, Astro, I owe you 250 each. Greg, I owe you 100. Morgan, Astro, 250. Greg, 100. Okay. So let me redo this. Make it everyone. And now reopen it. There we go. Yeah, and it doesn't let me change it after the fact. Morgan. 37. 15, no. 1487. There we go. Morgan's 1487. Astro. You should be at... Bro, you're at 666 points. What's up with that? Mr. Astroglider at 666. Yes, but see, Merrick, that's the point of modern technology, is that you're supposed to now be able to change your mistakes after the fact. And then, Greg, I owe you 100. Which you need because you have 7 points. Okay. Where is it? Here we go. Giveaway. Okay, so I've got Chromex, Matt B, Joaquin, Greg, Varmo, Kyle, and Morgan. So Mr. Ruam, you are not in the giveaway. So the only people who are in it so far are Chromex, Matt Beatty, Joaquin, Greg, Varmo, Kyle, and Morgan. Okay, now you're in with 2 entries. Yes. So the max entries are 10. Yeah, you can put in up to 8 more, Mr. Braum. Okay, Armani, you're in. That's good. Chromex. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Chromex. Chromex, you might not have enough points because it didn't boost you. Yeah. Okay, let's start Alfred's review. I see Shacky smiling on the camera. Nice images that you give the grandkids there, Dakota. Okay, Alfred, so you put your unruined monsters in storage and stuff like that? This one is a 10 entry max. This one is 10 max. Okay, that weight makes me think you probably didn't. Uh, 25 points per entry, Chromex. I turned the camera off so I can eat a piece of beef jerky and not be chewing in the camera. Alfred, that's fine. Yeah, if you want rune recommendations, it's fine. The main thing is I just don't want to do... I don't want to, like, review monsters you don't care about, basically. Okay, channel 8895, sir. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Good morning. Shout out to the UK. Oh, nice, Merrick. It is 2A normal, though. You're going to enter every giveaway possible to maintain those points, aren't you? Okay, guys, so we have got Alfred here. So, Alfred, I know you said you have some specific questions. So, if I pass by a monster and you have questions, just let me know. I'll do my best to keep an eye on chat. So, we've got Bebeb. Did I pronounce that right? Bebeb. And let's see here. So Alfred is Fighter 3 Arena. $31 Vioprox in one turn. That sounds more like a Diana than a Vertihile, to be honest. But okay, so we've got Fighter 3 Arena. You're doing C1 Guild Battle and C2 Siege Battle. Hey, Shackers, don't take out the camera, puppy. Don't take out the camera. I see you're thinking about it. Okay, so C1 Guild Battle, C2 Siege Battle, Triple S, all the beasts. You've got all the dungeons down. I guess we can take off Shacky's ass from camera. So there's like a video of Diana yeah, you're gonna take out the camera, aren't you? All right, so come on then. Come on, she's like half under, half. All right, Alfred. So let us take a look at nothing because I have to exit dimensional hole first. Okay. There you go. That's the smart way. That's the smart way. Shacky's the smart one. Haven't started RTA. Yeah, I kind of figured that. And that's the right choice for you. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Okay, so to start off with, I know you want recommendations on the Unruined monsters, so I'll tell you there's two ways you can go with Galleon. If you're using him on some sort of siege defense or Guild War defense, then I would put him in just Violent Will. Excuse me. I would put him in either Violent Will or Double Shield Will, and it kind of depends on the defense that you're doing. So, for example, we actually use a Galleon Perna Theomars, which looks like you don't have... Yeah, you do have Theos. So, we do use a Galleon Perna Theomars in G3 Siege, but I will say it's a super high rune quality team. So, I don't know if it's one that I would recommend until you can match the rune quality. That's what makes it so good, is it catches people off guards. But just as one example, in that team, it's all monsters running at like 250 plus Violent Will. And so there you would have the Galleon on Violent Will. But if you're using Galleon in like a 4-star base, like let's say you're using Galleon Clara Yen as a siege defense, then you're going to probably want him on Swift Will. In both of those cases, you're going to want him on something like Speed Crit Rate Accuracy or Speed Crit Rate Attack with lots of accuracy and subs. But the most important thing... Most important thing with Galleon, always get 85 accuracy, and then the other stats you decide based on how you're using him. You can build him tanky, or you can build him to hit hard, because he can do either one. He's got a good base speed, but just is very key that you get him that 85 accuracy. The only maybe possible exception is if you're running him in some sort of 300 speed team, where you just can't get all the stats in because it's impossible. Now, the other thing you can do with Galleon is a Shield Will team, but for that you would need to have a premium AoE stripper, which I don't see. You could theoretically do it maybe with a Juno or something like that, but... yeah, so if you have like a Tiana or something... yeah, Wunsa, obviously. Wait, did I miss a Wunsa? Did I miss a Wunsa? Oh, wow, I went right past the Wunsa. Okay, but see, you're not going to do Shield Will with Wunsa. You're going to outspeed with Wunsa. So it still wouldn't be a Shield Will team. But man, that's the second account review with a Wunsa this week. That's crazy. That is really crazy. But yeah, so you still wouldn't be doing Galleon and a Shield Will with Wunsa though. You'd be going straight outspeed there. So if you get something like a Tiana or a slower stripper, that's where you would do like a Shield Will or double Shield Will. And Sim, I would be pissed too. $300 speed Swift Will Wunsa. So Alfred, what can you do without Will? What if you just went back to Jabril? I'm gonna do one last one after this one. Whoops, bot's gonna spam a little bit. I misclicked. This next one after this will be the last one. Ace, how'd you do in poker, by the way? Did you win, bro? Okay, for Sigmarus, what stands out to me right away is that your Sig is crazy fast. And, yeah, so the Sig is crazy fast. Honestly, I don't think you need all of this speed on him. Now, I don't know what speed tuning, you use it for TOAH, so you still don't need to be this fast. 160 is enough for TOAH. And 153, well, with max speed tower, 153 is enough. But basically, 160 is fine for your Sig for everywhere. You've got him at 201, so you've got 40 speed more than you need. But you're missing 4 crit rate because remember the skill 3 is going to give you a freeze if you crit rate. So with that extra, you could drop some of that speed that you don't need, get the crit rate to 100, get the accuracy up because he does need accuracy if you're using him for Giants farming, and then put the rest of it just into attack and crit damage and just generally boost the damage. So remember, you're always trading off stats. Like, you know, we only have so many stats on our runes, so when you make a monster this fast, you're giving up a lot of damage. Yeah, Merrick, as soon as they create one of those, I'll take it. Ace, wow, nice. Enough for packs. That's a good night then. What stakes do you play, bro? If you don't mind my asking on stream. Okay, so Emma, the only place I personally use Emma is in Tartarus Auto Team, and actually I swapped her out of there as well. But she is a good monster. I have a lot of options. So Emma can be really nice in Guild War and Siege until you reach like Midgardian, and then she kind of falls out of the meta. But I know somebody who used to use an Emma Bulldozer and I forget which. It was Emma Bulldozer and some sort of defense buffer. Maybe Imasetti? No, it wasn't Imasetti. I don't know, but it was Emma Dozer and a defense buffer, and he did really, really well in like Midgardian, like low to Midgardian Siege. Basically, her build is pretty straightforward. You want her on Violent if you can get her there, but she's not going to justify a great set of runes because you're not going to use her much. So you want her on Speed HP. If you put her in anywhere in PvP, you want to put her on Will. And then, of course, you want her to act first on your team. But again, because she's not going to get used much, it doesn't have to be... the thing is, like, she's going to be... All monsters are better in Violent, but we can only build so many Violent monsters. So unless you find that you're using her a lot, I would probably either give her like a mediocre Violence set or give her like a 222 set that's really good. Take advantage of the fact that the heal on her skill 3 is scaling off of her own max HP. That's why you want the speed HP, or even triple HP if you have enough speed in subs. You do want her to act first though, so usually the speed HP is better. Okay, Chow. So there's a few ways to build Chow. He honestly hits like a truck. And I've never built Chow, so it's hard for me to necessarily say I'm giving you the best advice on this. Me personally, I would build Chow Violent, and I would build him in a hybrid build, so I'd go speed, crit damage, HP. I feel like you have to take advantage of the fact that he's got 13k HP, and obviously the fact that he's got a passive heal, and then he deals damage, increases damage according to his current HP, not current HP status. So basically, you can go speed crit. Well, here's the thing. Like, if I was building Chow, I would be in the optimizer. So that's maybe a better way to do it is just say how I would put it in the optimizer. If I were building Chow, I'd be looking for a minimum of 40k to 45k HP with a little bit of defense, a good chunk of attack, at least 85 crit rate. That's how I'd be prioritizing it. So if I could get him in triple HP, because his damage scales to HP, as long as he has enough crit rate, he might do enough damage. Otherwise, I could do HP crit damage HP, or I could go speed crit damage HP. It kind of depends on the subs. So honestly, it's mostly just going to be, like I said, for me, I do this type of build in the optimizer, and I look at how much damage he's going to do on net. So the crit damage, you want minimum 85, no matter what. The crit rate, you want minimum. Let me just pull it up in the optimizer and show you what I mean. Because the thing is, when a bruiser scales to HP, you actually don't give up that much damage by taking HP over. By taking HP over crit rate, you give up some damage. Over crit damage, you give up some damage, but you don't give up a ton. So it's probably easier just to show you what I mean. So let's see here. Let me screenshot these builds that we did for Tariq, and then I can just do this in my own optimizer. Of course it's not going to let me screenshot. No, he does increase damage based on his HP status. Yeah, it's not going to let me screenshot. Of course, this freaking PC. No, we don't want to do that. Okay. But I know what I can do. Minimize that. It won't let me snip sim. This PC is just a pain. But that was the Optimizer Pro, so I'm just going to open the regular Optimizer. And then we can load in my own JSON. No, it's just this PC, Joaquin. It's like nothing works on it. Yeah, the only thing worse than that sim would be a urologist that can't snip. Okay, so if I were building Chow, the only thing I would actually start out with is crit rate, crit damage. I would come down here. I'd start at 180 speed. I'm obviously looking to be much faster, but I just like to see a range of builds. And I'd start at 80 crit. I'd go plus 15, and then I come to the damage options. We do justice. And if I remember correctly, I'd have to go look up his multiplier. If there's scars, that's a problem. Okay, yeah, it's 1240 on the justice, and then 13% based on current HP. So it looks like the optimizer is not going to allow us to account for that 13%. Yeah, it's not going to actually allow us to calculate that. Still 8 more minutes, Sim. 8 more minutes. Okay, and then I always just assume the enemies to be at 1200 defense. You go max skill ups, and then I always assume that I'm going to attack with attribute advantage. So you give him 15 crit rate leader skill, and then that's fine. And then obviously I'm in the old optimizer, so we're just going to have to do speed, crit rate, crit damage, attack, and HP. And then for Chow, of course, you're going to want to be on violent, minimum grinds, immemorial, and then we just run our build. And then from here, we're going to check what's our highest HP, 42k, and what's our highest damage, 16k. So now we're just going to try and thin it out a little bit. And what happens if I go to 37,000? My highest damage drops a lot. What if I go to 35,000? Then my highest damage is still kind of dropping. Oh, until midnight, sir. Until midnight. Wow, it sounds like a lot of people here have a lot of experience with this particular procedure. Pretty close to know. We got 1.5 account reviews left. But anyway, so, I mean, basically, this is the process here. You want to find the balance between damage and HP, but you can see all of these are, like, really low effective HP. You do want him to be tanky. So something like this build right here, 194. So I'm going to bring the effective HP up to 180,000. And I'm going to bring the speed up to 195. And this is going to thin things out quite a bit. And then we come over here and we're going to bring the damage level up to 11,500. And you can see, well, you can't really see on the bottom, but now we're down to 3 pages. And you continue to refine that way. From there, what you're really going to want to do is just test the build and then see if you like it. And if he's not doing what you want him to do, then you're going to re-rune him a little bit from there. The multiplier Alfred is where it says damage options. You just click on the big button damage option. Oh, the multiplier, I just Googled it. Almost every website has all the monsters, and you can look up their multipliers on Google. Yeah, Dakota, the computer I'm streaming on is not quite a dinosaur, but it's close enough. I'm ordering a new one tomorrow, though. Actually, I might order a new one tonight. Like when this stream is done. Seriously, I think I'm gonna order a new one because it's really frustrating. Ace, I hope never to see you from the waist down. All right, next up is Tayor. So Tayor is going to be a little bit easier. You've got him in Swift Energy. Tayor, because of the skill 2 Squall, ultimately he's going to be best on Violent to turn cycle the same way like a Perna is, same way like a Chow is. Whenever you have a 2-turn skill 2, you always want to put them on Violent. With that said, Tayor is a little bit less useful than some other Nat 5s. They've buffed him a couple of times, and he's not bad, but he just he doesn't do enough to be meta. So he's situationally, he's very good, but he doesn't do enough to be meta. So when it comes back to conservation of sets, right? Like you have to prioritize. Tayor is he's not particularly stat hungry, but he's offensive stat hungry. He needs crit rate, crit damage, speed, attack. He needs all the stats that you want on lots of monsters. So it's hard to put him on Violent unless you use him a lot. So a nice alternative would be to put him on Will, and then another alternative is actually to put him on Shield Will. I think all 3 of those builds are viable. I'm sorry, I said Will, I meant Rage. Obviously, you're going to want him on, if you're bringing him into PvP, you want Will either way. But his best build is Violent Will, his next best build is probably Rage Will, and then after that another viable one is Shield Will. And now the way I rune my monsters, I have them in kind of speed-tuned groups. So my fastest monsters are the strippers. After that comes the buffers. Then after that comes generally the setups like defense breakers and stuff like that. And then after that comes the bruisers. And then the slowest ones tend to be the damage dealers. Tayor, actually, because he scales off of speed, he usually would act ahead of the bruisers. You want to make him as fast as you can without putting him in front of the buffers. So for example, my buffers usually run between 235 and 250, so I would try and get Tayor right up to that line at like 230. And the reason I group my monsters that way is so that I can make more flexible comps in Guild War and Siege. And again, because Tayor scales to damage, then you want to just make him as fast as you can without getting him in front of the buffers. Yeah, in front of the buffers. So the problem with Wunsa, Gemini, Fire Druid, Tayor is just the lack of attack buff. And I mean, that really could work, but Tayor is very squishy, so you're looking to outspeed. But so here's the problem you run into with that. Gemini is going to miss a lot of strips. Of course, you've got double strips because you've got the Wunsa as well. So Wunsa, Gemini, you've got double. Actually, you know what? I mean, you'll have a ceiling with that because you don't have attack buff, but it could work. It's actually a solid comp. If that's the case, though, then you're probably not gonna want. Yeah, so Mr. Ruam, I mean, that's... Yeah, I would kind of agree with you. I think, see, Galleon has the same problem as Gemini, though. You're super reliant on accuracy checks, so you are going to wind up losing a fair amount there. I like to try not to be reliant on accuracy checks, but... And that's I don't know. It's one of those things you'd have to test around and see how it does. Okay, so let me say it like this. Galleon is definitely better than Gemini in that comp. I just don't know if Galleon is the best choice. But I guess for that comp, Galleon is the best choice. Yeah, we'll take a look later without seeing the whole monster. I mean, obviously you want to use the Wunsa. I don't know what other speed buffers you have. I mean, Shimite is probably... Like, I think Shimite is better than Teor. That's probably what it is. I would probably do something like Wunsa, Galleon. I would do like Shimite speed lead, of course, and then Wunsa, Galleon, Belinus. Yeah, I think you get more. You'll get a little bit more damage out of Teor, but Shimite gives you the speed lead, and just kind of gives you a little bit more overall. Okay. So anyway, as far as Teor goes, if you're using him for Arena in that particular comp, remember you don't have any attack bar boosters in any of the comps we've discussed about. So you're going to be reliant on... No, Wunsa boosts. She boosts, right? He. I always mess up the Pioneers. He boosts, right? Yeah, 20% though. That's what it was. I knew there was a qualifier in here. So the thing with Wunsa is he doesn't boost if he gets resisted. That's going to be the catch here. So now you've got yet another accuracy check. So if he gets resisted, he's not going to boost, and then you're going to wind up getting cut and you're going to lose. Crit damage Ganny actually is really good. I would agree. I actually ran Ganny. I ran Ganny up to G3. I finished rank 6 running a Ganny cleave. It's not really a cleave, but it was a Ganny comp. Okay, so coming back here, I think we talked about Teor enough. Theomars, this is pretty straightforward. Theo must be on Violent Will. He's going to be great for you on Siege offense and defense. 85 crit rate is all he needs because of Elemental King. And he awakens into crit rate, so he's relatively easy to rune. The skill 2 is going to hit 3 times, so he doesn't need a ton of accuracy, but he does need some. And then for the Theo, you're going to want to go speed, crit damage, attack. You will occasionally see like some super tanky Theos to troll you. But at your stage of Siege and Guild content, I don't think it's necessary to do that. I think speed, crit damage, attack is fine. Hey Christian, how you doing? Okay, so Stella, she's usable as a Garo counter. Of course, there's quite a few Garo counters, and there's a lot less Garos on defense these days. She's also really good for Labyrinth. She does need to have over 221 or 223 combat speed to get all 7 attacks on her skill 3. So I would just put her in Swift Will, or you can also do her in Double Shield Will or Shield Fight Will, something like that. Make sure you don't forget the accuracy because she does have that brand on skill 2 and a defense break on skill 1, but it doesn't have to be a ton of accuracy. Yeah, there you go. So if you're putting her in lab, she can be right there around the 225 combat speed range, get her 45 accuracy, and then put everything else into damage stats. So Abigail, this is going to be, I have a feeling you're trying to build, or you're planning to build Ace's Necro team, And if that's the case, then your Abigail is pretty much set already. Violent Revenge, yeah, this is a Necro B12 Abigail, so there really doesn't, the only thing I would say with this is she doesn't actually need to be this fast. It's, again, 153 combat speed, excuse me, 153 speed, 169 combat speed. So with a max tower, it's 153 speed. Now, you'd need her at like 155, 166 to have space to speed tune everything else below her. But you've got an extra 20 speed in here that you could transition over to crit rate. And then if you're only using her in Necro, you only need, I believe, 55 accuracy. 54. You only need 54 accuracy in Necro. So Toa now, I have 5 Labyrinth videos. One shows all of the different teams for all of the different stages, and then one each for each of the mini bosses and Tartarus. And all 5 are actually in a playlist on my channel as well. Jaeger, I did not see that video, but I have a feeling I pretty much did that video earlier on this stream. Necro Giant and Dragon are stable for now, so then we can skip over. So the Vertihile is probably a Dragon's B10, so we'll skip him. Beretta is clearly TOA, so we'll skip him. Like I said, if I'm not going to review the monsters that are on stable teams, but if I skip something you want to know about, just let me know. Okay, so the Perna. Perna you're going to want to put in speed, crit damage, attack, or if you have the rune quality to accomplish it, attack, crit damage, attack. Perna is obviously, I don't know, I didn't see a Mo Long here, but of course you have a lot in storage. So Perna, you can do something like Mo Long, Harmonia, or Triana with Perna for siege defense. The team I mentioned earlier, you could do Galleon, Perna, and Theomars as well. You don't have Mo Long, yeah. So Perna's a very flexible monster. She's fallen a little bit out of the meta. Well, I shouldn't say out of the meta. She's still meta. She went from being like a double S monster to like an A+ monster. She's not quite S, but she's very useful, especially on offense. You still see her on defense a lot. She's not like broken OP or anything, but she's definitely still very viable. I would say make sure if you can get her an extra 10 to 15 accuracy for the skill 1 stuns, especially because you're mostly skilled up here. I would also say it's worth adding that last Devilmon right there. It'll give you an extra 10% chance to stun. Sim, it's not that Perna got less popular for a reason, though. Perna got less popular because the meta changed into more of a bruiser strategic build. And so Perna, when everybody just ran straight cleave, if Perna got a turn, she wiped your team out. Now, there are a lot of monsters out there that can take a hit, and there are a lot of wind bruisers that you can bring into a Perna and just tank a Perna for an entire fight. And so Perna still does exactly what Perna has always done, but now we have more, because the meta has changed to give us more counters. Yeah, Sim, hey, actually that happened to me in Guild War Today, Sim. Honestly, the exact same thing you said happened to me in Guild War Today, where it took 4 turns and just wiped out one of my wind tanks, and it's something that would normally never happen, but ultimately that can happen from any monster taking 4 procs, though. That's the violent, not the monster that did that. Anyway, as far as Perna goes, speed crit damage attack or speed crit damage attack or attack crit damage attack. Definitely gotta be in violent for a Perna. Will is nice. If you can't swing all the will sets, then Nemesis and Revenge are both also viable builds, but just remember that a lot of people might bring resetters in against your Perna, so especially if it's slow, the will runes can be helpful. Chloe, it's pretty straightforward with Chloe. Again, this is another monster. Chloe is going to be really useful, in the siege content that you're using now. Something like Chloe Kala Covenant is going to be really useful. I actually have that video recorded, and it should be out sometime as soon as I get a chance to edit it. It's already recorded and partially edited. But yeah, so the Chloe, you're going to want to get her up over 265, 270, probably over 271, I would say. 271 would be your target. And then you can bring her into a lot of siege content with the Chloe Kali Covenant. Basically, give her buff invincibility for the team, let the enemy go first, then you buff attack with Kali, and then you one-shot with the Covenant. Did I read... Okay, so next up, the Zhongfei. I think Violent Energy looks fine. He is way too slow, though. With the buff he got, which was a legit buff, you do want to make sure he has the ability to do some AoE cleanse, which means he needs to be fast. He actually needs to act first on your team, so if you have debuffs on your allies, if you only use it for R5, then we'll skip over it. Okay, so for the Rauk, obviously you know the extra 4 crit rate can make a difference, but this is 159 speed. This is clearly a dungeon Rauk, so we said we'd skip over the dungeon teams. Hua, I'm not sure where you're using her, but she does need that 85 crit rate. Okay, yeah, so if you're using Hua in R5, she doesn't need any accuracy. If the only place you're using her is R5, she doesn't need any of that accuracy, so get rid of all that accuracy and make it crit rate. And then you probably do, unless you have a bunch of tolerance sets, you probably need a little bit more resistance. But with your rune quality, you really should be close to BJR5. Like, you're just from the monsters I've seen, you're definitely way further in the game than a C1 guild. And honestly, I mean, I know it looks like you're doing kind of a big account overhaul, and I don't know how many monsters you have in storage, so I don't know if you're ready to like move that far forward, but you've got pretty solid runes and pretty solid rune sets, and most of the monsters that are runed pretty well, so you really should be in BJR5 by now. And let's see, do we have artifacts here? There you go, right there. As soon as you have artifacts on your Bale, he's probably there. You're about, I don't know, 25 crit damage below 32k, give or take. So you can get that, and that's before you get the extra 200 attack from your arties. So I would, the reason I'm saying all of this is basically because I wouldn't bother changing Hua up for... Right, your damage is only 28k because you have no artifacts. So once you put artifacts on him, that's 200 damage right there. And then if one of those artifacts has skill 3 crit damage on it, then, I mean, you're through the roof. Like, this Bale right here with artifacts would easily do 34k. He doesn't even need to be boosted. It's, you know, you're there already. So that, and the reason I was saying all that is because you don't need to mess with the Hua runes because your Bale is gonna take over for Hua. So at that point, Hua turns into mainly like a really niche Guild War offensive unit, and then a Tartarus Labyrinth. In which case, I would probably keep some of the accuracy there, but just work on boosting the crit rate up a little bit. Yeah, that's true also, Sim. That's very true. So, Mr. Ruam, when you say swap showed 33k, did you remember to change the multiplier to 550%? Because swap shows you the first hit, not the last hit. Yeah, Astro, I'd be happy to do that with you. That I'd be happy to do with you. The rest, not so much. But okay, so Lisa's another R5 monster. Honestly, you're just going to de-rune her and stick her in storage once you have BJR5. She really has no value any longer. The second Rauk, this is another dungeon Rauk. So same thing, if you can get it to 100 crit rate, that'd be nice. But I mean, and obviously you're missing a lot more attack on this one. Part of that will come from getting another artifact on here. There you go, Astro. Ace can run with you now. Walk can be used for Horus Devouring Beast. I'll agree with that, but... Oh, got you, Ruam. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm kind of reading chat as it scrolls by, but you're right. No, so it doesn't calculate any sub-properties from artifacts at all. Okay, so the Shayna build, this is the first build I see that I don't really understand. The 172 crit damage is basically wasted because you've got no crit rate on her. I'm not sure where you're going with her or what you were using her for, but I will say, Shayna, I've been struggling like with what to do with my Shaynas. Without having Martina, randomly use it for a dimensional. Okay. Yeah, so because I don't have Martina, Shayna's not super viable in PvP. I mean, she can be used there, but there's just almost always better options. For TOAH, I've got better options. She no longer reduces attack bar. She no longer has a speed lead. And she's no longer really a dungeon monster. So I've been struggling with what to do with my Shayna. She's basically sitting in... I put her on a Swift set for the hell of it, but she's really just sitting in storage for me right now. You can still use twins for some gimmick speed teams. Like for Dimensional Hole, the fastest team still involves Shayna because of the AoE defense break. But none of those teams are stable. So with that said, I don't know that I would necessarily recommend investing good runes into her. However, if you did, make sure you get the crit rate up quite a bit. Or if you can't get the crit rate up, then just change that CD slot 4 rune into either a crit rate rune or an attack percent rune. Gabriel, Shayna is still useful in Necro. There are a couple of there are a couple of Necro teams I put out with the twins that are still very viable, but I did switch over to Ace's team, which doesn't use twins, and it's probably about 5 seconds faster. Give or take about 4 or 5 seconds faster. It does have a much higher rune quality requirement, though. So the teams that I put out, the runes were probably a lot easier to make. Ace's team does require a Lucian that can completely one-shot the first wave of Necro. But if you can build that Lucian, then you're going to save, about 5 seconds a run. Okay, so for Chasun still has a place in the game. It's a less frequent place, and some of it depends on the quality of runes that you... some of it depends on the quality of runes that you invest in her. So if you go Vio Nemesis on her, she needs to be max resist. I prefer her in Vio Will for the PvP application. Mostly the only place I was using her was in Alunia, but I found a much better team using Savannah, which obviously not everybody has Savannah. So for me, she's no longer being used in Alunia, but if you don't have Savannah, she's really good in Alunia for rune farming. If you're going to use her in Alunia, she kind of needs to be on Violent. If you're not going to use her in Alunia, then you can get away with putting her on like a 2-2 set. She does not need will runes in Alunia, but she does need will runes in PvP. So some of it is just kind of based on how you want to use her. But Violent Will would give you the most all-purpose use because you could use her in PvE and PvP. And then remember those speed ranges. So because she's an attack buffer, you do need her to be faster than your nukers. So you're going to be investing a better set of runes on her. Now, I do really like to have her in max resistance, but you want to balance that out with how much rune quality you want to invest in her and how often you're using her. So if you're using her frequently, then I would totally invest the max resistance build. But if you're not using her frequently, then probably not so much. Hathor can be used in TOA. She can also be used in some Guild and Siege offense, but honestly, she's mainly an RTA monster, and she would be very low on my priority list of monsters to rune. I would basically rune her last in leftover runes, and then I would just put her in my fastest Swift set, and I would probably use a slot 6 accuracy rune so that I didn't have to make up all that accuracy in subs either. I think I may have missed something in chat. So if I missed anything, let me know. Okay, Melia is a great TOAH monster. She's in Despair, Blade. Yeah, you've got Melia runed very well for TOAH. Remember, she doesn't need that much accuracy if you're only using her in TOA. And she does surprisingly good damage. If you're running any kind of a... So the continuous damage team I run in TOA, I use a defense break. Of course, I have Rika, but you can use other AoE daughters like Beretta in Rika's place. They're not quite as good, but they still get the job done. But Melia does a lot of damage, so I built mine in speed. I can't remember. She might be in crit rate. I think she might be in speed, crit rate, HP. I might have done a hybrid build. I don't remember. I just know the general stats. So she's basically about 20k HP, 1k defense with a bunch of attack, and then crit rate and crit damage, and about 45 accuracy. And that helps me speed through the TOA stages faster. Because when you think about it, you can only put 10 dots on a monster, but you're going to wind up landing some other debuffs as well, right? So you're only going to land, let's say, 8 dots, even if everything goes perfectly. 2 rotations through that is 80% of the monster's health. You still have to do the other 20% damage yourself, but usually you need to do about 30%. So if you're trying to get through the levels faster, the goal would be that your monsters can do at least enough to do about 30% damage on their own, and the rest can go to continuous damage. So that's where I like to roll in a defense breaker and then have Melia in more of a damage build. So you currently don't have a defense breaker for TOA. Let's see, you've got Charlotte. Who else can you use? Do you have anybody in here that you could... Belinus, there you go. You could probably use Belinus in TOA. So something like Beretta, Melia, some sort of AoE healer or control, Belinus, and Beretta, Melia. Well, that's not the turn order you'd want, but Beretta, Melia, Belinus, Charlotte, and probably Fran. Something like that. Timothy, it's hard to say right now, but it's, I mean, it seems like that's safe. It's hard to think a full 1.1% will pass you in 3 days. But what I would suggest is do what I'm doing right now, because I'm like rank 1050. I'm right on the edge of G2. So I'm waiting until the final day, and then I'm going to see if I have room or not. So in your case, you're in the opposite. You should wait till the final day, and then if it looks like you're going to get past, then you can push, but you'll have your 30 wings that day. I wouldn't risk it until then. Also, there is a Reddit thread that usually tracks what the cutoff point is going to be. That thread doesn't get super accurate until the last day or two. It gives you kind of a rolling projection, and on the last day or two, it gets really accurate. Gotcha, Alfred. Belinus, Charlotte, Melia, Sigmarus, Light Homunculus. I'm not sure if the Light Homunculus provides enough sustain there, but there's only one way to know, which is to actually test it. Okay, so for the Yen, biggest thing with Yen is the skill 2. Konstantinos, thank you for subscribing. It works perfect. Okay, so, and of course the Yen's not skilled up, but if you're using Yen, just keep in mind that she does benefit quite a lot from having accuracy, both from the continuous damage and the attack bar reduction. And then you've got her in a crit damage build. I feel like the runes maybe aren't maxed. They're just not grinded. So the 5's not enchanted and they're not grinded. That's the biggest thing. She's just very light on stats. Put her in attack artifacts because she definitely needs the additional attack. Gem and grind the runes. And then get her some additional accuracy, like at least to 20% accuracy. Mark Ang, thank you for subscribing as well. And by the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed, please remember to subscribe. And also, if you're enjoying the stream, please make sure you smash that like button. It really does help out the creators quite a bit. You said skip the Fuko. Okay, so Charlotte. Charlotte's in Despair Focus. Not maxed. That is maxed. So once again, there's another monster. I would say she's a lot faster than she needs to be. I'd rather see you lower the... She's too slow to be used in PvP, and she's too fast for PvE. So I'd either rather see you jump up a lot of speed and make her for PvP. Hey, Gabriel, thanks for stopping by the stream. Remember to message me in Discord with that question you had. So yeah, for Charlotte, I'd rather see her jump up a lot of speed if you're going to use her in PvP. Otherwise, just drop down like 15 speed. She doesn't need to be this fast. And I say 15 speed because you can use her in Labyrinth as well, so you need her at like 207 for Labyrinth. So Basically, you need her at plus 102. You could drop 14 speed off and still use her in Labyrinth, and then transition that speed over into crit rate, and then you could also drop the accuracy down if you're not using her in PvP. 45 accuracy is enough. And then this slot 6 HP, you could switch over to an attack and wind up again, just being able to clear your PvE content faster. Ardell is just a storage guardian. You really don't need her. But if you are going to build her, then you're going to want to take advantage of the passive. Meaning you only need either 75 or 60 crit rate, depending on if you're building her as a single target. And then for Ardella, basically, you just want to go attack, crit damage, attack, or speed, crit damage, attack. Swift Blade is fine, because you're never going to use her in PvP. Attack monster with a 20... Anybody with skill 1 defense break, Ace. Shayna. Sabrina. Rauk. Actually, yeah, put that on your Inagamis, man. 20% skill 1 defense break is perfect for the Rauks. Okay, so for Orochi, violent and, well, okay, so there's, that's true too. You could do skill 1 strip as well, but I think the Rauks just get the most use. Like in Ace's case, he could probably lower 20 accuracy off the Rauks and dump in a ton of extra damage with his rune quality. I think he'd just get more value out of them because he's using them all day long. But yeah, anything with skill 1 strip or skill 1 defense. Yeah, that's true. Anything with the skill 1 stun also, you're right, Mr. Rom. But see, none of the paladins are attack types. None of the beast monks are attack types. But yeah, anything that has a skill 1 stun, so maybe Perna, like Sim just said, or Dalsim, I think some of them are attack types. Also, the attack breaks on the Chun-Li's and the Ryus aren't bad. But yeah, I'd be more focused on strip stun or defense break, I think. Perna is HP type. You're right, Sim. Yeah, Perna's HP type. Okay, Alfred says, I wanted to use Briand, Light Garuda, Light Drunken Master, Emma Fran for Tartarus. Briand, Light Garuda, Light Drunken Master, Emma Fran. No defense break in there. It's got a shot. If all the minis are down, it's got a shot, but it's going to be a crazy long fight. I might switch out Emma for like Mao or something. Even though you'd have no glancing, he gives you additional healing, but he gives you that damage boost also because the Light Garuda is going to do nothing. Yeah, so maybe try switching out Emma for Mao. But again, there's only one way to ever know, which is to test. You learn more from a minute of testing than an hour of theorycraft. Okay, so for Orochi, speed, crit damage, attack, I really like him in Violent, but if you can't get him in Violent, then a lot of people do run him in Vampire. But I feel like he justifies the Violent set. He's a really strong monster for PvP. You can use him in Alunia as well. And he's just a fun monster to play around with. You can use him in Labyrinth. You can use him in a lot of different places. Dimensional Hole, rather. So he's a really good all-around monster. High base speed makes him easier to rune, and then make sure you get accuracy on him. And the big thing is, a lot of people miss. You do need 100% crit rate, or if you're running with attribute advantage, 85% crit rate, because the continuous damage only applies if you land with a crit hit. So when you're runing him, make sure he's got at least 85 crit rate. So Merrick, essentially any unit with a useful skill 1 debuff. And 100% activation rate also. If it doesn't have 100% activation rate, it's not worth it. Well, 80, because I included the Raux. So we'll say 80% activation rate. Okay, so Ling Ling. You are building Ling Ling for Steel Fortress, I'm sure. I run my Ling Ling in Double Will. I think Ace might run his in Violent. I really like the Double Will, though. I feel like it saved me on a lot of failed runs, because if she misses the first debuff and then gets stunned, you're pretty much going to lose. But I think both builds are viable. If you go Violent and she procs, then she gets a second chance to apply, and you don't need to take the hit. So you can make a case for both ways. But like I said, I like her in Double Will, and then I think I'm running her in Double Will Fight. And then speed, crit damage, attack, but make sure she's got a minimum of 85 to 90k effective HP. So you're kind of right on the edge right now. I think you're around, right around 85k effective HP. So if you just, actually, you've still got, yeah, never mind. You've got plenty of gemming and grinding to do. So you're going to be fine on the runes. If you keep her in this set, she's fine. 162 speed, just make sure she's going to speed tune with everything below her. But she's not doing any damage, and she is an attack type that does pretty good damage. So, yeah, like I almost feel like these are like good runes because they're all really gemmable and grindable. But the set feels like leftover runes, if that makes sense. So I was reading Astro as Alfred, yeah. So I'm going to say the set just doesn't feel cohesive. I feel like she just needs a rebuild, basically. To be honest, I think you need to take advantage of the fact that she does damage. Vixtix, I can do reviews on any server. Yeah, I would plug her into the optimizer. 24 accuracy is all she needs. And then you do need her to act first, but remember, Steel Fortress, the boss is only 150 speed, which 150 combat. So you can run the Steel Fortress monsters super, super slow. Just make sure that she acts first. That's brutal, Merrick. So for Briand, I mean, this is just basically, honestly, his runes don't matter. Just pick 6 random runes and put them on him. I'm not even, like, completely kidding. Speed, crit damage, or excuse me, speed, HP is fine for him. He's not going to do any damage no matter what kind of build you give him. And he's HP type, so just take advantage of the HP and go speed, double HP. And I would put him in a 222 set with all really low efficiency runes that you don't care about. And he'll do his job just fine. Do make sure, though, if you're using him for a Tartarus, make sure you get some defense subs in there. But that's pretty much it. He can benefit from some accuracy for the attack break as well, I guess. James, he doesn't need Despair because Alfred's just planning to use him for Tartarus, and the Despair won't benefit him there. I mean, I guess technically you could stun the waves, but it's just investing a set that's not worthwhile on a monster that you're only going to use once or twice every 2 weeks. So I'd rather see him in just like trash runes, like, you know, the Endure or the Focus runes that you really can't use anywhere else. And yeah, I mean, give him a little bit of accuracy for the attack break, because that's the only debuff he can actually apply to Tartarus that matters. But just don't overinvest in him. Okay, we're gonna skip the Lucian. Hraesvelg has got to be GB12, excuse me. So we're probably gonna skip him. Actually, we're not gonna skip him. I know you said that your teams are stable, so you don't necessarily need to re-rune, but I will say that you've got a lot of crit damage and subs and no crit rate, and you're actually not taking advantage of a really big damage dealer here. So he's also super squishy. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at him like there's no way he could survive GB12. He's just unruined. Okay, so in that case, for the Wind BK, you're going to want him in Violent anything. You can use him in Alunia. You can use him in GB12. I know you don't need him right now, but he works there. If you want to use him in PvP, then you're going to put him in Despair. But if you're going to use him in PvP and Despair, then you're going to want him to be like 240, 250. And it's a higher rune quality requirement build. And you're usually going to need to run him with some sort of strip so that you're going to benefit from that Despair. If you're not going to use him in PvP, then I would tune him closer to like 210, 215 in Vile Will, and you would use him in Alunia for farming Will runes. And then you want to make sure he's got probably a little bit more accuracy than this, because he brands and he also does continuous damage. And then you just want to make sure, I mean, again, you want to be like, if you're using him in PvE, you want him to be 80-85k effective HP, but you do want him to be in some sort of damage dealer build, because he does have really good multipliers. And especially if he's in Violent. The other thing is, remember that he actually gets a speed boost on his skill 3. It's not a passive, so sometimes people miss it, but when this attack is on cooldown, your attack speed will increase, and you recover HP by 10% every turn. So he turn cycles naturally quite a bit. And so, again, throw that into the fact that he does good damage, and you want to take advantage of that. VixTix, so there's only going to be one more account review. It's done, unfortunately, I just can't keep up with all of the requests, so it's done by drawing. You can feel free to enter. I just reposted how you enter. So for the Bella, I'm not sure where you're using Bella, Alfred. Bella only for R5, so we can skip, and I'm sure Darian is only R5, so we can skip. Let's see, this is a PvP, Lauren. Violent Revenge. 232, so the overall build here is really well done. I'd like to see her be a little bit faster since she doesn't have will runes, but that's, you know, always going to be limited by the quality of runes that you have available. So ideally, I would like to either see her be faster or be in will runes. For the stage of game, for the C1 guilds that you're in now, she probably outspeeds just about everything you bring her into. But when you move up a little bit, you're going to find she's a little bit slow, even if you're using her with some sort of speed lead like the Tian Lang. And in that case, she's tanky enough that you could get away with just putting her on will runes and you'd be fine. But you did good with the accuracy, you did good with all the stats. I would put her on at least one of these artifacts being defense, just to get her up over 1,000 defense, but we all know how I feel about defense. Let's see, now the Fran right here. So we're in Violent Will, which I really like on the Fran. Do we have some room to grind here? Yeah. So you can grind the speed. This one you can actually just gem speed into outright. So although the Fran is a little bit slow, the rune quality here is actually mostly reasonable. I mean, it's a lot of 5-star runes, but you've got good speed on them. You've got a lot of grindable stats. So once you're raiding, this Fran is going to grow a lot. Ultimately, this Fran needs about 10,000 more HP, like a full 10,000 more HP. Indeed it does, Merrick. Indeed it does. Mark, you can still increase. If you enter 9 more times, you can still increase. The max is 10. The max is 10. To now, so you're just going to, I like him in a damage build, but it depends on if you have the rune quality. First and foremost, he has to be able to survive. Dakota, pre-op tomorrow. Wow, I hope everything goes well. It's a scary time for surgeries right now. But thank you for hanging out in the stream, Dakota. Obviously, thank you for becoming a channel member. And good luck with the well, it's pre-op, so I guess the surgery is not tomorrow. But still, good luck. I hope everything goes well. So Shink Winky, there's a Bale damage chart that shows total, but you have to adjust for the fact that it was built before artifacts. And then Alfred, so with the Fran, basically you want these stats, but another 10k HP and another 20-something speed. And you'll get a lot of that through enchanting and gems and grinds, even on this set, because it's not a fully built set yet. But your goal should be about where I said. Okay, for the El Sharion, you're going to be looking speed crit damage HP or speed crit damage attack, depending on the comp you run him in. You do want him to be reasonably tanky. Now you can also use him for farming wind essence, so in that case, you know, I mean, 80... It depends on the comp you're running him in. I feel like this is one of those monsters that probably should have 85 accuracy. No, let me say this differently. 85 accuracy is mostly for monsters that don't do anything else. So for example, yeah, Galleon can absorb some attack bar and he actually hits reasonably hard. But his skill 3, it's all about accuracy. His skill 1, it's all about accuracy. Yeah, Mr. Rom. So the Hall of Wind in Kairos, because the boss puts up invincibility, you can use Elsharion there. Not the fastest team, but it's just saying it's one option. So yeah, so a monster like Galleon should always have 85 accuracy because the stats you're sacrificing aren't as valuable as the stat you're gaining. A monster like Elsharion, if you put it in 85 accuracy, the odds are you're sacrificing significant levels of damage and or significant amounts of HP. So I run Elsharion somewhere closer to 50 accuracy so that I can get those extra stats in. Just like you'll almost never see a Ciara at 85 accuracy because she needs so many stats, and you're always making trade-offs. So I think somewhere around 50 accuracy with Elsharion is good. Violent Revenge, Triple Revenge, or Violent Will are all really good builds. You can definitely use him in both Siege Offense and Siege Defense. Varmo, so you only ever need 85 on anything because you can never bring a monster below 15 resistance. So basically, accuracy cancels out resistance down to 15. If I have 80 resistance and you have 100 accuracy, you'll cancel me out. If I have 80 resistance and you have 50 accuracy, you'll cancel me out down to 30. So if you have 85 accuracy, and nobody can ever have over 100 resistance. So if you have 85 accuracy, it cancels out all the resistance down to 15. Anything over 85 accuracy becomes wasted. And then Alfred back to the Elsharion. So again, depending on the I don't know, Merrick. He still misses. I mean, you see him at 100 accuracy on his monsters, and he still misses. So that tells you everything you need to know. If 100 accuracy mattered, like you can go test it. Yeah, you wouldn't miss. You wouldn't miss if it was enough. So. I've also actually run some tests. If I ever get a chance to film the Cichlid review, I actually did like 75 tests on resistance accuracy with Cichlid, and all the math bears out exactly as Com2Us has said it does. But anyway, back to the Elsharion. Like I said, speed crit damage HP if you're putting him on defense, probably speed crit damage attack if you're just using him on offense. And then I like him in Violent Will is going to be my preference for everything, but we only have so many Will runes. So Violent Revenge and Triple Revenge are also both really good builds. Okay, so the Tian Kin, I think you might be using him for Tartarus. You said you're going to set him up for Tartarus. So accuracy is fine, tankiness is fine, speed is fine. I think the overall build here is solid. I'm guessing you just have some gems and grinds to do. Yeah, so I think your build on him is fine for Tartarus purposes. Just get him with another artifact and finish the gem and grind, and he's probably good. Light Homunculus, I'm sure, is... you said you've tested it already, so you don't really need... much here, but at some point if you can put in fight runes or accuracy runes, any kind of ally runes, it's a nice touch, but it's certainly not essential. And Dimensional, so if you're using him for Lumel, then he is, I think, a little too squishy. You're going to want 170k effective HP, but it's hard for me to know exactly where he'll land out without everything being enchanted and grinded. So for Lumel, you're shooting for 170k HP and then as much damage as you can get after that, basically. 170k effective HP and then as much damage as you can get after that. Varmo, that's the whole point, though, is 15%. Well, so in DB12, you actually only need 65 accuracy on the Lauren. GB12 needs 85, but DB12 only needs 65. But that's the whole point. You can never get below... yeah, Alfred, including your towers. And that's the whole point, is you can never get below that 15% resistance chance. Okay, Airgar. So Airgar right now is basically Rifts, and I use him in Steel Fortress. For both of those, he's way too fast. Again, you don't need all this speed. So if you're going to use him in Steel Fortress, he needs to act after Ling Ling. And I run my Airgar about 150. 155 maybe, and that's plenty. So you don't need speed whatsoever in the elemental rifts. As a matter of fact, you want to make sure your monsters are all speed tuned really close together. So You could technically run a 300 speed Airgar and have him run circles around the rest of your team, but if your team is built in damage dealing builds, the rest of them are all at like 130, 140, and Airgar's taking all the turns. So the ideal is to have everybody as close together in speed as possible so that your buffers are not stealing turns from your nukers. And you're using kind of the same concept in Steel Fortress. Airgar is not giving you any kind of immunity or cleanse, so there's no value in giving him in extra turns. 24 resistance is fine on Airgar because you don't really need more than that in either the Rifts or Steel Fortress. So you can drop the speed and drop the resistance and use those to get the crit rate up to 85 or 100. Vero is basically just a dungeon monster in most cases. So unless, or you might use him on arena offense to counter like Triton Rika. For the most part, the build looks fine to me. He doesn't probably need that much accuracy. I know he's got the stun, but it's on skill 2. So he probably doesn't need quite that much accuracy. If you could boost his damage output a little bit and trade for the accuracy, that's fine. The Wunsa, I know you said already you can do a 300 Swift Will. Yeah, Dungeon Monster, yeah. So then your dungeon teams are stable. So I know you said you could do a Wunsa in 300 Swift Will. My question to you is, how much faster can you get in Swift Broken? And I know I always preach no broken, but I do say the one exception is with your boosters. If you can reasonably anticipate outspeeding the enemy, then I definitely go broken. So you're going to face a lot of Triton defenses in C1, C2, and beyond arena. The Triton 116 base is going to be up against your Wunsa 118. So if you can get this Wunsa to like 315, 320 and broken, I would do that. Maybe even like 310 and broken, I would do that. If you can't get that extra 10 to 15 plus speed, then I would go with that 300 Swift Will build. Anything that you can do to add a little bit of damage and subs is nice, and obviously make sure you don't forget the accuracy, because if Wunsa gets resisted, you don't get the attack bar boost, and your entire team will lose on both offense and defense. It's all going to tie back to that resistance check. Joltan, this is, let's see, double will. So if this is double will, this is PC 10. So there are several different PC 10 teams, and I'm not sure which one you're using. I will say that I've put out 4 PC 10 teams, all of which that only need Joltan to be like between 165 and 175. But if you're using like one of the earlier PC 10 teams, then those all did involve a lot more speed. And like you said, your dungeon teams are stable, so there's no point in, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, so Crow, we are looking solid here all around, except for I'd like to see the crit rate at 100%. And then if you're using him in dungeons, he's 2 speed, 2 slow. And since your teams are stable, I'm guessing he's not being used in dungeons. But if he is, he needs 2 more speed. And then the Odin. Congratulations on the Odin. One of my favorite monsters. Ace loved Odin so much that he pulled him twice back to back. Okay, if he is used, then your Crow needs 2 more speed. That's costing you a lot of times in your dungeons, and if you're failing at all, that's probably a big part of where your fails come from. Because he's getting lapped on all three dungeons, actually, require 153 combat. Well, excuse me, 169 combat, 150, which is 153 on your Crow. So Odin, there are a lot of different ways to, Ace, honestly, I don't blame you. I traded my second Odin for crystals, and in retrospect, I regret it. But to be fair, Bulwark doesn't need skill ups. Odin definitely does need skill ups. So I probably still wouldn't have built the second one anyway, but I still kind of regret trading him for crystals. Like, someday I might have fused the skill ups or something. So Alfred, let's see. There's a lot of different comps you can use with Odin. You're going to want Fran, basically, and then a double buffer. So you could use something like even the Wind BK. Well, so you need some sort of attack bar boosting, though. So probably just Megan. I don't know. I'm sure you have a Megan, and if not, you can build one. You can do something like Fran, Megan, Odin. I mean, ultimately, you just have to get Odin 4 stacks. You can also do, so another thing you could do is build your Odin in Shield Will, so he gives himself 2 stacks, and that also lets you bring him in against Orions. He's going to wind up not hitting quite as hard, so you have to be careful, and hopefully you have to have good runes. In the optimizer, it is very, very important to calculate Odin's damage. Now, I think you've been on the whole stream, so if you were on earlier, I talked about like some monsters you calculate damage for point of reference, and some monsters you calculate damage for thresholds. Odin is a threshold monster. You need him to do a little over 40,000 damage. Now you can incorporate your artifacts with that, but if he's going to reliably kill Trianas and a lot of the things that will get in the way of a single target nuke, then you need him to do a little over 40,000 damage. So that's your goal, and it's really hard to do that in Shield Will. Now his best build is Violent Will, but it's also incredibly. I just got my Odin over 40k. Like 2 weeks ago in Violent Will. It took me that long, and it's because I needed a 30 speed attack slot too. Part of that, though, is because I run my Odin at 240 speed. Obviously, if you're running a slower Odin, then it's much easier to reach the damage thresholds, but if you're running a slower Odin, it's also easier to get cut. So if you run him with Megan, you're going to want to make sure that you're speed tuned. And then, like I said, you basically just need anything that gives him 2 buffs. So another example is... Who do you have that... do you have Bernard? There you go, Bernard. So you could put Odin in Shield Will, and you run a Fran lead with Bernard and Odin. Odin gets the 2 buffs from the Shield and Will, the 3rd buff from the Bernard Speed, and 2 more buffs from Fran, and that gets him full stack. And that gives you also the bigger attack bar boost. So that's probably the comp I would go for as I'm thinking about it. And you don't actually have to put Odin in the shield. Odin has to be in the Will runes, and there has to be a shield set on the team. So you could also do Rage Will Odin. See, I had Bastet before Odin, so now I'm just kind of thinking out loud. You could do Rage Will Odin with a Fran lead and a Bernard. That gives you a 10% speed lead. It gives you a Bernard attack bar boosting. And then just make sure you have a shield set on the Bernard or the Fran, one of the two. Probably you want Fran in Violent Will, you want Odin in Rage Will, and you want Bernard in double Shield Will. Or just Shield Will broken to make him faster. But that team should actually work super well as long as you speed tune it. I think that team would work really, really well. Then you don't need the Bastet at all because you're actually getting a faster attack bar boosting monster. You're still getting the attack buff from Fran. Okay, so Katarina, you're going to use her in Leo's Hell, and you can also use her in the Queb Catabel auto win team. Basically, all you need her to be is 1 or 2 speed fast. Actually, you need her to be at least 2 speed faster than your Belager for speed tuning purposes. She needs at least 70 crit rate. 85 is better, but 70 is the cutoff. And then you're just going to put her in attack, crit damage, attack. Gemini, you can do in either Swift or Despair. I happen to like Despair more for guild content, and Swift is better for arena. You want Gemini in speed, attack, attack, or speed, attack, HP. He does not need any crit rate. He does not need any crit damage, but he does need 85 accuracy. Absolutely must have 85 accuracy. So you could also do him in speed, attack, accuracy, or speed, HP, accuracy. Just get the 85 accuracy, and then I would actually keep his crit rate as low as possible, because if you're going to bring him in against Mihos for the skill 2 crushing hit, this is guaranteed to always crush, so it can never crit. Which means you're going to bring him in against Miho sometimes. And if you do that and you don't kill the Miho, then you want to make sure you don't crit on the skill 1 also. So keep his crit rate super low. Juno, you're going to want in Despair Revenge or Despair Nemesis. I happen to like Despair Revenge more. And so the Despair Revenge Juno, though, that's going to be a crit rate Juno. It's going to have 100 crit rate. Usually they tend to have a little bit of damage and subs as well. The Despair Nemesis one is going to be a much beefier Juno that's meant to support the rest of the team. So, kind of depends on which build you go and how what quality of runes you're going to be investing. But I think the Despair Revenge ones, which require higher runes, but those are the ones that give me more trouble also. It's just a better build if you can invest the rune quality, and I would because Juno is freaking amazing. I wish I had one. And then the biggest thing with Juno is remember to keep Juno at 15 resistance. Like, do not add a single point of resistance onto Juno because it defeats the purpose of Juno. But you do need accuracy for the AoE strip, so make sure you get a good chunk of accuracy on there, and then just build her tanky. Let's see here. Who is next? Okay, so the Meihu Wang. His build is more complicated. This is a pure optimizer play. You're basically going to look for your best blend of damage and HP based on the rune quality available. I think mine comes out doing somewhere around 14k on a defense broken S2 and 190k effective HP. You do want him to be able to sustain for a while in the fight. So I think 170, 180 is the minimum effective HP. If you can get him 50 resistance, it's kind of cool because he's going to stack off the passive. And he'll wind up at 100, but Mr. Uam, I run him Vamp in the game and Vio in RTA. Everything's got to be Vio in RTA, except for Leica. I ran Leica Vio in RTA for a couple of weeks and he was useless. Leica still has to be Vamp everywhere in my opinion. I know a lot of people, well, that's not true. He has to be Vamp or Rage. I just don't think he's very good in Vio because Leica's damage scales throughout the fight and Vio is more about shorter fights. And the problem is that a Violent Leica can't use its skill 2 if it's the last target standing because it's not healing off the skill 2. But a Rage Leica can use its skill 2 because it just kills you and wins. By the way, hey Eshe, how you doing? Hey Dane, how you doing? And hey Steve, what's going on? I think I missed a few people on chat, so if I missed any questions that anybody asked, please just mention me, because in the account review sometimes I miss a lot of chat. Okay, so Meihu Wang, basically speed, crit damage, HP. These, like, I'm just gonna name a bunch of stuff. You can go speed, crit damage, HP, speed, crit rate, HP, speed, crit rate, defense, or honestly, again, this is just an optimizer play. You're looking for thresholds on him. You're going to want him to hit for at least 10, 12k off his skill 2 because he heals for that. More damage is better, but you're going to want him to be at least 180k effective HP. You do want at least 20 accuracy for the defense break, 15 to 20, and if you can get him resistance, that's nice, but it is your lowest priority. Beyond that, you're going to usually run him in slower bruiser teams, which is really helpful because at least you don't have to sink a lot of speed into him. You're just going to make sure he's speed tuned in those bruiser teams so he's getting the defense breakout ahead of your bruisers. Rakan is HP, crit damage, HP, at least 75 crit rate, at least 30 accuracy on Vampire Will. The Will is a must. I've seen people who run Violent Rakan as a trend lately. I think it's a pretty useless trend. To be honest, Rakan is a fairly useless monster. Like, after his buff, he did start to get good for a little while, and then the meta caught right back up to him. He's just too pure RNG based. His skill 1 does nothing. His skill 2 is really useless, and the skill 3 is pure RNG. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The skill 2 is really useful. The skill 1 is useless, the skill 2 is useful, but the skill 3 is pure RNG. So if you want something with consistency, then I wouldn't rely on him. And you have so many other good monsters in your box. Like, just what I'm looking at right now, he's dead last to me out of all these Nat 5s. So if I were to prioritize these, Odin 1, Juno 2, yeah. Odin 1, Belinus 2, Juno 3, Gani, Xingshi, Meihu Wang, and then Rakan. That would be the priority list I would do these builds in. Gani, some people run a Swift Gani. I don't like it because I feel like you get shut down by Will, so I run my Gani in Vio, and I speed tune him just behind my strippers. And honestly, the stats don't matter. Just make him tanky, give him lots of accuracy, and speed tune behind the strippers. Xingshi is another optimizer play. You're looking for 180 to 200k plus effective HP. You're going to speed tune him with your bruisers, give him 20 accuracy, and then get him as much damage as you can. If you have to use a crit rate rune, because he's an ultra stat hungry monster, if you have to use crit rate runes on him and Meihu Wang, who are both super stat hungry, that's fine. Just make sure you get them their stats overall. And then the crit damage, for me, obviously, we know how I feel about it, but for me, the crit damage kind of comes last in a bruiser play because the idea is to outlast the team. And then your Belinus, I'm pretty sure you know how to build Belinus. You're just going to put him in, you can go either Violent or Despair. Okay, so for arena team, so for your arena defense, For your arena defense, you definitely need a speed lead to go with the Wunsa and the Belinus. I don't see a lot of speed lead options, so I'd probably build a Shimate. It's not the greatest fit here, but if you do Shimate, Wunsa, Belinus... I feel like Shimate, Wunsa, Shimate, Wunsa, Belinus, and then some sort of big AoE nuke from there. You could run the Taor, but if he derps, he's not going to AoE. Certainly not Sig. I don't know. Perna might be a better fit than Taor. Charlotte. Charlotte could work there, or something to give you attack buffing. I know you don't have Bastet, and I don't feel like Fran's gonna fit there. Yeah, I think I like Shimate, Wunsa, Belinus, and Charlotte, probably. I think that's gonna give you more turn cycling. Game start. I'm building the third Ikaru now. I still need 4 more skill ups before I can finish it. I also need to finish it in Dimensional Hole. I have enough energy. I need to do like 40 more runs in Dimensional Hole. But the big thing is I need to get 4 more Ikaru skill ups. So speaking of, let's start one more auto farm. Okay, guys, I'm going to be closing the contest for the last account review in a couple of minutes. I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to do the final account review. Yeah, Merrick. I mean, it's possible there was a short game bug, but definitely it's 100. It's supposed to be 100 cap. All right, Alfred. So there was your account review, guys. I'm going to take a short break, and let me just re-advertise the final account review, and I'll be right back. Alfred, that's where I would start with. Like I said, just keep in mind that. Janos, I probably wouldn't be able to do that. I would suggest you talk to Ace. He does that as a paid service, and I know he's here in chat. So I would talk to Ace, because I mean, there's only a few days left in the RTA season. I know there's no way I would have time. Point entries are, it's 25 points per ticket, so it's half an hour of chilling in stream per ticket, max of 10 tickets. So guys, I'm going to take a short break, a couple of minutes, and I will be back certainly before this auto farm is done. Wow, that was fast. I lied. Merrick, bro, thank you for the super chat, man. Merrick says we only need 2 more likes for a 100% liked ratio. So smash that like button like it owes you, Devilmon. I might have to start stealing that one, actually. I like that one. Or a bunch of nat 5s. Oh, like button. Thank you very much for the super chat, bro. Really appreciate it. I'm just going to grab a bottle of water and we will be set to draw the winner. Winner. Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Okay. Yeah. You stay there. You stay there. Good girl. Hulk smash. Nice. Smash the like button like it's air server, guys. I won't lie, I did struggle a little bit to keep up in this stream, Merrick, which is actually a very good thing, man. It's awesome that there was enough chat that I couldn't keep up. Because the refrigerator was right next to her, where I had the bottled water. Danny, I need Inugami skill ups so I can finish the triple Ikaru team. Jackers, come on, go back to bed, baby girl. No, come on, go to bed. Go back to sleep. It's okay. It's okay, spoiled girl. This is all she ever wants, guys. She wants her hip ripped because she has a bad hip. It's okay. There you go. There you go. Okay. 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 Yeah, girl. Okay, wait. I farmed 5 and 1 for like, I don't know, 5-6 hours or more, and I got 1 Inugami. I think it's politically incorrect for me to repeat what you said there, Merrick, but that was funny. Could we say I've probably summoned many thousands of fire mushrooms over time? GameStar, it is, man, I mean, early mid-game is a stretch. I think a slower version of it, because you don't need the insane runes, I think a slower version of it could be built by mid-game. But here's the thing. I don't know that a slower version of it is worth building, because it's not necessarily going to be any faster than like the Sean B. Spectra team, or, you know, I mean, like it's a question of resource allocation. To build that team at mid game, you're going to be giving up some of what are kind of like your better runes. And, you know, I mean, especially for the one Inugami that has to be like over 190 speed on triple defense runes and still do damage and still have accuracy, that one is really high rune requirements. The others are pretty low. And the Vertihile you can get away with like half the damage of what I have. But the, you know, the fact that you're building 3 Inugamis, 2Aing 3 Inugamis at a stage of game where you would much more benefit from all of those runes that you could be farming, or for all of those 2As you could be building, I feel like there's alternative teams that you can do with less commitment. Actually, so like I said, I farmed Feynman for hours, and somebody recommended that I come over to Garen, and it's because in Garen, you only have 1 3-star drop. So like I dropped like 7 serpents in Feynman because you can get 2 different 3-star drops, and in Garen you get 1 3-star drop, and also I'm able to do the Garen runs faster. They're averaging like 10 seconds, so I'm able to do more of them. Obviously, I'm burning more energy. But I ran out of stuff to pump experience into. Like, I've got nothing worth that's even leveling up, so I finally just gave up and just started running Lapis on her own. I mean, unless I wanted to go do fodders and stuff, but I just, there's no point. Chow, I think, is I personally think Chow's a little bit underrated. Merrick, you're killing me. Do you know what a pain it is to get rid of all those 1-stars? But alright, so we need a wind tree stump thing. That's this one, right? No, that one's fire. Okay. If I get an Inagami, I'm going to take back the "you're killing me" statement, though. There we go. We got a wind tree stump. So now let me, see, the problem is I don't think I have anything to feed all that crap to. Do I? Can I feed it to this Rainbow Mon, maybe? Can you feed a Rainbow Mon? You can. Okay, cool. Oh! No, I said unless I want to do fodders, but I didn't really want to do I don't really want to do fodders. It's too much of a hassle. I've got, like, I don't really have anything, like, worth 6-starring. I've just been 6-starring stuff lately so I don't lose the, you know, the cycle of free experience. But they're getting 6-starred and dumped straight into storage with no intention of pretty much ever being ruined. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we get an Inagami for that. Oh, I'm sorry, Steven. Yes, I actually read your question above and then I got distracted. Okay, so Steven, here's the thing. I guess it... Okay, there's two things about Brandia. The first one is, it depends on, like, I guess what you find fun. So just for example, my Rift scores are probably dropping down because I haven't done this since the update, and maybe I'll do another stream because that was a fun stream. I did one stream where I went to try and rank on all the Rift scores, right? And let's see, where am I at now? I'm sure I've dropped a lot. Yeah, I've dropped a lot, but you know, if it's fun for you to like try and put up the top score that you can, and let's see, where am I? This one I actually didn't do on stream. This is a very old score. It's 134, but see, I was in the top 50 or top 40 at one point of everything. But yeah, I mean, basically it's like, do you care about trying to rank as high as you can? And you don't have to get on the leaderboards if you don't have the runes. You can just try and rank in your community or whatever. If you don't care, then that takes away... hey, Donnie, have a great night. So if you don't care, then that takes away one of the biggest advantages of Brandia. Now, Brandia also is very underrated on the PvP side because most of us who have her use her for PvE. But Brandia can legitimately just one-shot something straight through immunity because she's got this crazy high base speed, and her multiplier works both on debuffs and buffs. Now, with that said, I don't think that I would necessarily recommend building her for PvP unless you're later in game. But if you would find her fun in Rifts, then I would build her. Like, I built her and I skilled her, and I've always been glad I did, but I find that sort of thing fun. Gabriel Chow is very underrated. I think he's very good. Dark String Master, I have never played around with, but somebody was actually telling me the other day that she's a lot of fun. I would have to honestly use her to have a strong opinion. I think she's got a unique mechanic, and I think you could probably do some fun stuff with her, but I don't know that she's necessarily, like, good. I think she's fun, and there is a difference. Chow, I think, is both good and fun. Other monsters just fit her place better. I mean, I did try her in DB12, but she just wasn't like a good fit. You know, it's because she doesn't do enough on her other skills. Okay, we're actually going to leave the runs there. I'm clearly not going to get 4 more Inagamis tonight, so we are going to do the final account review. So everybody, this is your last chance to enter the account review. You know what? I think I've got 14,518 more like him where he came from. So I'm okay with the waste. Mr. Ruam, you're in with all 10 entries, sir. You are in with all 10 entries. Game Star, I would definitely build like Chun-Li, yeah. I don't know if she's gonna... People, you know, before I used her, everybody said that she was so OP, and you saw the videos, and I thought she was going to get nerfed. And then I actually used her, and I don't think she needs a nerf. I used her on somebody else's account the other day, and she's fun, she's cool, but she definitely doesn't need a nerf. So yeah, I would totally build her. All right, Merrick, fair enough. So I've got 518 more like him where he came from. How about that? Okay, guys, so we have got... I'm just going to read off all the entries, and if you don't hear your name, then you're not in it. Chromex with 2, Matt Beatty with 10, Joaquin with 3, Greg with 8, Varmo with 4, Kyle with 1, Morgan and Mr. Ruam with 10 each, Armani with 1, Aroni with 4, Alan with 1, Chris with 3, Merrick with 10, Astro and Zuaru with 1 each, Eduardo with 10. Hey, Eduardo, by the way, I think I saw you come in, but I don't think I said hello. Mark Jansen with 5, Richard with 3, Steven with 6, Mark Eng with 1. Imagine that view, bro. What's going on, man? Imagine that view with 1, and man, I'm excited for you to get your computer tomorrow also. Kip with 1, Gabrielle with 1, and Empathy. What's up, bro? Long time no see. How you doing? All right, guys. So last opportunity. Steven, let's see here. Steven, maybe you don't have enough points, Steven, because it still shows you at 6. So we're going to do, let's see here. I'm going to give you guys a minute and a half, which is how long it takes to do a Karzan run. I am going to close it at the end of this Karzan run. That way I've given like fair advance notice. Morgan Alfred won the first review. I'm going to close the second contest at the end of this Karzan run so everybody has an approximation of when it's going to end. Imagine that view. Normally they require a verification code that's emailed, so you need that person to be available as well. But yeah, you just need Hive ID and password, and then that person has to give you the verification code. There are some people I've logged into their accounts that just had 2 passwords instead, but I don't know how that's set up. Doing good. Finally got a new PC and phone, bro. Wow, I didn't even realize you were offline, so that's where you've been. Congrats on the new PC, though, man. Kip, you can do it through Facebook as well, yeah. I did that once with somebody as well. And I don't remember if I needed a verification code or not, because I've only done it that way one time. So GameStar, I am going to do the final account review of the stream, and basically if you've been chilling in stream, you should have points. So if you type exclamation point points, you will see how many points you had, and we're doing entries to win the account review. It's 25 points per ticket, and it's just drawn randomly by the bot. Chris, I think Fire Chun-Li may be the best of the Chun-Lis. I might even like her more than Light. I definitely like her more than Dark. I'm going to be building her next, and I think she looks really interesting. I think there's a lot of fun teams you could build with her, to be honest. She's not OP or anything, but she's like the one Chun-Li I think that's going to be kind of good. Okay, guys, so the giveaway is closed, and the account review is going to... wait. All right, GameStar, I'm going to give you one more chance because you asked. If you want in, you've got 15 seconds to get in, GameStar. And this time it's legit. Then we're closing it. Okay, 5, 4. The lag in chat is what sucks here because I know you guys are probably hearing me about 3 seconds after I talk. 3, 2, 1, and closed. All right, the winner of the account review is... Imagine that view, bro! Sneaks in with a single entry at the end and wins it. Wait, or did you pump it up? No, you just had one entry in. Wow. Are you still awake? Because it's like 4:20 a.m. for you, bro. Yeah, Mr. Wong. That was kind of crazy. No, I don't have to log into your account. You just have to, you just come into channel 8895 and just say something, and I just visit your island. Li Zhao Yao, thank you for subscribing if you're on the stream. Yeah. I can't say I blame you, Eduardo. That was kind of crazy because we had what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people with max entries. Had to be about 100 entries. All right. So what is it pinging me with? Which event? Oh, I bet you I got the collab stuff. Juno, Josephine, Diana going to work in a siege defense. To be honest, I don't think that will work, sir. Josephine is more of a counter pick. She doesn't do much if people don't bring in stuns, and you never want to put any pony on defense because their AI is terrible. All 3 of the ponies, the AI on the ponies is just absolutely terrible. All right, let's see. Did we get anything to sell? We did indeed get something to sell. How about this one? Something to sell? Absolutely, something to sell. Mana is always good. I'm cool with that, actually. All right, Pugsnob, sir, imagine that view. Time for your account review. It's probably not going to let me visit you. I think I have to end that auto. Yeah, I have to end that auto thing. That is one thing. I mean, I get it. It's hard for me to, like, complain because it's been really, really sweet to have the auto farm. But, man, I wish I could, like, visit islands and especially watch RTA. Morgan, are you in Discord, by the way? I don't think you are in Discord, right? Do you have your supporter role? Open secret dungeon. Oh, it rolled past midnight. Yeah, thank you, sir. You do. Okay. Others. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get them today anyway. Yeah, Morgan, I know you've been waiting ages, man. I think let's talk in Discord and let's talk in Discord. Because, like, you've been waiting, I think, longer than just about anybody since you, I remember you had posted, like, 2 or 3 times, like, going back to the beginning as well. Endrick, I shoot for about 85K. When I've built teams for other people, I've shot for 80K when I've built for other people, but for myself, I do find that 90K is safer. It's just harder for most people to get there. So I feel like 90K is actually like the safety point, but 80K is the functioning point, kind of. You're just gonna fail. I mean, like 80K gets you down under 10% fail rate, and then 90K gets you down under 3% fail rate. Yeah, Inugami, I think it's just, yeah, it doesn't matter though. Count review, Dracula. Okay, so imagine that view, bro. I'm not gonna be too hard on you, even though you're getting your new computer tomorrow, and I'm here on this piece of crap over here. But I'm still not gonna be that hard on you. Nah, bro. I'm really stoked, man. I hope you're happy with them, honestly. But okay, so let's see here. So I give this kind of like disclaimer before all the account reviews. Obviously, you can only do so much with the runes you have, so most of what I tell you is going to be about like things to target. Combo, what's going on, man? You're catching us at the back end. We're doing we're doing an account review for Imagine That View. So as I was saying, you know, you can only do what you can with the runes you have. So most of what I'm going to tell you is like stuff that you should target for through raiding or farming or whatever. But if I do see something that's like glaringly like just fix this right away, I'll also mention it as well. Shluki, I have, I don't know, 310, 326 stars, something like that. So first of all, I think the 3 Inugamis actually looks pretty cool in the background. I got to give you some props for that. Now let's take a look right here. So we're at 1,029 days. You're in C3 Guild and Siege Battle, Triple S, all rifts. Good times in all the teams, which I know you were working on all of those. I'm actually curious, what'd you do with the Dragons team? Okay, so you did the Raukon. No, that's not exactly Raukon. So you just did, basically, that's not a stable team. I've run that team. So you just did that one for time, I think, or you were testing it. But the Giants Keep team, that team should be stable. The Necro team, that looks stable. Your Steel Fortress team, that looks stable. As stable as a Steel Fortress team can get. And I think the PC-10 team is pretty good as well. So yeah, these are all legit times. They're not gimmick times. 5 million over on all the Beast Rifts. Hey, Mr. Ruam, thanks for hanging out on stream, bro. I appreciate it. Have a great night, man. Yeah, funny guys, there is. One of the buildings will bring it down to like 3 minutes and change when it's level 10. Okay, so let's take a look. You did say you only had 15 monsters. Only 15 monsters have runes. Yeah, the DB12... the reason I know the DB12 team is a one-off is because I tested that team, and it was definitely not stable. So funny guys, I'm actually visiting an island. I don't think I can, yeah, I can't go into a shop right now. But if you're still here at the end of the account review, and this is going to be a little while, but if you're still here at the end of the account review, then just remind me and I'll show you. That'll be the last thing I do on stream. Virgio, yeah, this is going to be the last one. This stream is actually, as they all do. At the start of stream, I said I was shooting to wrap up 3.5 hours before now. So yeah. Okay, first off, we've got this Lapis, and that is one of the highest crit damage Lapises I've ever seen, I gotta be honest, and it's in Violent. I did not expect that. Wow. Okay, so speed, crit damage is a given, and attack, not grinded runes, so just a lot of crit damage and subs. So here's the thing, she is your farmer, but... Yeah, but I've gone 9 hours like twice in the last few streams. And what did we start? Am I at 7? I'm at 7 hours already. How did that happen? Wow. Okay, yeah, so I guess, yeah. Anyway, so as far as the Lapis goes, I would give up a lot of that crit damage and drop her. I would give up a lot of the crit damage and bring her up to 85 crit rate. I don't think it really matters. I mean, it's just, if you're just using her for Feynman farming, it doesn't matter. Hey, Jeroni, thank you for hanging out on stream. Have a great night. And, yeah, so, I mean, like I said, I mean, if all you're using her for is Feynman, it doesn't really matter. But if you're using her anywhere else, so first of all, if you're using her in any of the dungeons because of the AoE attack bar reduction, then she needs a lot more accuracy. And then in Feynman, it is just nice to have the consistency of an 85 crit rate. Okay, so Sigmarus being unruined, the recommendation here is, I'm curious if he's skilled, and he is actually skilled, but I know you were using him in GB12. So guys, imagine that view, enter the... I feel like I should roast you for entering the account review contest and then de-rooting all your monsters. But for those who are watching, I'm just going to give basic rune set recommendations. So for Sigmarus, he's mainly used for GB12 and occasionally TOA-H. So you're going to look for 169 combat speed minimum with 100 crit rate. He must have 100 crit rate because of the skill 3. And then you obviously just want him to hit as hard as you can. And then I think we're going to jump over, unless there's one that calls for, because we just reviewed a Teor. So for Covenant, I'll actually mention to you guys, I recorded the video like a week and a half ago. I just haven't had a chance to edit it. But one of the next videos coming out is Kali Chloe Covenant Auto Win Team. Covenant is just going to be Rage, Will, Attack, actually Rage anything, it doesn't matter. Attack, Crit Damage, Attack. We can skip over Xiaoling. I think everybody should know Megan, you're just ruining her super fast as an attack bar booster. The Wusa, same. Wusa, you can actually go Violent, Will, or Swift anything. But if you put him in Violent, then you do want those Will runes. Bulwark, you usually want to put him in Double Shield Will or Shield Will Revenge. I like him in Shield Will Revenge. Max Resistance is really, really important with Bulwark. And then just, make him super tanky. He doesn't need to do any damage at all. In RTA, you'll see him in Violent sometimes as well, but I don't feel like that's really essential. Praha, you're going to want in Despair Nemesis. Make sure you get her out to, for her leader skill, make sure you get her out to 59 Nemesis. I'm actually building a second Bulwark right now. He's just such an amazingly strong monster. I love Bulwark. He fits my playstyle, though. I mean, obviously, he's not a cleave type. He's a bruiser type, but he fits my playstyle so well. So he's one of my favorite monsters. Okay, so Poseidon, I still haven't settled on how I want to rune my own Poseidon. I ran him Swift for an arena cleave for a while, and he does really well in that team. But the team itself winds up being kind of slow because he just doesn't do enough damage. You can run him Despair for TOA, and he's amazing in TOA, but with his buff, I kind of want to use him for PvP. If I put him in Despair for PvP, then he's a little bit vulnerable because he's squishy if he's built as a damage dealer. So I'm really struggling with how I want to use him, and it's not, I mean, he's actually a really strong monster. He's an A+ tier or S tier monster. Didn't even need the buff that he got, to be honest. But his two roles, which are like basically TOA God or Cleave God, don't fit together. They require different rune sets, so you kind of have to pick one or the other. Okay, so Amelia, I know Ace runs her Swift. I really prefer her in Violent, but again, that goes to playstyle a little bit. So if you run her in Swift, I would just say make sure she's like 50 speed faster than the rest of your team so that the immunity doesn't drop off. If you go Violent, make sure she acts last on your team, but not by much so the immunity doesn't drop off. And then she should have max resistance, speed, HP. So Belial, you're going to want to put him on Vampire. Vampire anything, honestly, is fine. Attack, crit damage, attack, and give him a little bit of defense so that the shield doesn't break when he resurrects. Rena needs max resistance, triple HP. Theomars, you're going to go Vile Will, speed, crit damage, attack, at least 20 accuracy, 15-20 accuracy. 85 crit rate is all you need, no more, no less. For the Mina, you can build Mina two ways. You can go Swift and do kind of a soft nuke out on damage dealers. So you go speed, crit damage, attack, and you're able to kill stuff that has like 18k HP while running at about 300 speed, 300 plus. I've really found that I prefer the Violent Mina. I run her much slower, like 240. I give her attack, crit damage, attack with a lot more damage. If I run her with a nuker, she can one-shot, like she can do like 40k damage with no setup, no defense break. I'm sorry, I said if I run her with a nuker, I mean if I run her with a buffer. So you put her in like Violent Will, attack, crit damage, attack, and then run her behind like a Fran, and she can do like 40k. If you're going to run her in that build, just make sure she has enough HP to take a hit. We're going to skip him. So Zyros, again, a monster you can build a couple of ways, but typically he's going to be in like a Tiana Galleon Zyros. So you might wind up with him on Swift or in a really fast Despair. The one big thing with him, absolutely make sure he's got at least 50 accuracy, but really 85 is what you should be shooting for. And then if you put him in a crit damage build, which is what you want, make sure he's got enough crit rate, so he's kind of stat hungry, especially with the low base speed. Okay, Veligul. I run mine in a defense, crit damage, defense. Merrick, just bring in will runes. If they can't freeze you, then you'll get your turn. Unless that's a TOA-H level and they're doing too much damage for you. If they're just nuking you, then you're going to have to take first turn. But if you say you can't kill them you can't kill them before they move. They don't move for nearly 8 turns. I don't know if you have some sort of skill resetter. Maybe reset them or bring immunity that you can cast before they move. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna jump straight forward just to the ruined monsters. But I will mention. So Veligul. A lot of people ask, should he be on Swift? I think Swift Veligul is a waste because he's speed capping your team because of the low base speed. If you want to run a booster, there are better boosters to run. So I like Veligul on Violent acting last. Okay, that is a Heil. That is definitely a Verdi. Okay, so the one thing about this Verd, and I know you know this, he does not need 31 accuracy. He does not need 3.1 accuracy. He does not need any accuracy. Let's see, can you gem it off anywhere? So that's innate. The resistance here. So honestly, on this rune, I know it sucks to gem off a double roll, and I don't know if you're doing any raiding because I don't see a lot of grinds here. Some. But I would gem this resistance off for attack percent. Even though you're gemming off a double roll, you'll grind the attack percent back and you'll get more than 14 attack percent, and that's way more valuable for you. On this rune, obviously you just gem the flat defense into attack percent. But this rune's, attack's innate, so you gem it into speed. But this rune's not a good fit for Vertihile. He doesn't need 16 accuracy, and it's completely empty otherwise. So just find any rune with 11 crit rate, assuming you need 11, and it's probably going to fit him better. That's where it looks like the rest of the accuracy is... Oh, and the rest of the accuracy is coming from here, but 22 crit rate is harder to match. Yeah, I know you need the crit rate, but an 11 crit rate empty rune, which is basically what this is, it's 11 crit rate and 8 attack, and nothing else on here matters. So you'll replace that very quickly in DB12. I'm just saying, like, you know, remember, again, it's just stuff to work on down the road. Ahmed, so, I mean, that's a... Yun Hong works really, really well with Molong Harmonia. She also works really well with Gani Hathor. So Maruna, well, we're unruined. Okay, so this is PC 10. Let's see here. So we're at... so if you're using him in PC 10, the accuracy is 8 low unless you have accuracy runes on somebody. I would try and get that accuracy up to 24. Have Molong and Hathor. Okay, yeah, so run the Molong, Harmonia, Yun Hong. That's a really, really good core team, Ahmed. There's a lot more to it. It's a much longer answer that I couldn't cover everything on this particular stream. But the short answer is you're going to start with that core, and then you need to build out a bunch of monsters that give you the ability to pivot. And you're just going to look for monsters that synergize with your team. Go to the Raux after this one. You got it, sir. Okay, so for this one, if this is PC10, I feel like he's too fast. I would rather see him slower with more crit rate and 8 more accuracy, and then get him some more attack. That would be my main things with him is down the road. He doesn't need to be this fast, or he might not need to be this fast down the road, but depending on your team, and then get him that extra crit rate. Okay, so the first route, 100 crit rate, good job there. Accuracy looks good, attack looks good. I think this route is solid overall. I don't know, again, that I don't know that he needs to be quite this fast. Having not used your team, maybe you do need a little bit of extra speed to lap. But I can tell you, I run my routes about 10-15 speed slower than this, so if you were able to take that, I run my routes at 159, and you're at 170, so I run them 11 speed slower. If you're able to move that 11 speed into more crit damage or more attack, obviously the runs get a little bit faster. This route, whoa, this route's thick. Oh, he's on Fatal. I had a feeling, okay. Was the other route on Violent? Yeah, this guy's on Violent, okay. So this is nice for being on Fatal. The plus 2k attack I like. I would suggest, though, actually get rid of this attack artifact and put him on double defense artifacts, because I wonder if he's probably dying, if he's taking too much damage and dying. And then he is a little on the slow side at 150. He's going to need to be 153. Assuming you have a maxed speed tower, he needs to be 153 for most dungeons, and he needs to be 175 for PC10. Combat speed. That's, well, okay, he needs to be 169 combat speed for the B12s and 175 combat speed for PC10. That's the better way to say it. So yeah, I don't know if the artifacts will completely fix things, but if you could put him on double defense artifacts, and then ideally if you could get some sort of damage reduction from light on the artifact as well, that would probably help, or crit damage reduction, like and ultimately, once you start to gem and grind the runes, he'll improve quite a bit as well. But in the short term, just work on getting him artifacts that'll reduce the damage. Okay, so here is our third route, 150 again. So what this is telling me actually is you're only using one route in PC10, and the other two routes are for Steel Fortress. And if that's the case, and if they're only for Steel Fortress, then their speed is fine. If you're also using them, if you're using them anywhere other than Steel Fortress, they need the speeds I mentioned. The 83 crit rate is, it's just 2 crit rate low for Steel Fortress, and I'm pretty sure this guy is only a Steel Fortress route, so I think it's close enough. But he doesn't need the 34 accuracy. 24 is fine for SF. So if you could trade 10 accuracy for 2 crit rate, he'd be slightly better. Double Revenge Will, that's actually a really interesting build. So you're going for the kind of a skill 1 defense break. He's acting last on your team, which is why he's on Will runes. So I like that touch. I think this build is actually pretty solid overall. A little bit more attack might be nice, but it's a good solid build. Okay, so this is an Alunia Bernard crit dam. Oh, no, it's HP. Wasn't expecting that. And dragons. Okay, yeah, so he's, I don't know if you're failing in dragons, but if you're, okay, so you say Lauren and Fran is next, so we'll jump forward to them. Okay. Okay, so the Lauren slot 6 is not maxed yet. This is going to be another dragons Lauren. So, probably dragons and giants. So you've got the accuracy that you need. You did it all through subs, which is nice. She's got enough effective HP. I'd like to see a couple of defense, flat defense artifacts on her and max the slot 6. It just adds a little bit of safety to the team, especially for GB12. But the overall build here is solid. Honestly, for Dungeon Lauren, the overall build is really solid. Vile Revenge is nice. So yeah, that's the only thing I would do is get the couple of defense artifacts, or 1 defense and 1 HP artifact would be fine as well, but just tankier artifacts, and then obviously max this slot 6. Okay, the Fran is Vio Shield. Hey Vrandon, how you doing? So let's see, this is Let's see, since you're in Shield, I'm assuming this is a Dungeon Fran as well. If it were PvP, I'd say it's slow, but for Dungeon, it should be fine. What's the Lauren speed? Lauren's 190. Yeah, your speed tuned fine. It's going to be literally the exact same thing. I'd like to see you get either 2 defense. Actually, for the Fran, I would really like to see 2 flat defense artifacts. 1,000 defense is kind of like a... 1,000 defense is like a key number, so the returns you get from defense in Summoner's War in the formula are diminishing. You get diminishing returns, meaning the more defense you have, the less damage it reduces. But it starts to diminish at 1,000, so 1,000 is usually your target because you're getting maximum value up to 1,000. And so I would like to see 2 defense artifacts on the Fran because that's going to put you at 995, which is like smack dab right where you want to be. So 2 flat defense artifacts, and then all the runes are maxed. So I think the overall build is good. You said for Necro, so she's probably already stable in Necro. Those artifacts would just be a little extra stability if you need it. We can't review the Light Monkey. Is there anybody else that has runes that I should be reviewing, or is that going to bring us to the end? Light Homie, you got it. Okay, ooh, I jumped past it. Okay, Light Homunculus, here we go. Light Homunculus and Crow. Okay, so Light Homunculus doesn't need the 92 accuracy if you're just using, if you're not, so the only place you need, the only dungeon you need over 65 accuracy in is GB12. So if you're using Light Homie and GB12, then that's good. If not, then it's partially wasted, but I'm sure it's an accuracy slot 6. So the overall build here, yeah, if she's for dragons, then you don't need that much accuracy, so it gives you the flexibility. Like this rune right here, you could change this rune out. I don't know that you necessarily need to either way. I have seen, though, like I run, for right now, I'm still running the Light Homunculus in Dragons B12, and I've had a bunch of runs where the Light Homunculus winds up soloing at the end, and I did give her a little bit of damage in her build. She's tanky, but she's like bruisery. I gave her crit rate without crit damage, basically, and that has saved me on a few different occasions. So as I said, yeah, it's only 65 accuracy you need for the giants, and so a rune like this one right here is unnecessary. Instead, you could change this out for something that's going to allow her to do a little bit more damage. Same thing here, you don't really need the resistance that much, although you might need that 6 speed for speed tuning purposes. And then remember, you can always check the stats of any of my monsters in Discord anytime. So if you do want to check my Light Homunculus, it's called Resource Eater, and you spell it like that. So you can always take a look at my Light Homunculus as well. Okay, Crow. Crow is slow, but otherwise looks good. Let's see here. Yeah, so Crow is definitely getting cut, and the stats overall on your Crow are very solid. It's just that he's getting cut. I know on Necro you're probably not having any problems because you're running the Fran. And he is, let's see, he's a little on the squishy side as well. Let's see. You do have 1 defense here. Skill 1 crit damage. Damage dealt on light plus 6 is nice, and received from light. So this is a good artifact for Crow. This one's fine as well with the it's fine for now anyway as well. Probably put some effort into maxing the I don't want to say max it, no. I actually, that, you know, to be honest, this artifact works for Crow, but it's not like one that I would plus 15, maybe plus 12 it until you get something better though, so you get a little extra defense. But the main thing is that just for we're wrapping up right now, Dakota. This is the end at the end of this account review. But yeah, the main thing with this Crow right here is just that he's slow. So if your teams are stable, then that's okay. It's just, you know, if you're getting cut, it's just making the run go longer. If your teams are not stable, then you need to address the fact that you're getting cut, and that's largely because he's kind of squishy. So I'm thinking sometimes you get cut and he dies. But if he's not dying, then you're probably fine. And I think that's it. That's BJR5, and this was probably ruined for Steel Fortress, but I doubt you're using him anymore. So you say Belager is the last monster. So we're going to come back this way. Okay, so the bail is okay, so the bail honestly does not need that accuracy or that much speed. I mean, you can run your bail at 125, so your bail's got 20 speed he doesn't need, and you really don't. I mean, I know the skill 1 strips with bail and all that, and did you happen to? You didn't even. No, your skill 1's not even max, so it's only a 50% chance. So yeah, honestly, you could run your bail with 0 accuracy and about 20 speed lower, and that's a lot of efficiency that you could pull out of runes, and that efficiency can then be put into attack and crit damage. Let's see, you do have artifacts. So skill 2 crit damage doesn't do him any good. I know you just put that in there for attack, but just keep in mind the skill 3 crit damage, even if so. I've checked the formula a little bit. So just so you know, 100 attack is worth about 10 to 11 crit damage. So let's just call it 11. So if you wind up with an HP artifact with 14 crit damage on skill 3, just as an example. So just as one example, if let's say you farm out an attack type artifact with flat HP that has 14 crit damage, that will add more damage overall than something with flat attack that has no crit damage. So it's really going to come down to, you know, like if let's say you're trying to make your effective HP, because right now you're definitely way low on effective HP. If you landed an attack type artifact HP that had like 14 plus 13 plus skill 3 crit damage, you put that on your bail and it helps you with both your effective HP and your damage. So something to keep in mind there. On this side, what you're mostly looking on both sides, you really want to have attack increasing effect. That's going to be your biggest advantage. But especially on the element manipulation, you really can't get anything that's going to boost your damage against the boss. So the best thing you can get right here is attack increasing effect. And that's what you'll be looking for is flat attack with attack increasing effect. But again, if it's HP, but it's got like 10 or 12 attack increasing effect, then it's helping you make your effective HP and it's still giving you that damage boost. Now, overall, you can drop your crit rate down to 62 as well. So you've got a lot of like your bail's got a long way to go for BJR5, but you've got a lot of stats in here that you don't need. And so if you drop out that, you can actually drop your crit rate to 58. 62 is only with Rika leads. So if you drop 17 crit rate, and then you drop 44 accuracy and 20 speed, that's a ton of efficiency that you can transition over. And I know it's easier said than done. You have to get the runes that fit together. But that would be the goal. That would be the goal is artifacts that have attack increasing effect and skill 3 crit damage. Probably flat defense. I know I used flat HP in the example, but where he's hurting the most is defense. So probably flat defense artifacts would help you make the effective HP. And then, you know, transition those stats into more attack. And that's it, bro. That is it for Imagine That View. Who snuck in with the 1 entry account review. But bro, hope you found it helpful. And I think somebody had asked me, if you're still here, how you buff up. No, thank you for not having more Monsters Rune, because it is almost 2 a.m. So somebody had asked me which tower it is that gives you a faster, that's energy max. So it's going to be this one. No, that one's mana. It's one of these. Mysterious Plant. I think it's this one. Yeah. The Mysterious Plant is the one that boosts your energy production speed. So this is the one that you want to boost. I can do that, Merrick, but I'm going to have to deduct the 19,000 from you, so you're going to wind up negative. I appreciate that, Dakota. Thank you very much. Oh, that's awesome, bro. I'm glad it helped. Honestly, very glad it helped, man. All right, let's burn a couple of wings. Let's see. Do I have a fun team here? Yeah, this team should be fun. Oh, that won't outspeed the that won't outspeed though. All right, Merrick. So what was the final outcome? Is the review better or is the roast better? You can charge me for theft under Australian law, but good luck getting me extradited. Oh, he missed the crit. I was so proud of my little Ciara play there too, and then he had to go and miss the crit. But that wasn't an account roast, bro. I know you've been working on your dungeon teams for a while. That was an account review. I like the Odin T-Mog. I actually do like the Odin T-Mog. Which is actually kind of funny, bro, because most people's worst offense is having no accuracy. One thing I will say, though, I mean, most of your monsters are unruined, so I don't know, I don't know if you're doing any raiding at all, to be honest. Did I build a cut team? I thought I built a cut team. I guess I didn't. I really need to, I need to build a cut team, don't I? I do, but you know what? This one will be more fun. We're going to do this instead. Dakota, it's like 3 minutes and change. I've never tested it. So, well, it's 30% off of 5 minutes, right? So it'd be, what's 5 minutes? 300 seconds minus 30%. So it would be 210. It'd be 210 seconds. So a minute, 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. I'm like way too split attention there to do basic arithmetic, apparently. There you go, guys. I finally made Bub work in Arena. This is actually kind of a fun team, by the way. Yeah, 3.5 minutes, Merrick. I gotta find another of those cleave teams because this team is really fun. I knew I had made a cut team. Can we do it? I think we can do it with this too. Merrick, yeah, your odds are 0 of summoning an F4 because I'm gonna be doing the summoning. Oh, that's what I was saying. I know I got distracted, bro. So, yeah, the main thing for you is your runes just need to be gemmed and grinded. But I think it's fair that you're waiting until you're in your final builds too. So I don't really like. I mean, it makes sense that you're waiting until you're in your final builds. Did Bub just get reset? I think Bub got reset. Yep, he got reset. So much for that. Okay. That team's more meant for anti-cleave anyway. We'll just do this. Merrick, your answer was to tell me what I did, but it didn't actually tell me which one was which one was better content. Merrick, isn't that an awfully personal question? Oh, you said things, not people. Never mind. I think Sim fell asleep on us. After he was talking trash about East Coasters. Oh, I can't count that high, bro. I mean, you haven't told me your story. Okay, that's a pretty fair answer, Morgan. That's a fair answer, Morgan. I think you didn't restate. You just cut and pasted the same one. All right, guys. Okay, fair point. Wow, I got cut. This is why you're not supposed to make your Bastet that fast. And this is why I haven't sped up my Bastet either. I can't believe that Tiana cut me, though. I very rarely get cut by Tiana anymore. I think I'm going to lose this, too. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So you can assess the account quality in reverse. Yeah, Dakota, that's one of the nice things. I wake up and my energy is not max, so I don't feel like I've wasted anything. Oh! Oh, Violent Rika for the loss. Alright, this is getting boring. We'll just auto. Did we get something here? What's there to claim out of this? There shouldn't be anything left to claim here. So why are you spamming me that I've got that? Shouldn't have anything to claim in any of these. Screenshot event. What's this? Have a good night, Dakota. I'm wrapping up the stream in just a moment also. Street Fighter collab. Take a screenshot of you winning in the collab. Comment on this post. Fill out a Google sheet. And get 5 mystical scrolls. Okay, that sounds like a lot of work. I think we're going to pass on that. Would Lag or Ethna work as a replacement for Odin in this comp? Not really. Honestly, not really. So the reason Odin works so well here is he works so well because he's amazing. But he's able to eliminate Trianas. He's able to eliminate. Okay, so here's a perfect example right here. So look at this team that I'm facing right now. I can't defense break because I have to strip. The only way that I can actually get through this is to strip the Triana. We're going to have to drop the bomb and stun the Triana. So with no defense break, the Lag can't actually kill anything. Where I just got myself stacked up right here. Pass, puff. But yeah, no, I mean, the Lag and Ethna, they just wouldn't do enough for you in this comp. They're great monsters and you can use them in different comps. They just wouldn't work in this comp. They need defense break. They need more setup that this team doesn't really give you. The Barber is there to kind of set up the. Okay, so we're gonna use our little anti-cleave team. Okay, watch this team, guys. This team's a lot of fun. I mean, it's not like there's better teams. This is just a fun team. That's all it is. So when you know you're gonna get nuked. Oh, the Galleon Derp actually messed it up, man. That's kind of a shame. He's got double light Chun-Li's over there, too. Merrick, as near as I can tell, it's random. I've actually never been able to figure out. I think it's just random. But it's one thing to keep in mind if you're feeding a bunch of like Rainbow Mon or something, that you can not Rainbowmon, Angelmon or something that you can get that random 1.5x. So sometimes you want to do your power up in like power up 2 and then power up 1 just in case you get the double. We can just auto this. I don't know why I'm playing this. Nice, 8 in a row. Congrats, bro. Oh, I might lose this on the... Nah, Odin's actually going to chase the Barbara, so he won't do it. Oh, no, he chased the best step, but he didn't even kill her. I'm not at 2 years yet, Garv. And neither is Air Server, but Air Server was almost at 2 hours. Close that. Alright, that's probably the key, guys, or that's probably the indicator. So we are going to wrap up this stream right now. Guys, so thank you very much for hanging out with me on stream. I appreciate it. Thank you very much to the new channel members. I think all of you messaged me in Discord, but if you became a channel member and you did not message me in Discord, please make sure that you do. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it, bro. Chris, so what you're looking for in place of the Odin is kind of like an ignore defense, but honestly, this team works in part simply because my Bastet is super fast, so I can run it into a lot of different things. It's not a team that's necessarily going to work for everybody either way. Kip, yeah, you got back just in time. Merrick, just one, I believe. It doesn't multiply, but she multiplies so fast, bro, it's insane anyway. Okay, so on that note, guys, have a great night. Thank you for hanging out and stream, and we will see you next time.